An entire classroom is dead before the academy bells finish ringing. Not injured, not missing. Dead. 32 students from the most prestigious combat magic program in the kingdom lie scattered across the black stone floor of a supposedly harmless training dungeon, their uniforms soaked through with blood while something enormous drags itself deeper into the dark. And standing among them is Professor Corvin Vale, the instructor who personally certified this place as safe. 3 hours later, he is no longer a professor. See, Corvin is not some lazy lecturer who spends his days throwing theory at teenagers and calling it education. For 12 straight years, he produces more royal battle mages, dungeon specialists, and elite spellcasters than any instructor in Asterhall Academy history. His students adore him because he teaches one thing the Academy hates, admitting surviving matters more than looking elegant while casting. That philosophy makes him famous. Today, it makes him useful to blame. By sunset, the Academy closes the dungeon, seals every report, and announces that Professor Corvin Vale ignored standard safety procedures in pursuit of an unauthorized practical exercise. The statement spreads across the capital before the bodies are even returned to their families. Convenient. Absolutely disgusting, but convenient. Corvin sits alone inside the Hall of Review, while 7 senior administrators watch him from an elevated semicircle. His instructor crest is already gone. His dungeon license rests on the table in front of Chancellor Oren Malrek, a broad-shouldered man whose silver robes carry enough enchantments to fund a village for 10 years. Malrek does not look angry. That is the first thing Corvin notices. He looks prepared. On the wall behind the council hangs a map of the Academy's underground training network. Every approved dungeon is marked with blue glass pins. Training Vault 9 is marked in red. It was blue yesterday. Corvin's eyes linger there for half a second, then he notices something stranger. Beside the red pin sits a tiny black emblem stamped directly into the map frame, a circle broken by 3 downward lines. He has never seen it before. He files that away. Chancellor Malrek folds his hands. The evidence is conclusive. Corvin looks at the sealed report beside him. He has not been allowed to read it. Interesting definition of conclusive. Malrek continues anyway. 32 promising students died because an instructor exceeded his authority. The former professor says nothing. Not because he is ashamed, because every word spoken in this chamber is being magically recorded. Corvin taught interrogation resistance for 6 years. He knows when a room is not built to hear the truth. Professor Elian Roth sits 2 seats to Malrek's right. Roth supervised dungeon maintenance. His face is pale, but his hands are steady. Too steady. Corvin remembers seeing that same man sign the inspection ledger 2 days ago. Training Vault 9 had passed every containment test. Mana pressure normal. Structural integrity normal. Resident monster population classified below student threat level. And yet inside the dungeon, something had torn through 32 trained adolescents in less than 4 minutes. Something carrying Academy binding chains around its neck. That detail never appears in the public statement. Corvin had seen the chains. So had his students. Unfortunately, most witnesses are now corpses. Malrek slides the instructor license across the table. By unanimous decision, Corvin Vale is stripped of teaching authority, dungeon certification privileges, academy access, and all affiliated magical credentials. The seal on the license cracks. One sharp sound. 12 years erased in an instant. The council expects a reaction. They get none. Corvin simply picks up the broken crest lying beside the document. A brass sun split through the center. His old class symbol. Professor Roth finally speaks. You should be grateful this remains an internal disciplinary matter. That gets Corvin's attention. Not much, just enough. Because that sentence tells him more than the entire hearing. If the Academy truly believes 32 students died through criminal negligence, they should hand him to the royal judiciary. Instead, they want him gone. Quietly. Malrek notices the shift in his eyes. Do not make this harder than it needs to be. Corvin rises. The guards tighten their grip on their staffs. Our former professor places the broken crest in his pocket, turns away from the council, and walks out without giving them the satisfaction of an argument. Behind him, Professor Roth exhales. Too early. Corvin hears it. He remembers that too. By midnight, every portrait of Professor Vale has vanished from the Academy halls. By morning, his name disappears from the faculty registry. By noon, 3 newspapers call him the Butcher Instructor. That nickname catches on embarrassingly fast. Asterhall is efficient when destroying someone. Less efficient when protecting children, apparently. Corvin spends the next 2 days doing something the Academy absolutely does not expect. Nothing. He does not defend himself publicly. He does not contact former colleagues. He does not visit the grieving families. Not yet. Instead, he rents a narrow room above a closed apothecary in the Eastern District and lays 32 student files across the floor. Every file belongs to someone who died in Training Vault 9. Mira Seln, pyromancy specialization. Excellent output, terrible casting discipline. Joran Pell, barrier magic. Could maintain 7-layered shields but froze under direct pressure. Tessa Mir, wind manipulation. Fastest student in the class, and painfully careless with vertical spacing. One by one, Corvin studies their records. Not because he needs reminding. He remembers every weakness already. He remembers every failed exam. Every private correction. Every spell he told them they would master next semester. There will be no next semester. That is the part he cannot ignore. Around dawn, Corvin closes the final file. Then his body collapses. No dramatic warning. No assassin crashing through the window. His legs simply stop working. He catches himself against the desk and feels something cold tearing through his mana channels. A gray pattern spreads beneath his skin. He recognizes it immediately. License severance. Asterhall does not merely revoke a mage's legal authority. For instructors connected to the Academy's teaching network, losing certification forcibly disconnects them from the institutional mana lattice. Normally, that process takes 3 days and several healers. Malrek triggered it instantly. Corvin laughs once. Dry. Of course he did. The room tilts. His mana, core fractures. Years of refined instructional magic collapse inward at once. Then something answers from inside the break. Not light, not fire, something colder. The interface behind his eyes stirs for the first time in his life. A classification forms across his mind, awakening confirmed. Class assignment, necromancer, lower auxiliary grade. Corvin lies against the floorboards and stares at the ceiling. A necromancer. After spending 12 years teaching combat theory to noble prodigies, the kingdom's most celebrated magical instructor receives one of the most despised low-tier classes in existence. And not even a good version. The readout continues. Summoning restriction detected only deceased targets possessing student-level magical development may be bound. That is almost funny. Almost. Standard necromancers raise soldiers, beasts, criminals, forgotten corpses, anything with enough residual mana to move. Corvin can summon students, dead ones. People laugh at utility classes for less. Then one final line burns across his awareness. Bound students retain learned knowledge, incomplete spell structures, and unresolved magical pathways from the moment of death. Corvin stops breathing for a second. Not because the class is powerful, because he immediately understands what everyone else would miss. They retain unfinished learning. His hand closes around the broken academy crest inside his pocket. 32 names lie scattered across the floor around him. 32 unfinished magical educations. Our newly awakened necromancer pushes himself upright. A lesser mage would start searching graveyards. Corvin opens Mira Seln's file instead. He already knows exactly where every student is buried. The Academy arranged a unified memorial cemetery outside the northern wall. Public grief makes excellent reputation management. By evening, Corvin stands beneath cold rain in front of 32 polished stone markers. No guards remain. The official ceremony ended hours ago. Fresh flowers cover the graves. He walks past them slowly. Mira, Joren, Tessa, Karl Arvin, Nia Sol, Derek Voss. Names he called every morning. Students who complained about homework, skipped breakfast, broke practice targets, cheated at card games, and once set an entire west corridor on fire because Mira misread a compression formula. Corvin reaches the final grave. His fingers tighten around the brass crest. He does not speak to the dead. He was their teacher. They already know his voice. The necromantic class settles into his mana channels like frost. He tests the first summon. Not on the strongest student, on the weakest. That matters. His palm presses against the wet soil above a narrow grave marked with the name Pel Joran. Cold mana sinks downward. The earth does not explode. No skeletal hand bursts dramatically from the ground. Instead, a pale silhouette forms beside the headstone, incomplete, transparent, barely human. Joran Pell appears wearing the academy uniform he died in. One sleeve is torn. Half his face flickers like weak candlelight. He cannot stand properly. His mana presence is almost non-existent. This is the grand power of Corvin Vale's new class. One exhausted dead teenager. Brutal start. Joran's eyes open. There is no mindless hunger inside them, no undead rage. He looks around. Then at Corvin, recognition appears immediately. Professor? One word. Corvin's expression changes. Barely. But it changes. Joran remembers him. More importantly, he remembers himself. The former professor raises 2 fingers. Barrier form 3. Joran reacts automatically. His hand moves. A transparent shield appears. It lasts less than a second before collapsing. Weak. Awful, honestly. But the stance is correct. Corvin circles him once. Again. Jorn tries. The shield breaks faster. Corvin adjusts the angle of the boy's wrist. Your problem was never mana quantity. You overbuilt the outer layer because you were afraid of impact. Jorn stares at him. Exactly like he used to during class. Corvin moves his hand 2 inches inward. Build from the center. The undead student casts again. This time the barrier lasts 3 seconds. The necromantic interface reacts immediately. A quiet chime passes through. Corvin's skullbound student has corrected an unresolved magical error. Retention efficiency increased. He goes still. That was not in the initial description. Jorn can still learn. Not imitate, not replay. Learn. Corvin tests it again. 5 attempts later, the barrier changes shape. 10 attempts later, Jorn stabilizes it. On the 13th, the boy creates a defensive layer he never managed while alive. The system responds once more. Student progression confirmed. Postmortem potential remains active. Corvin looks across the cemetery. 31 graves remain untouched. Now the class stops looking low tier. Now it starts looking insane. Dead students retain every lesson they ever learned. They retain every unfinished magical pathway. And apparently, death does not prevent them from completing the curriculum. Corvin dismisses Jorn before sunrise. The pale student dissolves into drifting gray light. But before disappearing entirely, Jorn reaches toward the broken crest in Corvin's pocket. His fingers stop inches away. Then he says something strange. Professor, there was another door. Corvin's eyes sharpen. Jorn's form flickers. What door? In Vault 9. The student struggles to hold shape. Behind the boss room, Corvin remembers no second door. Jorn continues. It had 3 lines under a circle, the same symbol from the review chamber. There it is. A tiny piece clicking into place. Corvin says nothing. Jorn fades. The cemetery becomes silent again. Our necromancer stands beneath the rain while water runs down the names carved into 32 stones. The Academy says negligence killed these students. The Academy says training Vault 9 was ordinary. The Academy says Corvin Vale destroyed his own career through arrogance. Fine, they can keep saying it. Corvin has spent his entire adult life teaching gifted children how to find flaws in supposedly perfect systems. Now he applies the lesson himself. He leaves the cemetery before the morning patrol arrives, not through the main gate. Through an old maintenance path beneath the northern wall that only Academy dungeon instructors know. 2 hours later, he enters a disused storage building connected to Asterhall's abandoned eastern tunnels. His teaching license no longer opens Academy doors, but old architecture does not care about paperwork. Inside, he clears dust from a stone table. Then he places 32 student files in a neat row. Beside them goes the broken crest. Beside that goes a hand-drawn copy of the black symbol. Finally, Corvin opens a blank attendance ledger. At the top of the first page, he writes one name, Joran Pell. Under status, he writes, enrolled. Then Corvin takes a shovel, returns to the northern cemetery, and begins with the second grave. By the end of the 3rd night, Corvin has 8 students. Not 8 corpses, 8 students. That distinction matters more than anything. The abandoned eastern lecture hall beneath Asterhall Academy smells like damp stone, old chalk, and necromantic residue. Half the ceiling has collapsed. The benches are cracked. A dead chandelier hangs crooked above what used to be a practical magic classroom. Corvin chooses it anyway. The Academy abandoned this wing 23 years ago after a mana pipe ruptured beneath the foundations. Nobody comes here. Perfect. Joran stands near the front wall practicing barrier compression. Mira Seln sits on a broken desk with pale blue fire burning between her fingers. Tessa Mir repeatedly launches herself across the room with bursts of wind, overshoots the landing point, crashes into a pillar, reforms, and does it again. Death has not improved her patience. Corvin watches all 3 without comment. The other 5 students remain weaker. Some cannot maintain physical shape for more than 20 minutes. One loses speech whenever his mana drops below half. Another can only summon the lower section of her body if Corvin supplies additional necromantic energy. The class is embarrassingly incomplete, which is exactly why he starts teaching immediately. See, standard necromancers strengthen undead through raw death energy. More mana, better bones, higher corpse quality, maybe some expensive ritual involving black candles and enough screaming to annoy the neighbors. Corvin's class works differently. His summons grow through corrected learning. Every unresolved magical pathway preserved at death functions like an unfinished circuit. When a student identifies the error, rebuilds the spell structure, and successfully performs the corrected version, necromantic energy settles permanently into that pathway. Their magical potential resumes from where death interrupted it. That alone would already be ridiculous. But Corvin discovers the second mechanism before dawn. Jorn completes barrier form 5. The interface behind Corvin's eyes reacts. A message settles across his awareness, instructional resonance established. Teacher receives partial comprehension imprint from successfully corrected student technique. Our former professor immediately turns toward him. Interesting. He raises one hand. A barrier appears. Corvin has never specialized in defensive magic. He knows the theory, obviously. He wrote half the current academy curriculum on layered defense. But knowing how a spell works and possessing the instinct required to cast it are two completely different things. Now that difference shrinks. The transparent shield lasts 4 seconds before breaking. Joran stares. Mira stops playing with fire. Tessa hits the pillar again. Corvin ignores her. He casts the barrier a second time. Stronger. The class responds. Not with cheering. They are his students. They know better. Mira simply tilts her head. So when we learn, you learn? Corvin looks at his hand. Partially. Joran glances toward the others. That is enough to make the room go very quiet, because everyone here understands the implication. Corvin taught 32 students. 32 different magical talents. 32 specialization tracks. If each dead student continues developing, their instructor gains fragments of every corrected technique. Not copies, not full mastery. Something more dangerous. Understanding backed by muscle memory. A teacher built from his students. Yeah, the academy definitely did not account for that. Corvin closes his fist. Again, the class resumes. No celebration, no speeches. Just work. For the next 4 days, our necromancer does not hunt monsters. He does not raise random corpses. He does not seek revenge. He rebuilds a curriculum. The first thing he changes is grading. Asterhall trains students according to magical output, dueling performance, and standardized casting speed. Corvin throws all 3 standards away. Dead students do not tire normally. They do not need sleep. Their pain responses are muted. More importantly, most of them already failed under academy training once. Repeating the same method would be idiotic, so he teaches toward the mistake that killed each of them. Mira's fire magic produces terrifying output but wastes nearly 40% of its mana through unstable ignition. Corvin forces her to light individual droplets of rainwater without boiling the surrounding surface. She hates every second. Good. Tessa's movement magic is fast enough to blur, but she treats acceleration like a straight line. He hangs cracked bells from the ceiling at different heights. Her assignment is simple. Touch all 12 without making a sound. She hits 6, then 9, then 11. On the 34th attempt, every bell stays silent. Necromantic light travels through her translucent legs. Her unstable lower body becomes solid for the first time. Tessa lands. Actually lands. She looks down. Her boots are visible. 1 second passes. Then she kicks the nearest bench just to confirm she can. The bench explodes against the wall. Mira laughs. Corvin points toward the debris. You are repairing that. Tessa's expression dies harder than she already did. Even Joran smiles. Small moments, but important ones. The class is no longer behaving like summoned property. They argue. They complain. They remember jokes. They remember rivalries. They remember dying. That last part surfaces differently for each of them. Some avoid speaking about Vault 9 entirely. Some remember fragments. Mira remembers hearing metal chains. Tessa remembers a pressure wave before the monster appeared. Joran remembers the hidden door. A student named Soren Dahl remembers something none of the others do. A bell, not an academy alarm. A deeper sound. 3 pulses. Then, silence. Corvin writes every detail in the old attendance ledger. No theories yet. Facts first. That was lesson number 1 in dungeon investigation. By the 5th day, he has reconstructed nearly the entire final hour before the massacre from 32 incomplete memories. Not all students can be summoned yet. His class restriction allows student rank undead, but his mana pool does not allow all 32 to remain active simultaneously. 8 is the current limit. 9 makes his vision blur. 10 nearly stops his heart. So Corvin rotates them. Students appear in groups, train, report memories, return to rest. Each summon leaves behind a faint silver mark inside the attendance ledger. The book is not magical. At least it was not when he found it. Yet on the 5th night, Corvin notices Joran's name has changed. A tiny symbol appears beside it. 1 downward line. Then Mira's entry changes too. 1 line. Tessa gains the same mark before sunrise. Corvin compares it with the black emblem copied from the review chamber. A broken circle. 3 downward lines. Not identical. Related. He does not like coincidences. He likes them even less when they involve dead children. Our former instructor tears the marked page free. Nothing happens. He burns the corner. The symbol remains untouched. He tries dispelling magic. No reaction. Then Mira leans over the desk. Professor, Corvin looks at her. She points toward the paper. The line is mana. He already knows that. She clarifies, not yours. That changes things. Corvin places 2 fingers over the mark. cold, but not necromantic. He recognizes the texture after a moment. Dungeon mana, very faint. Training Vault 9 is somehow leaving residue on students summoned days after their deaths. That should be impossible. Once a corpse leaves a dungeon environment, residual mana decays within hours. These students have been buried outside the city. Yet something inside them remains connected. Corvin closes the ledger. The investigation just becomes more expensive. And more interesting. He needs access to Vault 9. Direct access is impossible. His license has been revoked. The entrance is sealed. Academy security now patrols the outer tunnels. So he does what a good instructor does when the obvious method fails. He changes the assignment. Asterhall Academy maintains hundreds of forgotten service tunnels beneath the eastern campus. Most were built before modern dungeon stabilization systems existed. Corvin knows 12. Professor Roth knows all of them. That matters. 2 days later, Roth receives an anonymous parcel. Inside is a maintenance manifest from 20 years ago. The document identifies a supposedly intact emergency conduit leading beneath Training Vault 9. It is real, mostly. Corvin spends 3 hours altering only one line. The tunnel number. Everything else remains untouched. Old paper. Real signatures. Authentic Academy stamps. A convincing lie is rarely built from falsehood. It is built from mostly true things arranged in the wrong order. Roth reads the manifest inside his office. Corvin knows because one of his students watches from beneath the floor, not metaphorically. Derek Voss specialized in earth sense magic while alive. He never mastered actual subterranean movement. Death changes the practical limitations. With enough necromantic reinforcement, Derek can flatten his body into a thin spectral layer and move through loose stone for nearly 90 seconds. Corvin discovers this accidentally during training. He immediately redesigns the technique into reconnaissance. Chekhov would be proud. Derek listens from the chamber below Roth's office while the professor calls 2 maintenance mages. Roth sounds nervous. Very nervous. He orders them to inspect the old conduit after midnight. No report. No written record, and definitely no academy guards. Corvin writes the time in his ledger. There it is. The bait works. He does not need Roth to confess. He needs him to move. That night, Corvin takes Joran and Derek into the eastern tunnels. No dramatic black cloak. No skull mask. No army. Just an unemployed teacher carrying chalk, rope, 3-mana lamps, and enough preparation to make assassination feel academically irresponsible. Joran walks beside him in partial physical form. His uniform is still torn, but his barrier control has improved enough that he can now maintain himself for almost 6 hours. Derek travels ahead. His spectral body periodically disappears through walls before returning with short reports. 2 maintenance mages, 1 professor. No guards. Corvin slows. Roth came personally. Even better, the tunnel narrows. Old academy bricks give way to dungeon stone. That transition should occur nearly 200 feet farther north. Corvin touches the wall. Black mineral veins run through it. The same stone found inside Vault 9. Someone expanded the dungeon boundary, artificially. He checks the altered maintenance manifest again. The fake tunnel should not exist. Yet a real tunnel has appeared exactly where Roth expects one. Interesting. Someone else prepared this route long before Corvin fabricated the bait. That is not good. The timeline changes. His original assumption was simple. Roth falsified the safety records after an unexpected dungeon mutation killed the students, and Malrek buried the evidence to protect Asterhall. Now that theory breaks. This passage was built in advance. Vault 9 was modified in advance. Whatever happened inside was not merely covered up afterward. Someone planned access to the dungeon before the class entered. Corvin stops walking. Joran watches him. The professor turns back 3 steps, kneels, and redraws the tunnel geometry in chalk directly on the stone floor. Original Academy map, known service shaft, Vault 9 boss chamber. Hidden doorway, new passage, the lines overlap. The tunnel does not lead toward the main dungeon. It leads behind it, straight toward the room Joran remembers. Corvin erases half the diagram with his sleeve. New plan. He does not follow Roth. He reaches the hidden chamber first. Our necromancer sends Derek ahead through the wall. The student disappears. 10 seconds. 20. 30. Then Derek returns so quickly his form nearly collapses. There are bodies. Corvin's expression hardens. How many? 4. Students? Derek shakes his head. Adults. That matters. Corvin continues forward. The passage opens into a circular maintenance chamber no official blueprint acknowledges. 4 corpses lie beside the wall. Academy technicians. Dead for weeks. Their uniforms carry no damage. Their throats are gray. Mana extraction. Corvin recognizes the symptom immediately. Someone drained their cores. On the opposite side of the chamber stands a metal door. No handle. No lock. Just the black emblem. A circle. 3 downward lines. Joran freezes. That one. Same door. Corvin approaches. A quiet pulse travels through the broken academy crest in his pocket. Then the attendance ledger responds. 3 student names briefly glow. Joran, Mira, Tessa. The single marks beside each entry deepen. One line becomes 2. Corvin looks at Joran. The dead student is staring at the door like someone hearing his own name whispered through a wall. Do you remember opening it? No. Did anyone? Joran's face tightens. I remember Professor Roth standing in front of it. There it is. The first direct connection. Footsteps echo behind them. Roth. Corvin extinguishes the mana lamp. Joran disappears. Derek sinks into the floor. Our former professor steps behind a collapsed support column and waits. Professor Roth enters with 2 maintenance mages. He moves fast, no hesitation. That tells Corvin this is not his first visit. Roth approaches the metal door and presses his palm against the symbol. Nothing. His jaw tightens. One technician asks whether the seal changed after the incident. Roth snaps at him to shut up. Then he says something much more useful. The transfer should have completed before Vale's class arrived. Corvin goes completely still. Transfer, not mutation. Not accident, transfer. Roth continues working at the mechanism. The second mage asks about the creature. Roth answers through clenched teeth. The Academy was promised a controlled specimen. Promised. By someone outside Asterhall. That is enough. Corvin does not attack. Not tonight. Killing Roth would be emotionally satisfying and strategically stupid. He needs the person who made the promise. So our necromancer leaves. Quietly. He lets Roth keep believing the secret remains buried. By sunrise, Corvin changes the entire curriculum again. Combat training becomes secondary. Reconnaissance becomes mandatory. Memory reconstruction becomes a daily exercise. Every summoned student draws what they remember from Vault 9. Not the monster. The room. Doors. Walls. Sounds. Smells. Chains. Symbols. Mira remembers silver dust near the boss chamber. Soren remembers a technician leaving before the class arrived. Tessa remembers Professor Roth telling her not to touch a wall marked with black paint. Every fragment adds another piece. Meanwhile, their power continues climbing. Joran learns to curve barriers instead of merely layering them. Mira compresses her fire into blue-white threads capable of cutting through metal without detonating. Tessa learns to redirect momentum in mid-air. Derek extends his earth sense through nearly 60 feet of stone. And Corvin absorbs fragments from all of them. Barrier shaping, thermal compression, directional acceleration, subterranean perception. Individually, none makes him exceptional. Together, they make him unpredictable. That is far more useful. Still, the class has a weakness. Corvin discovers it during a morning exercise. Mira overextends. Her form suddenly tears apart. Not metaphorically, her shoulder dissolves into gray fragments. Necromantic energy leaks violently across the room. Corvin cuts the summon immediately. The interface delivers a sharp warning: student growth exceeds current binding stability. Further development risks permanent soul pathway damage. That gets his attention instantly. He can teach them. But his low-class necromancer rank cannot safely contain their improving potential. The better they become, the harder they are to summon. A cruel system. Very academy-like, really. Corvin spends the entire afternoon testing the limitation. He finds the answer hidden in the wording. Binding stability. Not student growth. His class does not need stronger corpses, it needs stronger enrollment. He begins experimenting with the relationship between the attendance ledger, his necromantic mana, and each student's unfinished magical pathways. The first breakthrough comes from Joran. Corvin draws a small binding circle under the student's name. Not a traditional necromantic seal, a classroom registration sigil. Old instructors once used similar patterns to connect students to group training formations. Asterhall abandoned the practice decades ago. Corvin remembers the theory. Joran remembers performing it once as a first year. Together, they rebuild it. Teacher mana enters the ledger. Student mana answers. The symbol beside Joran's name shifts. The page turns cold. Then the system finally speaks up. Instructional bond upgraded. Temporary summon replaced by registered disciple binding. Joran's body stabilizes instantly. His torn sleeve repairs itself. The flickering across his face disappears. He still looks dead. Pale skin. Dim silver eyes. No heartbeat, but he no longer looks unfinished. Corvin studies him. Joran raises both hands. A curved barrier forms around the entire front half of the classroom. Solid. Clean. No shaking. Mira whistles. Tessa touches it. Joran looks at Corvin. Did I pass? Corvin examines the barrier for 5 full seconds. Then points toward the left edge. Your lower anchor is weak. Joran groans. The class laughs. But Corvin opens the attendance ledger. Beside Joran Pell's name, the old single-line mark has vanished. In its place appears a new notation, registered. The mechanism works. Not resurrection. Not slavery. Enrollment. That night, Corvin registers Mira, then Tessa, then Derek. Each bond increases the amount of necromantic energy his core can safely circulate. Each student becomes more stable. Each corrected lesson strengthens both student and teacher. By the end of the week, Corvin can maintain 12 active summons. 12. Still nowhere near 32, but enough. And beneath the progress, one detail keeps bothering him. The black symbol continues appearing, not only beside student records. Now it appears faintly on the underside of the ledger's back cover. Corvin did not draw it, neither did they. 3 downward lines. Broken circle. The same emblem from Roth's hidden door. The same dungeon residue inside his students. Whatever happened in Vault 9 is somehow connected to the mechanism allowing them to remain. That should concern him. It does. But concern is not the same as hesitation. Corvin tears a clean page from the back of the ledger. He draws a map of Asterhall's underground network, then marks Professor Roth's office, Training Vault 9, the hidden chamber, the review hall, and finally Chancellor Malrek's private archive. 4 locations, 1 pattern. The class gathers around the desk. No dramatic oath, no speech about revenge. Corvin simply assigns roles. Joran handles defense. Derek maps the sublevels. Tessa monitors patrol rotations. Mira learns to burn through enchanted locks without triggering heat wards. Soren reconstructs sound patterns from the massacre. Every student receives work matching a weakness they once failed to correct. The dead class begins operating like a real class. Outside, Asterhall Academy continues pretending Corvin Vale is finished. Professor Roth even gives an interview, explaining how stronger safety standards will prevent another tragedy. Corvin reads the article once, then uses it to wrap chalk. By the following night, Derek completes the first underground map. One passage appears where no passage should exist. It runs from the hidden chamber beneath Vault 9 directly toward Chancellor Malrek's archive. Corvin compares the route with the original Academy plans. Perfect overlap. The Academy did not discover this conspiracy after the massacre. Someone inside the Academy built infrastructure for it. Our necromancer closes the ledger. Then he walks to the old classroom door and turns the rusted sign around. The front still reads Storage East Wing. On the back, Corvin writes 2 words in fresh chalk, Class in Session. He hangs it facing outward. Then, for the first time since his dismissal, he opens attendance with 12 names answering back. The first person to discover Corvin Vale is teaching again is a second-year duelist trying to cheat on an exam. His name is Bren Holt. He is alive. That makes him unusual around here. Bren slips into the abandoned eastern wing shortly after midnight because someone told him the old storage tunnels connect to a sealed practice chamber where students used to leave copied spell formulas on the walls. What he finds instead is 12 dead teenagers taking attendance. Yeah, not exactly the study guide he expected. Bren freezes in the doorway. Joran turns first. Mira still has a thread of compressed blue fire stretched between 2 fingers. Tessa is upside down near the ceiling because Corvin is making her practice directional control without touching the floor. Derek's head is currently sticking out of a stone wall. The room goes silent. Bren screams. Corvin lowers the piece of chalk in his hand. Poor breath control. The boy screams again. Worse. Mira covers her mouth. Tessa drops from the ceiling laughing. Bren reaches for the emergency charm on his belt. Corvin moves before he can trigger it. Not quickly, precisely. One small wind burst from Tessa's corrected acceleration technique redirects Corvin's step. A curved barrier copied from Joran catches Bren's wrist. Then a thin line of heat from Mira's compression spell cuts the emergency charm away without touching skin. 3 student techniques. 1 sequence. Less than 2 seconds. Bren stares at him. Corvin releases the barrier. Sit. The boy sits. Immediately. Excellent survival instinct. Our necromancer returns to the board. The lesson continues. That is the moment Bren Holt realizes the disgraced instructor everyone calls a murderer is not hiding in some gutter. He is teaching the dead. Worse for Asterhall, those dead students are improving. Bren watches for nearly 40 minutes. At first, fear does all the work. Then confusion takes over. Joran repeatedly forms a barrier while Corvin throws chalk fragments at different angles. Mira practices cutting through metal rings without heating the chain holding them. Soren listens to overlapping spell detonations recorded inside memory crystals and identifies which magical frequency arrives first. This does not look like necromancy. It looks like class. A completely illegal, horrifying class, sure. But still class. Corvin finally turns toward Bren. Why are you here? The student swallows. Looking for old formula notes. To study? Bren hesitates. Corvin's eyes narrow. To cheat? That is not a question. The boy gives up immediately. Yes, Mira snorts. Corvin walks over and holds out his hand. Exam sheet. Bren blinks. What? The one you plan to cheat on. The student slowly removes a folded paper from inside his coat. Corvin scans it once. Intermediate dual geometry. Counterspell timing. Three-dimensional casting lanes. Basic material. He hands it back. Question 7 is poorly written. Bren looks down. What? The Academy expects answer C. The correct answer is B, if the opponent has lateral movement above 40 degrees. Bren stares. Corvin turns away. And if you use the copied answer sheet, you will fail question 12 because whoever sold this to you reversed the mana polarity. Silence. Bren checks. His face changes. Corvin has already resumed teaching. That should be the end of it. It is not, because 3 days later, Bren comes back. This time voluntarily, he brings bread. Dead students do not need food. Corvin does. The gesture earns him exactly 0 praise, but Corvin does not throw him out. That is enough. Bren starts sitting quietly in the back, then asking questions, then helping carry materials through the tunnels. Within a week, he becomes the first living student of the dead class, unofficially. Very unofficially. If Asterhall finds out, everyone involved gets arrested, but Bren proves useful. He gives Corvin something the dead cannot provide, current information. The Academy has changed since his dismissal. Vault 9 remains sealed. Chancellor Malrek publicly announces an internal safety reform. Professor Roth receives a promotion. That part makes Mira burn through an entire practice target. More importantly, Asterhall prepares for the mid-year tactical exhibition. Every department participates. Live duels, dungeon simulations, guild recruiters, royal observers. It is the most public academic event of the season. Corvin does not care, until Bren mentions one additional detail. The Academy is reopening Training Vault 7 for the exhibition. Vault 7 shares a containment spine with Vault 9. Now he cares. Corvin pulls out Derek's underground map. The two dungeons sit less than 80 feet apart beneath the central campus. Officially, they are separated by reinforced mana walls. Unofficially, someone already created tunnels behind one of them. Vault 7 could provide access to the hidden infrastructure without approaching 9 directly. Corvin marks the exhibition date. 9 days away, Bren watches. You're going inside? Corvin does not answer. He starts changing the lesson plan. That is answer enough. The next phase begins immediately. Joran receives advanced barrier geometry. Mira learns thermal masking. Tessa practices movement inside narrow tunnels instead of open rooms. Derek trains to extend earth sense around active mana fields. Soren receives the strangest assignment. Listen to the massacre again, not the screams. The bell, 3 pulses, he hates it. Corvin knows. He assigns it anyway, because trauma does not become harmless when ignored. It becomes unexamined, and unexamined things kill people twice. Soren sits alone at the front desk with a memory crystal between both hands. The sound reconstruction begins. Broken spellcasting. Stone cracking. Students shouting. Then the low bell. 1, 2, 3. Soren cuts the crystal off. His spectral fingers shake. Corvin waits. No encouragement, no pressure. After nearly a minute, Soren activates it again. 1, 2, 3. This time he listens past the 3rd tone. His eyes widen. There's a 4th. Corvin looks up. Bren does too. Soren rewinds. The class gathers. The first 3 pulses are heavy, obvious. The 4th is almost inaudible. Higher frequency, hidden underneath the monster's roar. Corvin takes the crystal. He isolates the sound, not a bell, a locking signal. Asterhall uses 4-tone harmonic locks in high-security research chambers. 3 tones announce containment. The 4th completes transfer authorization. Corvin's face goes still. Now they know what Roth meant. The transfer should have completed before Vale's class arrived. The monster was not supposed to remain in Vault 9. Something interrupted the transfer, and Corvin's students entered before whoever controlled the mechanism corrected it. That changes the shape of the massacre again. They were not the intended targets. They were collateral damage. That should make it less personal. It does not. Corvin stores the crystal. Then he adjusts the operation. The original plan was infiltration. Now it becomes interception. If Vault 7 still connects to the same transfer architecture, activating it may expose who controls the system. But before Corvin can use the exhibition, the Academy gives him a problem. Bren disappears. He misses one night. Then 2. By the 3rd, Corvin sends Derek toward the living dormitories. The student returns with information. Bren is in disciplinary custody. Reason: unauthorized access to restricted archival materials. Corvin's expression changes by almost nothing. The class notices anyway. Mira extinguishes her flame. Joran steps forward. What did he access? Derek answers. Professor Vale's case file. There it is. Bren got curious. Curiosity is a useful trait. With terrible timing, Corvin asks where they are holding him. West Adjudication Chamber. That creates a second problem. The chamber sits directly beneath the faculty records office, and Professor Roth is scheduled to conduct the questioning personally. The class waits. They know him well enough now. Corvin does not rush. He takes out the academy patrol schedule, then the building diagram, then Bren's exam timetable. He checks the clock. Joran. The barrier student straightens. You are with me. Mira? Stay here. She clearly hates that answer. Tessa? Roof route. She smiles. Derek? Under the chamber. He nods. Soren? Corvin places the memory crystal in front of him. Keep working on the fourth tone. That hurts Soren more than being left out, but he understands. Every assignment exists for a reason. Corvin picks up his old instructor coat. He has not worn it since the hearing. The academy crest is missing from the chest. The empty stitching remains. He puts it on anyway. Bren's interrogation begins at 1 in the morning. Professor Roth arrives first. 2 disciplinary mages stand beside the door. Bren sits inside a suppression circle with both wrists sealed. Roth places a folder on the table. Inside are copied pages from Corvin's disciplinary case. Most are heavily redacted. Bren says nothing. Good. At least cheating did not destroy all his judgment. Roth sits across from him. You were seen entering the eastern tunnels. Bren keeps quiet. Who were you meeting? No answer. Roth opens another page. This is not a game. Bren looks at him. You promoted yourself after 32 students died. Bad choice. Roth's face hardens. Bren keeps going. Seems like someone's playing. Very bad choice. Roth raises one hand. A pressure spell slams Bren backward into the chair. The suppression circle prevents defensive casting. Roth leans closer. Where is Vale? Bren smiles despite the pain. No idea. Technically true. At that exact moment, Corvin is directly above them. Our former professor crawls through an abandoned service conduit while Joran maintains a thin barrier over both bodies to suppress sound. Tessa waits on the outer roof. Derek moves beneath the interrogation chamber floor. Simple. Layered. No unnecessary heroics. Corvin reaches the ventilation grate. Looks down. Roth is threatening Bren. 2 guards. 1 suppression field. 1 emergency alarm crystal. Corvin studies the room for 11 seconds. Then notices the alarm crystal is connected to an outdated signal relay. He taught the person who designed that system. Literally. Former student. Graduated 7 years ago. Excellent enchantment work. Still vulnerable to harmonic interference. Corvin taps twice on the conduit. Derek feels the vibration through the stone. He moves. A thin crack forms beneath the alarm crystal. Not enough to break it. Enough to change resonance. Corvin waits. Roth asks Bren again. Where is Vale? Bren spits blood onto the floor. Then the outer window opens. Tessa enters like a gust of wind. 1 guard turns. Too slow. She kicks his casting wrist upward. His spell hits the ceiling. The 2nd guard triggers the alarm. Nothing. Derek's crack distorts the crystal frequency. Joran drops through the ventilation opening beside Corvin and expands a curved barrier across the room. Roth attacks immediately. Good instincts. A lance of compressed lightning strikes Joran's shield. The impact drives the dead student backward. Barrier fractures spread across the surface. Stage 1. Receive the hit. Roth sees the damaged shield and smiles. He thinks he understands the threat. He does not. Corvin lands behind Joran. Professor Roth's face empties. Vale. There it is. Recognition. Fear follows half a second later. Corvin looks at Bren. Bruised cheek. Burned wrist. Alive. Then back at Roth. No anger on his face. That is worse. Roth attacks again. Lightning forks across the chamber. Joran catches the first strike. The second tears through the barrier edge. Corvin moves sideways using Tessa's directional burst. A third strike burns across his shoulder. Pain. Real pain. Our necromancer does not retreat. He watches. Roth favors his right hand. He compresses mana before each heavy cast. His left shoulder rises slightly whenever he changes polarity. Corvin remembers this. Roth taught advanced lightning control for 6 years before moving into administration. His style has not changed much. Stage 2. Read the opponent. Roth fires a web of electricity across the floor. Corvin lets it come closer. 1 step. 2. Then he forms Joran's curved barrier horizontally instead of vertically. The electricity hits the shield. Redirects, not blocked. Guided. Straight into the suppression circle around Bren. The spell overloads the restraint runes. They break. Bren rolls out of the chair. Roth finally realizes what happened. Corvin did not defend against his attack. He used it as a key. Stage 3. Fire back. Mira is not here, so Corvin uses her lesson himself. A thin blue-white line appears over one fingertip. Thermal compression. Weak compared with Mira's version. Enough. He slices through the metal clasp on Roth's casting bracer. The enchanted focus drops. Joran expands his barrier at the same moment, not around Corvin, around Roth. A transparent sphere locks the professor inside his own space. Roth strikes the barrier. Once, twice. It holds. Joran's lower anchor does not shake. Lesson corrected. Roth stares at him. Recognition finally reaches his face. Pell? Joran says nothing. That lands harder than any insult. Roth looks at the dead boy he helped bury. Then at Corvin. What did you do? Wrong question. Corvin steps closer. What was being transferred? Roth's face closes. Corvin expected that. He reaches into his coat. Not a weapon, a memory crystal. 3 tones echo through the chamber. Then the hidden fourth. Roth's pupils tighten. Tiny reaction. Enough, Corvin notices. The transfer target. Silence. Where was the creature supposed to go? Roth says nothing. Corvin tilts his head. Not out of the academy. That gets another reaction. Good, he continues. Vault 9 and Vault 7 share the same containment spine. Roth's jaw tightens. The transfer route goes deeper. No response. Corvin already has what he needs. Bren looks between them. Joran keeps the barrier closed. Professor Roth finally snarls. You have no idea what you're touching. That sentence is almost useful. Almost. Corvin steps closer. Then explain it. Roth laughs. Not because anything is funny. Because frightened men sometimes confuse mockery with control. You think this is about Asterhall? There it is. A larger structure. Corvin says nothing. Roth continues before he realizes his mistake. The academy exists because institutions like ours keep certain things contained. Corvin glances at the black seal embedded in Roth's bracer. A tiny broken circle. 3 downward lines. Roth notices. Too late. He tries to hide his wrist. Corvin has already seen it. The same symbol. But this one contains letters around the outer edge. Small. Old script. 3 visible characters. V. E. R. Not enough for a name. Enough for a search. Corvin backs away. Roth stares. You can't leave me here. Corvin looks at Joran. The dead student understands. The barrier vanishes. Roth immediately raises both hands. Nothing happens. His casting bracer is broken. His mana channels are still unstable from repeatedly striking Joran's shield. Corvin could kill him, very easily. He does not. Roth alive is a moving source of information. Roth dead becomes a closed file. Corvin turns toward Bren. Can you walk? Probably. That means yes. Bren stands. They leave. Professor Roth shouts after them. You'll get them killed again. Corvin stops. That sentence reaches the room differently. Joran goes completely still. Bren looks toward Corvin. Our former instructor turns only halfway. Roth sees his face. No rage, no dramatic fury. Just a kind of cold attention. Corvin speaks quietly. That is why there will not be a second mistake. Then he leaves. By morning, rumors spread through the disciplinary wing. Someone broke into a restricted chamber. 2 guards remember fighting translucent students. Professor Roth refuses to explain what happened. Asterhall leadership suppresses the incident before breakfast. Again, same instinct. Same pattern. Hide first, understand later. Corvin expects that. What he does not expect happens inside the abandoned classroom. Joran collapses. The moment he crosses the threshold, his body flickers violently. The barrier student drops against a desk. Necromantic fractures spread across his arms. Corvin catches him. A warning strikes across the teacher's mind. Registered disciple exceeds lower class binding threshold after advanced combat application. Too much growth. Again, the new registration stabilized Joran, but not enough. Mira moves toward them. What happens if it breaks? Corvin does not answer. He already knows. Permanent pathway damage. Possibly worse. Joran looks at his own transparent hands. Professor. Corvin opens the attendance ledger. Joran's name is glowing. The word registered shakes on the page. Under it, something new begins forming. Not system text. A blank line. Corvin studies it, then understands. The class is asking for a higher designation. Asterhall divides students into enrollment categories. Provisional, registered, advanced, candidate, graduate. Necromancy is somehow using academic structure as its evolution hierarchy. Of course it is. His class literally awakened through the remains of his teaching identity. Corvin places his palm over Joran's name. He does not pour more death mana into the bond. That would only reinforce the same weak structure. Instead, he draws the advanced study sigil beside the registration seal. The old academy symbol requires 2 things: instructor approval and proof of corrected competency. Corvin looks at Joran. Barrier forms 7. Joran's body is barely stable. He still raises his hands. The room falls silent. Barrier form 7 is not defensive. It is adaptive. The caster must change curvature after impact without breaking the mana surface. Joran failed it 11 times while alive. Corvin remembers every one. Mira throws a firebolt. Joran blocks. The shield bends. Tessa attacks from the side. The barrier reshapes. Derek cracks the floor beneath him. Joran changes the lower anchor without dropping the upper shell. 3 threats. 1 continuous barrier. Perfect. The attendance ledger erupts with cold light. A message burns across Corvin's mind. Competency, correction, recognized, registered disciple, promoted to advanced revenant student. Joran's body changes, not dramatically. No giant armor. No ridiculous crown. His academy coat simply repairs itself. The torn insignia on his chest reforms in silver. His eyes brighten, and around his left forearm appears a translucent geometric band made from layered barrier formulas. A tool. Not decoration. Corvin releases the promotion seal. Joran inhales out of habit. He does not need air, still does it, then raises a barrier. It fills the entire classroom. No flicker, no cracks. Mira's face lights up. Tessa hits it with a wind strike. Nothing. Derek punches it. Still nothing. Joran looks at Corvin. The professor checks the lower anchor. Perfect. Pass. That one word hits harder than praise. Joran smiles. Actually smiles. The class reacts instantly. Not loudly, but something changes. They have proof now. Death is not the end of their progression. The academy ranked them once. Corvin's class can rank them again. Stage 4. Consequence. After Roth's interrogation attempt, Corvin gains more than information. Bren becomes fully committed. Joran reaches advanced status. The class learns that combat correction accelerates growth, and Corvin gains access to a stronger form of instructional resonance. When Joran's promotion completes, a fragment of adaptive barrier logic settles into Corvin's mana pathways. He tests it once. A curved shield appears, then changes angle without collapsing. Not full mastery. Enough to matter later. More importantly, the promotion creates a second open slot in the attendance ledger. A heading appears beneath Joran's record. Course specialization. Corvin writes one word. Defense. The ledger accepts it. Then 7 more blank specialization lines appear for the other registered students. Now he understands the next stage. His undead are not becoming generic, stronger summons. They are becoming specialists. A real class. A coordinated class. One built around everything they never had time to become. The next day, Corvin sends Bren back to normal lessons. The boy objects. Loudly. Corvin ignores him. You need to remain visible. They interrogated me. Exactly. If I go back, they'll watch me. Exactly. Bren finally understands. He is bait. Not disposable bait. Observed bait. There is a difference. Corvin gives him a modified mana pin. It looks like a standard uniform clasp. Inside sits one of Derek's earth sense fragments combined with Joran's barrier resonance. If anyone searches Bren magically, Corvin will feel the disturbance through the registration network. A living extension of the classroom. Bren attaches it. Do I get a class designation too? Corvin looks at him. You are failing practical geometry. Bren sighs. So no, you get homework. Much worse. 3 days before the mid-year tactical exhibition, Asterhall announces the participant list. Bren brings it underground. Corvin scans the names. 2nd years. 3rd years. Elite Division. Royal Scholarship candidates. Then one catches his attention. Lysa Wren. 3rd year spatial mage. Former student. Not from the dead class. Alive. Brilliant. Difficult. The Academy's top current dungeon candidate. She studied under Corvin for 1 year before transferring into advanced spatial research. He remembers her because she never accepted an instruction without asking why. Good habit. Terrible for obedient institutions. Bren points at her name. She's leading the Vault 7 team. That complicates things. Corvin refuses to use living students as disposable cover. Even Academy students who currently hate him. Especially them. The operation must avoid interfering with the official team. He redraws the route. They enter after Lysa's group clears the first zone. Use the maintenance spine. Reach the transfer chamber. Collect evidence. Leave. No contact. Simple. Plans are always simple before reality gets involved. The mid-year tactical exhibition begins under perfect blue skies. Hundreds of students crowd the central arena. Guild banners hang from academy towers. Royal inspectors occupy the upper galleries. Chancellor Malrek gives a speech about resilience. Corvin listens through a memory relay hidden in Bren's uniform. The irony almost becomes physically painful. Malrek praises Asterhall's commitment to student safety. Mira makes a choking noise. Corvin ignores her. Below the arena, 5 members of the dead class wait inside an abandoned conduit. Joran, Mira, Tessa, Derek, Soren. The others remain at the eastern classroom because Corvin still cannot sustain too many advanced summons simultaneously. He checks each specialization. Joran defense, Mira precision destruction. Tessa mobility. Derek terrain reconnaissance. Surin signal analysis. 5 dead students. 1 teacher. A curriculum designed for burglary. Beautiful. The official Vault 7 team enters at noon. Corvin waits 7 minutes. Then moves. Derek leads through stone. Tessa scouts junctions. Mira removes 2 sealed brackets without triggering heat alarms. Joran maintains a low barrier around the team to blur magical signatures. Soren listens. Everything works. Until they reach the containment spine, Soren raises one hand. Stop. Corvin freezes. A sound travels through the wall. One low pulse. Then another. Then a third. Not part of the exhibition. Soren's face changes. The transfer signal. Corvin checks the time. Impossible. No transfer should occur today, unless someone intends to use the noise and mana activity of the exhibition as cover. 4th tone. High. Barely audible. The wall beside them opens. Not mechanically. Spatially. A black seam appears through the stone. Derek staggers backward. Joran raises his barrier. Corvin watches the seam widen. Inside is not Vault 9, not Vault 7, a tunnel filled with metal rails and chained containment platforms. Dozens of them, most empty, some are not. Creatures move behind enchanted glass, dungeon monsters, artificially restrained, tagged, cataloged, transferred. Asterhall is not hiding one illegal specimen. It is part of a transport network. Corvin recalculates instantly. Different scale, different enemy, different objective. He signals retreat. Then a scream echoes through the containment spine. Living voice. Lysa. Corvin stops. Another explosion. The official student team has encountered something. Mira looks at him. No one asks the question. They already know. Evidence can wait. Students cannot. Our necromancer turns away from the hidden transport chamber and runs toward Vault 7. By the time he reaches the second combat zone, 3 academy students are down. Not dead. Yet, a giant armored crawler fills the corridor. It is not supposed to be here. Vault 7's approved monster list contains nothing above upper intermediate rank. This creature is military grade. One front claw smashes through Lysa's spatial shield. She is thrown across the chamber. Her team leader tries to activate an emergency exit. Nothing happens. Transfer interference. The dungeon system is locked. Corvin recognizes the pattern. Same as Vault 9. His stomach goes cold. Not panic. Memory. 32 bodies. Black stone. Broken uniforms. No, not again. The crawler charges. Joran intercepts. His adaptive barrier opens across the corridor. Impact. The entire floor shakes. Cracks spread through the shield, but it holds. The academy students stare. Lysa looks up. Her eyes move from Joran's silver uniform to Corvin behind him. Shock hits her face. Professor Vale? No time. The crawler strikes again. Stage 1. Take the hit. Joran's barrier bends. Not breaks. Corvin watches the monster. Armor plates overlap along the front. Mana vents open near the joints after every heavy movement. Its left side recovers slower. The back legs compensate. Stage 2. Read. The creature charges a 3rd time. Corvin points. Tessa. Right wall. She moves. Wind erupts. The dead mobility specialist runs sideways across vertical stone and circles behind the crawler. Mira. 3rd joint. Blue-white fire compresses between her fingers. Derek. Floor. Earth sense travels downward. He identifies the weakest load-bearing point. Soren. Vent timing. The signal student closes his eyes. Listens. 3 pulses from the crawler's mana engine. Pause. 4th pulse. Now. Stage 3. Fire. Derek fractures the floor beneath the left rear leg. The crawler tilts. Tessa strikes the exposed joint and redirects its momentum. Joran angles his barrier forward. The monster's own charge slides against the curved surface and exposes its underside. Mira releases one thin line of compressed flame. No explosion, just precision. The fire passes through the open mana vent. Inside, the crawler stops. Then its internal core ruptures. Not outward, inward. The entire creature collapses. Stage 4. Consequence. Silence hits the chamber. The academy students stare. Corvin immediately checks the injured. 1 broken arm, 2 mana burns, no fatalities. Good. Lysa gets to her feet. Her face is pale. She looks at Joran. Recognition deepens. I attended his funeral. Joran looks back at her. Yeah, that does not help. Lysa turns toward Corvin. What is happening? He looks at the dead crawler. A metal tag hangs beneath one armor plate. Black emblem. Broken circle. 3 downward lines. And beneath it, a full inscription. Vespera Transfer Bureau. There it is. A name. Finally. Corvin tears the tag free. The Academy's dungeon alarm suddenly activates. not emergency evacuation. Security breach. Someone discovered his presence. Corvin looks toward the official team, then toward the hidden corridor behind them. Decision time. He could flee. Keep the evidence. Stay hidden. That would be safer. It would also leave Lysa and 4 living students trapped in a dungeon whose transfer network is currently active. Unacceptable. Corvin takes out his old instructor coat and throws it over the injured student with the mana burns, then turns to Lysa. Can you open a short spatial corridor? She looks stunned. Maybe 20 meters. Make it 25. I just said your third anchor is still too wide. Her mouth closes. He remembers. Of course he remembers. You lose efficiency because you stabilize the exit before the midpoint. Lysa stares. 2 years since he taught her. Same mistake. Corvin points toward the far wall. Build midpoint first. She does. The portal reaches 26 meters. Lisa looks at it. Then at him. No time to process. Corvin sends the injured through. One by one, Jorn covers. Mira destroys the crawler's transfer tag bracket. Derek locates the next safe wall. Tessa moves between both groups. Asterhall security teams enter Vault 7 from above. Corvin guides the students through 3 spatial jumps. At the final junction, Lysa looks back. Come with us. He does not. If Academy security finds him standing beside revived students, the entire investigation ends tonight. He hands her the broken metal tag. Keep this. She takes it. Why? Because they will search me first. Lysa looks at the inscription. Vespera Transfer Bureau. Her eyes harden. Good. Still asks why. Still dangerous to obedient institutions. Corvin steps backward. Do not give it to Roth. That tells her enough. The students leave. Corvin and the dead class disappear into the service tunnel seconds before security arrives. By evening, Asterhall announces that an unauthorized monster migration caused a temporary incident in Vault 7. No casualties. The Academy praises the participating students for their bravery. No mention of Corvin. No mention of 5 dead students. No mention of the Vespera tag. But rumors move faster than official statements. Someone recorded part of the fight. Not clearly. Just enough. A silver uniformed barrier mage standing in front of an impossible monster. A blue flame cutting through armor. A disgraced instructor giving orders. By midnight, students across Asterhall are sharing the same question. Was Professor Vale inside Vault 7? By dawn, the question changes. Was that Joran Pell? The Academy begins deleting recordings, which obviously makes everyone share them harder. Excellent strategy. Absolutely flawless. In the Eastern classroom, Corvin stands in front of a new board. He writes one word. Vespera. Under it, Transfer Bureau, Dungeon Transport, Academy Access, Roth Connection, Malrek unknown. The class watches. Bren arrives late, breathless. He drops 3 newspapers on a desk. All 3 contain blurry images from Vault 7. One headline calls Corvin a fugitive necromancer. Another asks whether the dead students were illegally resurrected. The third claims the entire incident is a publicity stunt. Mira reads that one twice. That's insulting. Corvin takes the paper away. Focus, Bren grins, then places something else on the desk, a folded note. No signature. Delivered through his dormitory window. Corvin opens it. Only one sentence. Vault 9 was never certified by Roth. The handwriting is unfamiliar. Below the sentence sits a small, hand-drawn emblem. Not Vespera's broken circle. A square split diagonally by a silver line. New symbol, new player. Corvin studies it. The massacre now has at least 3 layers. The official academy, the Vespera Transfer Bureau, and whoever just contacted him. He folds the note. No speculation. Not yet. Instead, Corvin turns toward the class. Jorn is stronger. Mira's fire control has doubled. Tessa can redirect at full speed. Derek can read active dungeon walls. Soren identified the transfer sequence. And today, all 5 fought together for the first time. The system recognizes it too. A notification arrives quietly. Coordinated instructional combat completed. Class synergy unlocked. Group correction pathways now available. Corvin's eyes narrow. Group correction. He understands immediately. Until now, each student improves by correcting individual mistakes. Now they can correct weaknesses in each other. Joran can shape barriers around Tessa's movement. Mira can time precision strikes using Soren's signal reads. Derek can alter terrain to create ideal casting geometry for everyone else. The class is no longer a collection of unfinished students. It is becoming a formation. Corvin walks to the board. Below Vespera, he writes the next assignment. Group practical. Tessa groans. Mira smiles. Joran straightens. Bren slowly raises one hand. Does this mean there is an exam? Corvin looks at him. There is always an exam. Bren lowers his hand. Terrible news. Outside, Asterhall Academy begins hunting for the disgraced instructor it thought it had erased. Inside the forgotten eastern wing, Corvin moves the desks into a combat formation, opens the attendance ledger, and begins preparing his dead students for the lesson that will eventually break the Academy's version of the truth. The first guild recruiter arrives at Asterhall asking for Corvin Vale by name. That alone would be awkward. The second one brings a resurrection contract. The third brings armed escorts. By noon, the Academy gates are surrounded by people who absolutely should not know the dead class exists. And Chancellor Malrek is furious. Not publicly, of course. Publicly, Asterhall releases a beautifully polished statement explaining that rumors surrounding Professor Vale are misinterpretations of an ongoing security matter. That is administrative language for please stop looking. Nobody stops looking. The blurry recording from Vault 7 spreads across the capital overnight. Guild analysts slow the footage frame by frame. Former students identify Joran Pell from his casting posture. One barrier specialist publicly points out that the dead boy performs adaptive form 7 more cleanly than most licensed defensive mages. Then someone notices Mira, then Tessa, then the crawler tag. Vespera Transfer Bureau. That name disappears from every public database within 6 hours, which is exactly how everyone realizes it matters. Corvin watches the chaos from beneath the eastern wing. He does not enjoy it. Attention is useful only when controlled. This is not controlled. Bren enters the classroom carrying 4 newspapers, 2 pastries, and a stack of copied student forum posts thick enough to qualify as structural reinforcement. Mira grabs the pastries. Corvin takes the papers. How bad? Bren thinks about it. Depends on whether being accused of running an illegal undead academy counts as bad. Corvin unfolds the first page. There he is. A terrible sketch of his face under the headline, "The Grave Professor Returns." He turns to the second. Dead prodigies fight again. Third, Asterhall hiding necromancy scandal. Fourth, former instructor may control student souls. That one gets his attention. Joran reads over his shoulder. Control? Mira's expression turns ugly. Tessa stops eating. Corvin folds the page carefully. There it is, the narrative he expected. Asterhall cannot deny the students exist anymore, so the next move is obvious. Turn them into victims of Corvin instead. The Academy already blamed him once. Now they simply need a new version. Bren drops the forum pages onto a desk. Students are split. How? Some think you saved the Vault 7 team. Some think you raised everyone against their will. A lot are asking why Joran looks stronger dead than he did alive. Joran looks offended. I was improving. Mira pats his shoulder. After dying. Still counts. Corvin ignores them. The Academy's response matters more. He checks the official notices. Faculty Assembly. Emergency Ethics Panel. Necromancy Restrictions. Guardian Complaints. One detail repeats across all 4. Professor Roth is now listed as acting head of dungeon safety. Of course he is. The man involved in an illegal transfer network now controls the department investigating illegal dungeon activity. Talk about efficient promotion. Corvin places the notices beside Derek's map. This changes the board. Before Vault 7, Corvin possesses information but no influence. Now influence arrives whether he wants it or not. Students are watching. Guilds are asking questions. Asterhall is forced to react publicly. And Vespera knows someone found their transport tag. That last one matters most. Corvin circles the word Vespera. Then he looks at the unsigned note Bren brought back. Vault 9 was never certified by Roth. Below it sits the unfamiliar square symbol split by a silver diagonal line. Corvin has spent 2 days tracing it. Nothing in Academy archives, nothing in guild registries, nothing in public military records. But Soren discovers something through sound. The ink reacts faintly when exposed to the 4th transfer tone. Not enough to glow. Enough to vibrate. Whoever sent the note knows Vespera's signal architecture. That means they are either inside the network or hunting it. Corvin does not decide which. Not yet. He builds safeguards instead. Every entrance to the eastern classroom receives layered detection. Derek maps 3 additional escape routes. Tessa establishes relay points along the roofs. Mira learns to destroy written records without damaging surrounding objects. Joran modifies his barrier so that it can isolate one person from a room without sealing everyone else. Soren develops an acoustic alarm using the transfer tone frequency. Bren receives a much less exciting assignment. Attend normal class. He complains for 6 straight minutes. Corvin waits. Bren finally stops. You're serious. Painfully. They searched my dorm. That is why you go back. They know I'm connected to you. They suspect. Same thing. No. Corvin hands him a fresh stack of homework. Suspicion creates surveillance. Certainty creates detention. Bren looks at the homework. Can detention replace this? No. Cruel. Absolutely brutal. But Bren returns to the main academy. That turns out to be the right decision. Within 3 days, Corvin receives more information from one bored second year than from weeks of illegal infiltration. Students talk, especially when faculty tell them not to. The Academy's upper division has quietly canceled all external dungeon exercises. The alchemy department is being ordered to surrender monster core inventories. 3 instructors disappear from schedules. Chancellor Malrek meets privately with representatives from the Royal Dungeon Office. And Lysa Wren has not returned to classes since Vault 7. That last one bothers Corvin. He sent her out alive. She carried the Vespera tag. Now she is missing from public view. Bren asks around. Official answer, medical recovery. Unofficial answer, restricted questioning. Corvin marks her name on the board. He does not immediately rescue her. That would be a mistake. If Lysa is being questioned by ordinary Academy officials, intervention exposes his network. If Vespera has her, delay becomes dangerous. He needs location first. Derek cannot reach the high-security faculty wing without crossing active wards. Tessa cannot scout openly anymore. Bren is watched. So Corvin uses someone new. Her name is Ilya Ven. She died in Vault 9 at 17. While alive, she specialized in illusion theory. Not practical illusion, theory. Ilya could explain 18 concealment models and successfully perform maybe 3. Her instructors considered her disappointing. Corvin considered her unfinished. Tonight, he enrolls her. The summoning begins quietly. Gray light gathers above the classroom floor. A thin girl appears sitting exactly where her old desk once stood. Her hair forms last. Then her hands. Then half her uniform. Her face stabilizes. She looks around. Confusion first. Recognition next. Then she sees Corvin. Her lips part. Professor. Corvin's chest tightens for half a second. Same as always. He does not let it control the room. Welcome back, Ilya. Her eyes move toward Joran. Then Mira. Then Tessa. Then the other dead students. The confusion changes into something harder. Memory arrives. Vault 9. The crawler. Screaming. Corvin sees it happen. He gives her time. No one speaks. Eventually, Ilya touches her own throat. I died. Yes. No softening. No lie. She nods once. Then looks down at her translucent hands. What grade? Tessa laughs so hard she nearly falls off a desk. Mira covers her face. Joran actually turns away. Corvin stares at Ilya. Same girl. Definitely. Currently provisional. Ilya's expression collapses. That's worse than dying. Good. Some things survive. Corvin places her old academic file on the desk. Your illusion structure was accurate. Your casting stability was not. She looks at the file. Professor, I just found out I'm dead. And? A pause. Then a tiny smile. Right. Training begins. Ilya's first assignment has nothing to do with infiltration. Corvin makes her reproduce the simplest concealment field she failed as a first year. It collapses instantly. Again. Collapses. Again. On the 6th attempt, she gets angry. On the 9th, she overcasts. Corvin interrupts. You're building the illusion around the observer. Ilya frowns. That's how the textbook. That is how the standardized model works. He taps the desk. You always process space better than perception. Stop fooling the viewer. She watches him. Hide the object instead. Different architecture. Instead of altering what someone perceives, Ilya bends ambient mana around a fixed point and creates an informational blind spot. It is more difficult. Also far better suited to her mind. She tries. The chalk on Corvin's desk disappears. Not visually. The class can still see it. But nobody notices it unless Corvin points directly at it. Mira blinks. That is creepy. Ilya's eyes widen. The system reacts. A muted notification settles through Corvin's mind. Unresolved specialization corrected. Concealment pathway reopened. Her spectral form becomes slightly denser. Good. Again. By the next morning, Ilya can create a blind spot around her own body for 17 seconds. By the following night, 28. On the 3rd, she walks through the eastern corridor while 3 students stare directly at her and none register her presence. Now Corvin gives her the real assignment. Find Lysa. Ilya smiles. There it is. A student finding purpose again. The dead class grows to 13 active members. Not all at once. Corvin's mana still limits sustained summons, but the roster changes. Joran leads defensive drills. Mira starts teaching thermal control to 2 weaker pyromancy students. That surprises everyone. Especially Mira. She complains that they keep making beginner mistakes. Corvin says nothing. 5 minutes later, she is correcting one student's wrist angle exactly the way he once corrected hers. Interesting. The class is beginning to teach itself. That triggers another change. When Mira's student succeeds, Corvin feels a tiny pulse through the attendance ledger. Not from the learner, from Mira. Teaching accelerates her own stabilization. There it is. The system is not merely rewarding knowledge acquisition, it rewards transmission. Dead students become stronger when they correct others. A class that scales by teaching. Corvin closes the ledger slowly. That is ridiculous. More importantly, it changes his long-term strategy. He no longer needs to personally instruct every student forever. He needs specialists capable of producing specialists. Joran can teach defense, Mira precision casting, Tessa movement, Derek terrain awareness, Soren signal analysis, Ilya concealment. One professor becomes 7 instructors. 7 become more. The class can expand without turning into an army of mindless undead. It becomes an institution. That thought should feel absurd. Instead, it feels inevitable. Corvin clears the far wall, then draws a basic organizational structure. He does not write army. He writes departments. Bren sees it that evening. You're making a school. Corvin looks at him. No. Bren points at the board. That is literally a school. Corvin considers the diagrams. Defense instruction. Mobility instruction. Field analysis. Spell correction. Reconnaissance. Temporary academic framework. School. Corvin ignores him. The structure grows anyway. And with growth comes a problem. Space. The abandoned Eastern classroom can hide 13 undead students. It cannot hide 32. It definitely cannot support practical combat training, so Corvin expands underground. Derek discovers an unused lecture vault beneath the old wing. The chamber is huge, circular. Tiered benches. A broken central arena. Old runic channels beneath the floor. Asterhall used it nearly 40 years ago for group casting instruction. Perfect. The dead class spends 2 nights repairing it. No dramatic construction montage. Everyone has work. Tessa clears collapsed stone by redirecting momentum. Derek stabilizes the floor. Mira melts rusted brackets without damaging the runes. Joran reinforces the ceiling. Ilya hides the main entrance from casual perception. Bren carries wood. He complains the entire time. Nobody cares. Corvin rebuilds the old runic channels using chalk, mana wire, and salvaged focusing stones. The mechanism has one purpose: shared spell geometry. That means multiple students can cast separate techniques through a unified formation, exactly what Corvin needs. Group correction pathways from Vault 7 remain largely unexplored. Now he has a proper testing ground. The first formation uses 5 students. Joran at center, Mira north, Tessa east, Derek south, Soren west. The objective is simple: protect a target while destroying 3 moving threats. They fail immediately. Joran's barrier blocks Tessa's route. Mira's heat disrupts Soren's signal red. Derek changes terrain too early. The entire formation collapses. Corvin watches. Again, second attempt. Worse, third. Mira accidentally detonates a practice target. Fourth, Tessa crashes into Joran's shield. Fifth, Soren loses the timing. No progress. Bren leans against a wall. Maybe group magic just doesn't work with undead. Corvin turns. Bren straightens. Constructive thought. Wrong thought. Corvin walks into the arena. The problem is obvious now. They are coordinating like individual specialists, not like a class. Everyone adapts around their own spell. Nobody adapts around someone else's mistake. So Corvin changes the grading rule. Success no longer matters. Correction does. If Mira's timing is wrong, Soren must adjust his signal. If Joran blocks Tessa, Tessa must change route without instruction. If Derek shifts terrain poorly, Joran reshapes defense around the mistake. The formation is not allowed to reset when something goes wrong. They must continue. That changes everything. Attempt 6. Derek raises a stone ridge too far left. Joran tilts his barrier and converts it into cover. Tessa uses the altered angle as a launch point. Soren reads the new motion pattern. Mira fires half a second later. Target 1 breaks. Attempt 7. Joran misjudges pressure. Barrier buckles. Mira changes flame trajectory to reduce impact. Tessa pulls the target backward. Derek reinforces the weak anchor. Target 2 falls. Attempt 8. Everything goes wrong, which is perfect, because nobody stops. The formation mutates in real time. Every mistake becomes input. Every student corrects someone else. The runic floor ignites with pale silver light. Corvin feels the attendance ledger pull against his coat. Then the system responds. A message burns slowly across his awareness. Collective correction threshold reached. Classroom formation unlocked. Remedial convergence. Ridiculous name. Powerful mechanism. The formation does not increase raw mana. It does something far more appropriate. It reduces repeated mistakes. Once one member of the formation identifies an error, the correction propagates through the group. Joran adjusts his barrier angle. Everyone receives a faint, instinctive awareness of the new safe zone. Soren identifies a timing gap. The others feel the opening. Mira discovers an unstable mana frequency. Derek immediately senses where terrain can amplify it. Learning becomes shared in real time. The dead class just acquires battlefield pedagogy. Corvin stares at the glowing floor. That is the skill. He knows it instantly. This is the technique they will build everything around. Not resurrection, not mass summoning, correction. A formation that becomes harder to defeat the longer a battle continues because every failed interaction teaches the entire class. The first exchange belongs to the enemy. The 10th becomes dangerous. The 20th becomes unfair. Corvin makes one note in the ledger. Remedial convergence unstable beyond 5 active students. Good. Limit identified. Now they improve it. Chekhov gets his first invitation. Meanwhile, Asterhall begins adapting too. Professor Roth no longer uses regular patrols near the eastern wing. Instead, the Academy deploys licensed exorcists, specialists trained to detect unauthorized undead. That is not Malrek's usual style. Roth is scared. He is also learning. Corvin respects that more than stupidity. 3 exorcist teams sweep the old campus over the next week. Ilya's concealment keeps the classroom hidden from 2. The third comes close. Very close. Their lead mage stops less than 10 feet from the hidden entrance. Ilya's blind spot wavers. Corvin feels the strain through the registration bond. She is not strong enough yet. He does not reinforce her directly. That would increase necromantic output and reveal the room. Instead, Corvin sends Tessa through a secondary tunnel. She creates a small wind disturbance 50 yards away. Loose papers scatter. One exorcist senses movement. The team redirects. Ilya maintains concealment. Threat passes. Another correction, not combat. Still learning. The class becomes better because the enemy keeps testing it. Roth, without realizing it, is helping. Excellent work, Professor. Ilya returns from her reconnaissance mission 2 nights later. She appears through the hidden entrance with half her right arm flickering. Corvin catches the instability immediately. Report first. She nods. Lysa is alive. Good. Location? Restricted infirmary under the Western Observatory. Guarded? 4 Academy wardens outside. 2 Vespera personnel inside. The room changes. Bren stops moving. Joran's eyes harden. Corvin does not react outwardly. Vespera personnel inside Asterhall. Direct confirmation. What are they doing? Ilya hesitates, questioning her. About? The tag? Of course. Did they recover it? No, that matters. Lysa still has it. Or hid it. Good girl. Ilya continues. They keep asking who else saw the transfer chamber. Corvin looks toward the board. Vault 7 exposed more than expected. Vespera is cleaning the leak. What did Lysa say? Mostly insults. Bren smiles. Corvin almost does. Almost. Anything else? Ilya's expression changes. She asked them why Vault 9's transfer authorization came from outside the Academy. Silence. Corvin turns fully. Repeat that. Ilya does. Lysa knows. Not everything. Enough. Somehow, while trapped in Vault 7, she saw authorization data, possibly through her spatial interface. That makes her dangerous to Vespera. Corvin recalculates again. Lysa cannot remain there. He starts planning extraction. Then Ilya adds one more detail. The Vespera men said they don't care about Vale anymore. Bren frowns. That's good? Ilya shakes her head. They said the class is the asset. There it is. Corvin's attention sharpens. Not enemy, asset. Vespera wants the dead students. Why? The obvious answer is magical research. Too simple. Vespera transports dungeon monsters through hidden networks. Corvin's students retain dungeon residue. Their bodies respond to transfer signals. The attendance ledger carries the broken circle emblem without anyone drawing it. The connection is structural, not incidental. Corvin walks to the board. He draws the symbol again, then the student's marks, then the transfer sequence. 3 tones, hidden 4th, something aligns. Joran notices. What? Corvin points to the marks that appeared before the registered bindings. These weren't necromantic, we know. Dungeon mana. Mira crosses her arms. So, not dungeon residue. Corvin looks toward Soren. Play the 4th tone. Soren activates the reconstructed frequency. The room hums. Immediately, the attendance ledger vibrates. So do 3 registered students, not painfully, responsively. Corvin takes a focusing crystal and places it beside the ledger. The tone passes through both. The crystal registers directional pull. Down, toward the old runic floor. Derek kneels. Touches stone. His eyes widen. There's a channel underneath. Corvin goes still. They repaired this chamber, believing the old runes belong to Asterhall's group casting system. What if they are older? Derek expands Earth Sense. 20 feet, 30, 40. He finds a buried conduit, not Academy construction. Blackstone. Same mineral structure as Vault 9. Same as the hidden transport passage. Vespera infrastructure runs beneath the dead class. That is not coincidence. Corvin orders everyone back. Derek opens the floor carefully. Stone separates. Below sits a narrow shaft lined with metal rails. Ancient, inactive. At the center lies a circular plate. Broken circle. 3 downward lines. The emblem. The class stares. Bren whispers, "So this place wasn't abandoned because of a mana pipe." Corvin says nothing. He kneels beside the plate. On its edge sits an old serial marking. Not Vespera. Older. Most characters are worn away. But one word remains. Educational. That is worse. Far worse. The transport architecture was connected to teaching facilities. Why? No answer yet. Corvin covers the shaft again. He does not investigate deeper. Not with unstable infrastructure beneath 13 students. First, Lysa, then the buried conduit. Priority matters. The extraction takes place the following evening, not because Corvin chooses the timing, because Vespera forces it. Bren arrives with a message stolen from the faculty announcement network. Lysa Wren is being transferred to a royal medical facility outside the city. Departure in 40 minutes. Corvin reads it once. Lie. If this were legitimate, the Royal Dungeon Office would provide escort documentation. There is none. They are moving her before outside investigators can request access. Roth probably approved the transfer. Corvin gathers the class. No more than 6 active students. Remedial convergence remains unstable beyond 5, but he needs Ilya for concealment. Joran. Mira. Tessa. Derek. Soren. Ilya. 6. Risky. Necessary. Bren stays behind. He objects. Corvin points at the homework. That ends the argument through sheer psychological violence. The Western Observatory Infirmary has 3 entrances. Corvin uses none. Derek opens a route through the old foundation. Ilya hides the breach. Tessa scouts ahead. Soren monitors ward frequencies. Mira stays behind Joran. Simple formation. They reach the infirmary corridor 9 minutes before transfer. 2 academy wardens outside. Corvin does not attack them. They are doing their jobs. Ilya extends a blind spot across the left wall. Tessa creates a silent air pressure shift. The wardens both glance toward a false sound. Corvin passes within 6 feet. No detection. Inside, the situation is worse. Lysa sits restrained on a medical bed. Her hands are bound in spatial suppression cuffs. Professor Roth stands nearby. 2 Vespera operatives wear plain gray coats. One holds a black case. The other carries a transfer rod. Corvin recognizes it from the hidden chamber. Roth looks furious. This was not the agreement. One Vespera operative does not care. The Bureau is terminating Academy exposure. Roth steps closer. You said the incident would remain contained. It did not. And Vale? Secondary. There it is again. The operative looks toward Lysa. The Revenant cohort is now priority. Roth's face tightens. They are children. Interesting. The first morally useful sentence Roth has spoken. The Vespera man looks at him. They are post-mortem instructional vessels retaining adaptive cognition. Corvin's expression goes cold. Not students. Vessels. Now he understands exactly what kind of people he is dealing with. The operative opens the black case. Inside sits a device shaped like a metal tuning fork. Soren reacts from the hallway. His body flickers. 4th tone technology. Lysa sees the device, then smiles through a split lip. You people are really bad at asking nicely. Good. Still herself. Roth notices movement near the door. Too late. Corvin enters. Professor Roth goes white. The Vespera operatives turn. Joran raises a barrier. Mira's compressed flame appears. Tessa disappears sideways. Derek touches the floor. Ilya drops concealment. Soren listens. The formation begins. The first operative activates the tuning fork. A tone hits the room. Not loud. Deep. Every dead student reacts. Joran's barrier trembles. Mira's flame breaks. Tessa loses footing. Soren nearly collapses. Corvin feels the attendance ledger burn against his chest. There it is. An anti-summon mechanism. Not designed against necromancy. Designed against them specifically. Stage 1. Take the hit. Corvin's vision blurs. The Vespera man sees the reaction and smiles. Confirmed. That word is a mistake. Corvin remembers it. The second operative drives the transfer rod into the floor. Black lines spread through the room. A containment grid forms beneath the dead students. Joran drops to one hand. Mira's arm flickers. Tessa grits her teeth. The operative turns toward Corvin. The Bureau will compensate you for loss of control. Wrong assumption. Corvin watches the grid. Not the man. The lines pulse in 4-count intervals. 3 strong, 1 weak. Same architecture. Everything Vespera builds depends on transfer rhythm. Good systems are consistent. That makes them vulnerable. Stage 2. Read. Corvin looks at Soren. No words needed. The dead signal specialist closes his eyes through the pain. Listens. 1, 2, 3. Hidden 4th. But now he detects something else. A delay between rod and grid. Tiny, less than half a second. Soren raises 2 fingers. Corvin understands. Joran adjusts his barrier, not against the Vespera men. Around the tuning fork, Mira compresses a flame thread. Tessa changes position. Derek presses both palms to the floor. Ilya disappears. Remedial convergence activates. 5 students link. Soren excluded physically from the center but feeds timing through Corvin. The runic instincts begin aligning. The first exchange already taught them. The second will not land the same way. The Vespera operative triggers the tone again. 1, 2, 3 Soren signals. Now, stage 3, fire. Mira's flame cuts the metal shaft of the transfer rod exactly during its weak pulse. Derek raises the floor 1 inch beneath its base. That tiny movement ruins alignment. Tessa kicks the fractured rod sideways. Joran's curved barrier traps the tuning fork's resonance and reflects part of the frequency inward. The device screams. The operative holding it staggers. Ilya appears beside Lysa. 1 clean motion. Suppression cuff key removed. No one noticed her move. Lysa's spatial mana returns. The second Vespera operative attacks Corvin. Fast. Much faster than Roth. A blade of compressed darkness tears across Corvin's side. Blood hits the floor. Real injury. Corvin does not ignore it. He adjusts. The operative is trained. Short casting. Minimal tells. No wasted motion. Different problem. So Corvin stops reading the man. He reads the class. Joran's barrière position. Tessa's angle. Mira's heat. Derek's floor map. Soren's rhythm. Ilya's blind spot. Remedial convergence feeds corrections through everyone. The operative attacks again. This time, Corvin already feels where the safe geometry is forming. He steps into Joran's shield opening. Tessa redirects his momentum. Mira cuts off the attacker's retreat with a heat line. Derek raises a stone lip behind his heel. The operative loses balance. 1 second. Enough. Corvin forms an adaptive barrier around the man's casting wrist. Then rotates it. Not crushing. Locking. The spell collapses. Lysa opens a spatial fold beneath the black case. The entire device disappears into a pocket corridor. The Vespera man finally looks worried. Good. Stage 4. Consequence. They do not kill him. They take his tools. His identification plate, his transfer key, and the black case. That is more valuable. The first operative tries to destroy his own insignia. Ilya notices. She hides his hand from his own perception for half a second. Yes, apparently that works. He fumbles. Mira takes the plate. Even she looks impressed. Roth watches the entire thing. He does not interfere. Not because he switched sides. Because the room just proved Vespera was willing to discard him too. Corvin releases the captured operative. Not fully. Joran keeps him inside an isolated barrier. Corvin turns to Roth. Who are they? Roth looks at the Vespera men. Then at Lysa. Then at Joran. His face has aged 10 years in 1 week. The bureau predates Asterhall. Finally. Useful. Corvin waits. Roth continues. Officially, they handle dangerous dungeon relocation. Unofficially, Roth swallows. They study adaptive specimens. Corvin's eyes sharpen. What kind? Roth looks toward Joran. Anything that changes after exposure. There it is. The students. Vault 9. The residue. Corvin sees the line. The creature in Vault 9 was not simply dangerous. It was adaptive, transferred for study. Something went wrong. The students died near it. Then Corvin awakened a class capable of continuing postmortem development. Adaptive dead. Exactly what Vespera values. This still does not explain why the attendance ledger carries their symbol, or why educational transport infrastructure lies beneath the old classroom, but the scale becomes clearer. Corvin asks the next question. Who authorized Vault 9? Roth looks away. That answer matters more than everything. Not me. The anonymous note was true. Malrek? A pause. No. Corvin's expression does not change. That is unexpected, Roth speaks quietly. Malrek approved the paperwork after the transfer order arrived. From whom? Roth hesitates. Then the Vespera operative inside Joran's barrier laughs. Not loudly. Enough. Roth shuts up. Corvin turns toward him. The operative smiles. Still teaching, Professor Vale? Corvin studies his face. Still transporting children, bureau agent? The smile disappears. Good. Corvin does not question him further. Professional operatives rarely break under rushed interrogation. Better to inspect what they brought. Lysa stands. Her knees shake. She hides it badly. Corvin notices. Can you walk? She glares. Apparently that is your favorite question. Answer it. Yes. Then move. Still a student. Still responds. They leave through the Foundation route. Roth stays behind. So do the trapped Vespera operatives. Corvin sends one message before leaving. Not to Roth. To the Academy wardens outside. A spatial pulse from Lysa knocks on the infirmary alarm network and releases the door seals. The wardens will find everyone in seconds. Public custody is safer for Roth now than private Vespera extraction. Strange world. By dawn, Lysa sits inside the underground lecture vault drinking terrible tea. Mira made it. Dead pyromancers should not brew beverages. That lesson becomes immediate. Lysa takes one sip. Her face twists. Mira looks offended. Corvin takes the cup away before another casualty occurs. The class gathers. Lysa sees them properly now. Joran, Mira, Tessa, Derek, Soren, Ilya, all students she attended memorials for. No restraints, no blank eyes, no puppetry. Just teenagers sitting in a ruined classroom, some dead, one furious about tea. Lysa looks at Corvin. You didn't control them, no. They remember everything? Most things. Joran corrects him. Some of us remember embarrassing things too. Tessa points at him. Especially him. Lysa laughs once, then stops because it hurts. The tension breaks, slightly. Corvin puts the black Vespera case on the central desk. Now the real work starts. Inside are 3 items: a transfer key, a tuning device, and a thin metal tablet containing operation logs. Most are encrypted. Lysa recognizes the spatial indexing language. Soren recognizes the harmonic access pattern. Corvin looks between them. Living spatial mage. Dead signal specialist. Different strengths. Same problem. Perfect. He assigns them together. Lysa blinks. You're giving me homework? Corvin looks at her. You are in my classroom. She almost smiles. For the next 6 hours, they decrypt the outer layers. Not all of it. Enough. Transfer sites appear across the kingdom. Asterhall is one. Royal Monster Research Annexes are another. Private guild laboratories, military containment facilities, several abandoned institutions. Then one file appears under archived education nodes. The old Eastern Lecture Vault is listed. Corvin stops. There it is. No designation. Pedagogical Adaptation Chamber 3. Status: decommissioned. Original administrator: unreadable. Link transfer class: juvenile magical subjects. The room goes silent. Bren is the first to understand. Juvenile subjects. Corvin reads it again. Students. The chamber beneath them was not originally built to teach ordinary group casting. It was built to observe young magic users under adaptive conditions. Asterhall later constructed classrooms over it, or perhaps inherited them. The black emblem beneath the floor is older than Vespera's current bureau. The organization did not create this system, it inherited it. That changes everything. Corvin's current enemy may be only one branch of something far older. He does not speculate further. Facts first. But the fingerprint of the story deepens. The dead class is growing inside a room once designed to study young magical adaptation. That is either grotesque coincidence or mechanism. Corvin looks at the attendance ledger. The symbol on the back cover pulses faintly. Once. Then stops. He closes it. Not yet. The current arc still has a more immediate problem. Asterhall. The Academy's public stance deteriorates quickly. Roth is suspended after the infirmary incident. 2 Vespera operatives vanish from official custody within 12 hours. Someone retrieves them. Malrec declares emergency governance. Parents begin removing students from dungeon programs. Guild observers demand an independent investigation. For the first time, Asterhall's reputation cracks, and Corvin's dead class becomes impossible to dismiss. Lysa refuses to return. Not because she joins Corvin officially, she simply sends the Academy one message. She will testify to the Royal Dungeon Office under independent protection. That turns the whole capital upside down. A living, top-ranked Academy student corroborating the disgraced professor is much harder to label necromantic manipulation. Corvin gains influence without speaking publicly once, exactly how he prefers it. More students begin searching for him. Not dead ones, living ones. Some want training. Some want answers. Some are grieving siblings. Some simply hate the Academy. Corvin rejects nearly all of them. The Eastern Vault is not a rebellion clubhouse. It is a classroom. That means criteria, discipline, purpose. One fourth-year duelist finds the hidden entrance and demands to be taught the undead formation. Corvin asks why. The student says he wants power. Corvin closes the door. Another asks because she wants revenge on a faculty examiner. Rejected. A third arrives with his dead sister's notebook and asks whether Corvin can summon her. That one hurts. Corvin says no. His class cannot bind arbitrary dead. Only students linked to his awakening conditions. The boy cries outside the hidden corridor for 10 minutes. Corvin does not lie to comfort him, but he takes the notebook. He reads it. The sister had been studying medicinal runes. Corvin connects the boy with a living instructor he still trusts outside Asterhall. Not every problem belongs to necromancy. That matters too. The dead class grows slower than rumors suggest. 13 stable members. 4 advanced, 6 registered, 3 provisional. 1 living assistant student. 1 living spatial specialist who insists she is not enrolled while attending every night. Corvin writes Lisa's name on the board anyway. She erases it. He writes it again. This repeats for 3 days. The class enjoys it immensely. Meanwhile, group formation training improves. Remedial convergence reaches 6 participants for 7 seconds before destabilizing, then 10, then 14. The limitation is not mana alone, it is cognitive overlap. Too many corrections arrive simultaneously. Students begin reacting to mistakes that do not concern them. Joran tries to compensate for Mira's heat pattern while defending. Tessa receives Derek's terrain data and over-adjusts. Soren gets flooded by everyone. The network becomes noise. Corvin spends an entire night fixing one mechanic. Priority channels. He assigns every student a correction domain. Defense errors route first to Joran. Signal errors to Soren. Terrain to Derek. Mobility to Tessa. Precision output to Mira. Concealment to Ilya. Only relevant corrections propagate outward. The next test lasts 28 seconds. Then 43. No mystery boost, just better architecture. Good. This formation will matter later. Corvin knows it. So does someone else. On the 9th night after Vault 7, the dead class receives a visitor. Not a student. Not a guild recruiter. Not an academy official. A woman walks through Ilya's concealment field without triggering it. That alone is enough to freeze the room. She is perhaps 30. Dark traveling coat. No academy insignia. Silver thread stitched diagonally across one glove. Square split by a silver line. The symbol from the anonymous note. There it is. Joran raises a barrier instantly. Mira ignites. Tessa moves. Derek touches stone. Soren listens. Ilya's concealment folds inward. Corvin remains behind the desk. The woman stops. Good. Smart. She raises both empty hands. My name is Mara Quill. No one relaxes. She looks toward Corvin. I sent the note. Corvin says nothing. Myra continues. Vault 9 was never certified by Roth. We established that. I assumed you would. Why send it? To see if you were investigating the academy or merely hunting someone to blame. Corvin's expression stays flat. And? You broke into a transfer route, rescued living students, extracted a Vespera case, and still haven't killed Roth. She glances toward Mira. Apparently that answer is clear. Mira looks disappointed by the reminder. Corvin gestures once. Who are you? Mira lowers her hands slowly. Former Vespera auditor. There it is. The class shifts. Corvin watches every micro-reaction. No one attacks. Good. Mara takes a thin metal token from her coat and places it on the nearest desk. Square symbol. Silver diagonal. Field Review Division, Bren whispers. That sounds fake. Mara looks at him. It mostly was. Interesting. She explains only what matters. Vespera Transfer Bureau has multiple internal divisions. Containment. Logistics. Acquisition. Research. Field Review once audited unauthorized specimen movement. 7 years ago, the division was dissolved after discovering transfer activity through educational facilities. Most auditors disappeared. Mara survived because she stopped using her own name. Now she tracks old nodes independently. Corvin looks toward the buried shaft beneath the floor. She notices. You found Chamber 3. Not a question. That is enough to make everyone tense again. Corvin's voice lowers. What was it? Myra looks at the students. For the first time, her composure cracks. Barely. A classroom. Corvin waits. She corrects herself. No, a prototype. There it is. A piece for later, not the full reveal. Mara does not monologue. Good. She reaches into her coat and produces a small glass cylinder. Inside floats a thread of black mineral dust. Same as Vault 9. Vespera is moving something through Asterhall tomorrow night. What? I don't know. Destination? The central demonstration arena. That makes no sense. The arena sits above the largest student population. Corvin's mind starts moving. Why tell me? Because the Bureau believes public scrutiny makes the Academy safer. Mara's expression hardens. They're wrong. She places a second item on the desk. A transfer schedule. Partial. Encrypted. One-line readable. Demonstration arena live synchronization test. Corvin feels the pieces begin aligning. Not an attack. A test. Vespera wants data. The dead class is public now. Asterhall is unstable. What better environment to test adaptive transfer behavior than a crowded magical institution? Same mindset as before. Students as variables. Corvin's face goes cold. Myra sees it. That is why I came. Corvin studies her. Why now? Because until Vault 7, I thought the old educational network was dead. She looks down at the floor. It isn't. That is the second piece. Still not enough. Corvin does not ask for her full history. Tomorrow matters more. He starts issuing assignments. The The demonstration arena can hold nearly 2,000 people. Evacuating it openly alerts Vespera. Canceling the event gives them time to move elsewhere. He needs the transfer to begin, then fail under controlled conditions. Dangerous, but possible. Bren looks at the schedule. What event? Lysa answers. The Founders Exhibition. Tomorrow night, Asterhall hosts a public demonstration meant to restore confidence after the dungeon scandal. Of course they do. Nothing says institutional recovery like packing students into a stadium directly above an illegal transfer node. Corvin rubs his forehead once, then gets to work. This time, the dead class does not hide. Not entirely. The plan requires influence. Lysa contacts 3 students she trusts. Bren recruits 2 more through ordinary study groups. Mara provides old node diagrams. Derek maps the arena foundations. Soren reconstructs synchronization frequencies. Ilya creates blind spots around emergency passages. Mira prepares precision cuts for transfer conduits. Tessa maps evacuation routes. Joran studies the arena shield system. Corvin builds the formation. No army, no dramatic coup. Just students preparing for a practical exam no one else knows exists. The Founders Exhibition begins beneath floating lanterns and royal banners. Asterhall fills the stands. Parents, guild officials, students, faculty, royal inspectors. Chancellor Malrek walks onto the central platform wearing ceremonial white. He looks exhausted. Good. Perhaps reality is finally reaching him. Corvin watches from beneath the arena. He does not hate Malrek the way he hates Roth's choices. That would be too simple. Malrek protected the Academy's name by destroying Corvin, but according to Roth, Malrek did not authorize Vault 9. That means the Chancellor is guilty of cowardice and institutional cover-up, not necessarily murder. Different crime. Different judgment. Later, the transfer system activates 3 minutes into Malrek's speech. Soren hears it first. 1 pulse. 2. 3. Hidden fourth. Then another sequence. And another. Not one node. 6. Corvin's eyes narrow. Vespera is using multiple anchor points beneath the arena. Mara's schedule was incomplete. There is the deviation. Expected 1 synchronization source. Actual 6. The plan changes immediately. Corvin does not force the old strategy. He redraws deployment. Joran takes north anchors, Mira east, Derek south. Tessa west. Ilya stays mobile. Soren remains central with Corvin. Lysa handles spatial evacuation. Bren coordinates living students above. Remedial convergence activates through 6 separate teams. Not full network, partitioned. Good. The first transfer seam opens beneath the arena floor, then 5 more. Black light spreads through the runic channels. Students in the stands begin feeling pressure. Malrek stops speaking. Faculty wards activate. Too late. A massive creature begins forming inside the central arena, not fully transferred. Half physical, half spatially displaced. Armored limbs. Multiple mana cores. Chain scars across its body. Corvin recognizes the same construction principles as the crawler from Vault 7, but this one is larger, far larger. The crowd panics. Academy shields slam down around the arena. Bad. The shields trap everyone inside. Joran feels it through the network. Professor. Corvin already knows. The arena defenses are using the same lattice Vespera has hijacked. If Joran breaks the shields, the creature may fully transfer. If he leaves them up, civilians cannot escape. Stage 1 comes whether they want it or not. The creature completes 1 arm. Swings. The impact cracks the arena platform. 3 faculty mages are thrown aside. Students scream. Malrek tries to stabilize the shield network. Vespera locks him out. He finally understands. The Academy is not in control. Corvin watches from below. No satisfaction. Too many students above. He signals Lysa. She begins opening spatial corridors between seating blocks. The arena shield interferes. Short range only. Enough. Bren and the living students start moving people section by section. Above, rumors become reality. Dead students appear openly. Joran rises through the north access stair and throws a barrier over an entire seating tier. Mira cuts falling debris apart before it lands. Tessa runs along the arena wall, redirecting panicked movement away from blocked exits. Derek raises stone ramps where stairs collapse. Ilya hides injured students from the creature's targeting senses. Soren listens to the transfer. Every student uses the specialty they built. The crowd sees them. Not puppets, not monsters, students. The same dead children Asterhall buried, now saving the academy that failed them. Talk about a reputation problem. The creature gains a second arm, then part of its torso. Corvin studies the transfer pulses. 6 anchors, but the hidden fourth tones are not synchronized, tiny offsets. Why? Soren answers. They're correcting each other. Corvin looks at him. Adaptive? Soren nods. Of course, Vespera built redundancy. Destroy one node, the others recalculate. Exactly like remedial convergence, that is not coincidence. The enemy system learns through correction too. There it is. Another clue toward the deeper layer. Not now, Corvin focuses. If both architectures depend on adaptive correction, direct destruction becomes useless. Every broken anchor teaches the remaining network, so he needs to feed it the wrong lesson. That is new. Good, Corvin calls Mara through the signal link. Can Vespera nodes distinguish successful stabilization from delayed stabilization? A pause. No. Perfect. He changes the assignment. Do not break the anchors. Correct them incorrectly. Mira cuts one conduit halfway. Derek shifts another by 3 degrees. Joran alters mana pressure around the north node. Tessa changes airflow across the exposed runes. Ilya hides one signal marker from the system itself. Soren feeds a false fourth tone response. Each adjustment appears locally beneficial. The network accepts them, then shares the corrections. One by one. Wrong data propagates. Remedial convergence does the same thing from the opposite side. The dead class learns what the transfer system is learning. The transfer system learns what Corvin wants it to learn. A classroom fighting another classroom. Now that is new. The creature tries to complete its torso. The anchors compensate, using poisoned corrections. The spatial seam twists. One arm dematerializes. The crowd sees it. Malrek sees it. Vespera certainly sees it somewhere. Corvin keeps going. Second, false correction. Third, fourth. The network becomes unstable. Soren's face tightens. Professor, it's adapting faster. Of course it is. The longer they fight, the better both sides get. This becomes a race in learning speed. Corvin almost smiles. Vespera chose the wrong instructor. He activates the full classroom formation. For the first time, 8 correction channels connect. Pain tears through his mana core. Too many. Joran's defense data. Mira's precision. Tessa's movement. Derek's terrain. Soren's timing. Ilya's concealment. Lysa's spatial geometry. Bren's crowd movement reports. Living and dead. All students. The system hesitates, then accepts. A new line burns through Corvin's awareness. Instructional network exceeds necromancer classification parameters. Temporary faculty authority established. His low-class designation flickers. Not upgraded. Overridden. For 90 seconds. That is enough. Corvin sees the battlefield differently. Not as spells, as mistakes. Shield pressure too high. Transfer node 3 overcompensating. Civilian movement bottleneck in eastern stands. Creature core arriving before skeletal alignment. Faculty barrier consuming excess mana. Everything becomes a lesson waiting to be corrected. He gives one command. Again, the dead class responds. They rebuild the entire operation in real time. Joran lowers his barrier intentionally, pulling Academy shield pressure toward him. Lysa opens a corridor through the released spatial tension. Bren clears 2 seating sections. Tessa redirects the crowd through the gap. Derek raises a ramp under the corridor exit. Mira slices the 5th anchor at the exact point where the system expects reinforcement. Ilya hides Node 6's confirmation signal. Soren inserts a false 4th tone. The transfer network accepts the lie, then teaches the lie to itself. The giant creature convulses. Half its body vanishes. The arena shakes. Vespera's system tries one final correction. Corvin already feels it coming. Remedial convergence learned the pattern 3 exchanges ago. He points. Mira fires. Not at the creature. At a tiny metal relay beneath the platform, blue-white flame cuts one line. Soren sends the 4th tone simultaneously. Joran folds the arena barrier inward. Lysa reverses the spatial vector. Derek locks the anchor stone. Tessa redirects the creature's physical momentum into the closing seam. One coordinated correction. The creature is pulled backward, not killed, returned. The transfer collapses. Silence. Then the entire arena shield shuts off. Stage 4. Consequence. 2,000 people remain alive. The creature is gone. 6 Vespera anchors are intact enough to examine. The Royal Dungeon Office witnesses the whole event. And the dead class has just saved Asterhall in public. No blurry recording this time. No rumors. No possible denial. Joran stands in the arena under thousands of eyes. Mira beside him. Tessa on the broken wall. Derek emerging from fractured stone. Ilya visible for once. Soren leaning against Corvin because the signal load nearly destroyed his form. Lysa opens the final evacuation corridor. Bren waves people through. The crowd does not cheer immediately. They are too stunned. Then someone in the student section starts clapping. 1 person, then 5, then 50, then hundreds. Joran looks uncomfortable. Mira looks delighted. Tessa bows dramatically until Corvin glares at her from below. She stops. Mostly. Chancellor Malrek stands on the ruined platform. His ceremonial robes are torn. He sees Corvin emerge from the lower access tunnel. For the first time since the hearing, they face each other publicly. Malrek's expression contains too many things: relief, shame, fear, recognition. Corvin gives him nothing. Not yet. The Royal Dungeon inspectors reach the arena minutes later. They seize the intact transfer anchors. Mara disappears before they can question her. Expected. Lysa hands over copied Vespera logs. Bren provides witness names. Corvin does not run. That surprises everyone. An inspector approaches. Professor Vale. Corvin looks at him. The title hangs strangely. Technically false. Socially loaded. The inspector hesitates. You are under investigation for unauthorized necromancy. Reasonable. The man blinks. And also requested as a material witness in the Vespera inquiry. Also reasonable. Mira whispers to Tessa. He's making arrests boring. Corvin hears her. Says nothing. The inspector looks toward the dead students. Are they bound? Corvin answers carefully. Enrolled. The man stares. That answer creates 3 weeks of paperwork instantly. Excellent. By the next morning, everything changes. Asterhall cannot expel Corvin from grounds because the Royal Dungeon Office places the Eastern Wing under independent evidentiary protection. The Academy cannot seize the dead students because their legal status is undefined. Guilds cannot recruit them because dead people do not qualify as licensed applicants. Families demand access. Ethics boards panic. Religious authorities send letters. Necromancer associations become extremely interested. Corvin ignores most of it. The class still has work. Joran becomes the first student officially recognized by the Royal Dungeon Office as a sapient postmortem witness. Not citizen. Not undead property. Witness. Small step. Massive precedent. Mira's family requests to see her. She says no. Not yet. That is her choice. Corvin supports it without question. Tessa meets her older brother for 11 minutes in a warded room. She spends 9 of them insulting his beard. He cries anyway. Derek refuses contact entirely. Soren asks for his mother. That meeting lasts less than 5 minutes before his form destabilizes from emotion. Corvin ends it immediately. Not because emotions are weakness. Because binding limits still exist. The students are stronger. Not invincible. The classroom becomes part refuge, part training hall, part evidence archive. And Corvin's influence expands beyond anything he intended. Living students begin attending approved evening seminars under royal supervision. Only basic theory. No necromancy. No classified material. Corvin teaches anyway. At first 12 students come, then 30, then 60. Some sit on broken steps because there are not enough benches. The Academy administration hates it. The royal inspectors love having everyone in one monitored place. Corvin does not care either way. He teaches. The dead class sits among the living. That image spreads farther than any scandal headline. Joran correcting barrier posture. Mira demonstrating controlled ignition. Tessa explaining why straight-line acceleration gets people killed. Soren teaching signal recognition. Ilya giving a lecture on informational blind spots. Students once considered unfinished now become instructors. That is the expansion. Not power, reach. The class begins producing knowledge outside Corvin. And every time one dead student successfully teaches a living one, the attendance ledger warms. Faculty authority grows. Slowly. Mechanically. By the end of the second week, Corvin can sustain 16 registered students for several hours. 8 can participate in remedial convergence. 3 have reached advanced specialization. Joran advanced defense. Mira advanced precision destruction. Tessa advanced vector mobility. Derek approaches promotion. Soren is close. Ilya's concealment improves rapidly because teaching forces her to explain mechanisms she once understood only abstractly. Exactly as Corvin hoped, teaching corrects teachers too. Meanwhile, the enemy adapts. Vespera stops using active transfer nodes around Asterhall. Old sites go silent, known agents disappear. Public records vanish faster. The Bureau is retreating from obvious exposure. But someone continues accessing the educational network under the Academy. Derek feels it at night. Tiny vibrations. Old channels waking, then sleeping. Someone is testing Chamber 3 remotely. That tells Corvin 2 things. Vespera still has access, and the old network matters more than the current scandal. Myra returns on the 17th night. She looks worse. Blood on one sleeve. Burn mark across her collar. She refuses treatment until she reaches the classroom. Corvin points toward a chair. She sits. Lysa locks the door. Joran raises a privacy barrier. Mayra places a thin black disc on the desk. This was taken from a Vespera archive convoy. Corvin examines it. No visible text. Soren hears a signal inside. Ilya sees layered illusion seals. Lysa detects folded spatial storage. 3 specialties. 1 object. Of course. They work on it together. It takes 4 hours. No single breakthrough. Soren separates harmonic layers. Ilya identifies which markings are meant to be ignored. Lysa unfolds the storage index without triggering deletion. Corvin coordinates. At dawn, the disk opens. A projection appears above the desk. Not a document, a blueprint. The Eastern Lecture Vault, Chamber 3, exactly as it existed before Asterhall. Rows of student stations surround a central instructor platform. Under each station sits a transfer conduit. At the top of the projection appears an old title, Adaptive Pedagogy Program. Nobody speaks. Corvin feels the deeper layer approaching. Mara does not explain. She does not need to. The blueprint changes. A second diagram appears. Young magical subjects linked through a central instructional network. Mistakes recorded. Corrections distributed. Performance increasing collectively. Remedial convergence. Older version. Corvin's class skill is not new. That hits differently. His necromantic awakening did not invent the architecture from nothing. It reactivated something. The system classification called him low-class necromancer because it lacked proper data. The attendance ledger carries the symbol because his class is touching an older instructional network. The old chamber was built to connect students through adaptive learning, and Vespera inherited the remains. There it is. Not the full reveal, but the door is now directly in front of them. Corvin watches the blueprint cycle. At the bottom sits a project status line. Most text is damaged. One phrase remains legible. Program terminated following catastrophic retention event. Lysa reads it twice. What is retention? Mara finally answers. I don't know. Corvin looks at her. She means it. That is worse. The projection shifts one final time. A list of archive chamber locations appears, most destroyed. Some sealed, one active, Asterhall Chamber 3. And beside its status sits a timestamp. Updated yesterday. Someone just marked the dead class's classroom as active. Not Vespera's current system, the old network. Corvin feels the attendance ledger pulse inside his coat. 1, 2, 3. Then a fourth beat. Every dead student in the room looks up at the same time. Joran's barrier band lights. Mira's fingers ignite without command. Tessa's boots leave the floor. Derek hears something under the stone. Soren clutches his head. Ilya's outline vanishes for half a second. The buried chamber wakes. A line of pale symbols travels across the ancient floor. Not hostile, recognizing. Corvin opens the attendance ledger. Every enrolled name glows. Then beneath them, a new heading appears. Class capacity, 32. Exactly 32. The number of students who died in Vault 9. No more, no less. Corvin does not move. The coincidence is gone. Something connects the massacre, his awakening, and Chamber 3 directly. But before anyone can process it, Derek turns toward the southern wall. His face drains. Professor, Corvin looks up. Derek presses a hand against the floor. There is another room below us. Silence. How large? Bigger than this one. Entrance? Derek shakes his head. No physical entrance. Corvin closes the ledger. That is enough for tonight. They have reached the edge of the next layer. He will not charge into it blind. Instead, Corvin walks to the board and writes 3 lines. Stabilize Chamber 3. Promote remaining specialists. Identify who activated the old network. Then he underlines the third. Outside, Asterhall's reputation fractures while the dead class becomes more respected by the day. Inside, an abandoned educational machine older than the academy has just recognized 32 dead students as a complete class. And Corvin Vale, stripped of every official teaching credential the academy could take from him, now stands at the center of a classroom that something buried beneath Asterhall has been waiting to reopen. The room beneath Chamber 3 opens without a door. That is the first problem. The second problem is that Corvin never tells it to. At exactly 3 minutes past midnight, every rune carved into the old lecture vault goes dark. Joran's barrier band extinguishes. Mira's fingertips lose their flame. The attendance ledger snaps shut by itself. Then the central instructor platform sinks 6 inches into the floor. No explosion, no shaking. Just one quiet mechanical click from somewhere far below. Derek is already moving. He drops one palm against the stone and extends his earth sense downward. His face changes almost immediately. It's opening. Corvin steps toward the platform. Direction? Down? Depth? Derek closes his eyes. Still moving. That is not an answer anyone likes. The floor beneath the instructor platform separates into 8 triangular segments. Ancient metal retracts under stone. A shaft appears. No stairs. No ladder. Only darkness. Cold air rises from below, carrying a smell Corvin recognizes. Old mana, not stale mana, preserved mana. The kind found inside sealed ritual chambers where enchantments keep circulating for decades without exposure to the outside world. Soren walks closer. His head tilts. There's a tone. Corvin looks at him. The fourth? No. Soren listens again. 32. Silence. Bren blinks. 32 what? Pulses. That gets everyone's attention. One for every student. Corvin does not descend. Not yet. He orders the room cleared first. Living seminar students leave through the western tunnel. Bren complains. Lysa does not. She already understands that whatever exists beneath the classroom was not built for spectators. Mara stays. Corvin considers throwing her out too, then decides against it. She knows Vespera's internal architecture. Useful, potentially dangerous, still useful. The active group becomes 6. Corvin, Yorin, Mira, Derek, Soren, Ilya. Lysa remains at the shaft entrance to maintain an extraction corridor if needed. Tessa waits above as mobile relay, no more. Remedial convergence can function with this configuration without overwhelming Corvin's core. That matters. Unknown rooms kill people who get excited about discovery. Corvin has buried enough students. He is not repeating the mistake. Derek creates a descending stone path along the shaft wall. Joran places a curved barrier around the group. Ilya suppresses their magical signature. Soren listens. Mira keeps one compressed flame thread ready. Corvin goes first. The shaft descends nearly 100 feet. Asterhall's foundation should end after 40. Whatever built this chamber predates the Academy's current structure by a very long time. The walls confirm it. No brick. No mortar. Black stone fused into smooth panels. Metal channels run through them in groups of 32. Always 32. Corvin counts 3 separate times. Same number. No deviation. The path ends at a circular chamber. Derek was wrong about the size. It is not bigger than the lecture vault. It is enormous. Rows of stone desks spread outward in concentric rings. 32 stations. Again, each desk contains a recessed handprint. Each station faces a central platform. Teacher position. Corvin does not like that. At the far wall, a mural stretches from floor to ceiling. Not decorative. Instructional. It shows young mages casting different spells while lines of silver light connect them through one central figure. Some fail. Others correct. Then the correction flows backward across the network. Same architecture. Remedial convergence. Except this version predates the Academy, predates Vespera, possibly predates modern necromancy classification. The wall below the mural carries writing in Old High Arcanic. Corvin can read fragments. Lysa cannot. Mara knows less. Soren does not care about text. He is staring at the ceiling. Corvin translates quietly. Instruction persists beyond interruption. Mira looks at him. That sounds normal. Corvin keeps reading. Potential is not lost when the vessel fails. That does not. The room goes very still. He reads the final line. The lesson continues while memory remains. Joran looks at his own hands. No one says anything for several seconds. There it is. The sentence that changes the entire story. Corvin's awakening did not accidentally create undead students who retain lessons. Someone built an educational theory around that exact principle centuries ago. Maybe longer. Myra steps closer to the mural. The Bureau called these adaptation chambers. Corvin looks at her. You said you did not know what retention meant. I didn't. She points to the inscription. I do now. Not enough. Corvin wants mechanics, not poetry. He searches the room. 32 stations. 1 instructor platform. No corpses. No chains. No obvious containment cages. That is important. This place does not resemble Vespera's research labs. It resembles an actual classroom. Ancient. Clinical, but instructional. At the center of each desk sits a thin metallic groove. Corvin places the attendance ledger into 1. Perfect fit. The room reacts. Every station lights at once. Joran's barrier rises automatically. Mira's fire ignites. Ilya disappears. Derek's earth sense expands. Soren grabs both sides of his head as sound pours through the chamber. Corvin pulls the ledger back immediately. Everything stops. Good. Test complete. Mechanism responsive to the ledger. That means the book is not simply becoming magical because of his class. It is functioning as an access key, or becoming one. Corvin examines its cover again. Plain leather, cheap Academy issue. He took it from an abandoned storage cabinet. Nothing ancient about it, so the physical object is irrelevant. The network attached itself to the ledger because Corvin used it to record enrollment. Function creates interface. Interesting. Lysa kneels near one station. There are spatial layers underneath. Corvin joins her. Storage? No. She shakes her head. Memory. Now Soren reacts. He crouches beside another desk. Each groove carries faint harmonic residue. Not words, patterns, thousands of them. Casting attempts, corrections, failures, successes. The chamber recorded lessons, all of them. Corvin touches the nearest desk. The room responds with a fragment. A young mage's hand appears over his own. Transparent, not a ghost, a recording. The phantom student forms a spell Corvin does not recognize. The casting fails, the image repeats. Fails again. On the fifth attempt, the wrist rotates, mana stabilizes. The spell succeeds, then the memory ends. Joran watches. That's exactly what happens to us. Corvin nods. Mistake, correction, retention, growth. The architecture is identical. Except the recorded student is not undead, at least not in the memory. Corvin moves to another station. Different student, different spell, same cycle. Attempt, failure, correction, storage. 32 desks, 32 parallel learners. Now he understands the original purpose of the chamber, not raising the dead, preserving learning itself. A system where students' corrected understanding remains available to the entire class even after individual failure. That is powerful. Ethically harmless on its own. So where did Vespera go wrong? The answer sits beneath the instructor platform. Derek finds the compartment. He opens it carefully. Inside lies a black crystal the size of a fist, cracked straight through the center. The moment air touches it, every dead student recoils. Joran's barrier fractures. Mira's flame turns gray. Soren screams. Corvin slams the compartment shut. Instantly, the reaction stops. That crystal is connected to them, directly. No question anymore. Corvin turns toward Mara. Her face has gone pale. She recognizes the material. What? Mara hesitates. Retention core. There it is. Explain. I only saw diagrams. Now there is a real one. She looks at the sealed compartment. Vespera uses smaller versions to preserve adaptive behavior between specimen transfers. Corvin's expression hardens. Meaning? If a monster learns how to break one containment method, the next facility receives that correction before the monster arrives. Joran looks toward the mural. Same as the classroom. Exactly. Vespera did not invent adaptive transfer. They weaponized educational retention. The old pedagogy network stores corrected learning. Vespera stores corrected survival behavior in monsters. Same architecture. Different use. Corvin begins rebuilding the sequence. Ancient chambers preserve learning. Vespera inherits them. Transforms retention into specimen adaptation. Vault 9 receives an adaptive creature. Something goes wrong during transfer. 32 students die inside a network-connected dungeon. Corvin's teaching identity is severed. His mana core collapses. He awakens Necromancer. Then the old educational network recognizes 32 dead students linked through one instructor. Not random. Mechanically compatible. The cheat code is not necromancy alone. It is retention. Necromancy merely gives dead memory a vessel. There it is. T8. The deeper layer, source of the cheat code. But the reveal is not finished until Corvin understands why him. He refuses destiny explanations. He refuses chosen one nonsense. Mechanism. Always mechanism. He opens his old instructor crest. Broken brass sun. The same crest he carried from the hearing. Inside the split metal sits a thin silver filament. He never noticed it. Mara does. Her eyes sharpen. Where did you get that? Asterhall issued it 12 years ago. No. She steps closer. Where did the Academy get it? Corvin says nothing. Mara points. That silver isn't modern mana wire. Corvin removes the filament. The ancient chamber reacts instantly. One light appears on the instructor platform, not 32. 1. The crest. Instructor key. Asterhall has unknowingly or knowingly been issuing fragments of old, adaptive pedagogy hardware as faculty crests. That explains why Corvin's identity severance mattered. His instructor crest was not merely symbolic. It linked him to the ancient network. When Malrek forcibly severed his institutional mana connection, while the 32 dead students still retained resonance from Vault 9, the network searched for a compatible teaching structure. Corvin, 1 instructor, 32 students. All interrupted before their learning completed. Perfect match. Necromancy Awakening supplied postmortem access. The buried chamber supplied retention architecture. His class formed where the two mechanisms overlapped. Not fate. Not random luck. A catastrophic system handshake. Corvin almost laughs. Asterhall tried to erase his authority. Instead, the severance plugged him into something older than the Academy. Yeah, that went well. Mira looks at the crest filament. So the Academy made you like this? No. Corvin's answer is immediate. Important distinction. The Academy created the conditions. Joran understands. Vespera created another part. Yes. And Vault 9 created the last. Yes. No single mastermind. No theatrical conspiracy designed specifically around Corvin. Multiple institutions making selfish decisions until 32 students die. Much uglier, much more believable. That also means revenge against one person will never solve the problem. Corvin recalibrates. Again, his previous objective was to expose Vault 9, identify Vespera involvement, and clear the students from being treated as illegal undead assets. Too small. The educational network itself is still active. Vespera still uses corrupted versions. Asterhall's infrastructure still contains ancient access keys, and someone activated Chamber 3 remotely. The question becomes who controls the root network. Soren suddenly speaks. Professor, Corvin turns. The signal student is standing beside the sealed retention core. His expression is focused. Not afraid now. There's someone on the other side. Everyone freezes. Corvin approaches. Meaning, the core is receiving. From Vespera, Soren listens. No. How can you tell? Vespera uses 4-tone addressing. He points at the compartment. This uses 32. Old network. Root layer. Someone else is active. Corvin signals everyone into formation. Joran raises defense. Mira prepares precision flame. Ilya disappears. Derek maps the walls. Lysa opens a partial escape fold above. No panic. Procedure. Corvin opens the compartment again. The cracked retention core glows. Pain hits the dead students. But this time Joran's barrier wraps around the crystal and reduces the resonance. Good. Correction applied. Soren listens through the shield. 32 pulses. Then 1. 32. Then 1. Class. Instructor. Class. Instructor. A handshake protocol. Corvin understands enough to respond. He places the silver filament from his broken crest against the crystal. 1 pulse leaves the chamber. The core reacts. A projection appears. Not a person. Not a mysterious hooded stranger. A registry. Names. Chamber locations. Instructor designations. Most marked terminated. Some destroyed. 3 listed dormant. 1 active. Asterhall Chamber 3. Then another line appears. Far north. Lornhaven Collegium Chamber 8. Status. Active. Corvin's expression changes. Someone else. Another educational chamber. Not necessarily another necromancer. Not necessarily another dead class. But active. Bang D could have been K Kung Lor. It is not. Important. This is a consequence of the source reveal, not a second reveal category. The registry provides one more field. Current, authorized instructor. Unreadable. Corrupted. Only a designation remains. Second faculty. Mira stares. There's another teacher? Possibly. Corvin does not overclaim. Could be automated. Could be inherited title. Could be old data. Future problem. Current evidence first. He copies the registry manually, then disconnects the crest filament. The projection vanishes. No voice. No prophecy. No stranger explaining everything. Just infrastructure. Much better. Mara looks toward the cracked core. Vespera will kill for this. Corvin closes the compartment. They already killed for less. That lands heavily. Because everyone in the room knows exactly who paid the price. Joran looks around at the 32 desks. Was this what killed us? Corvin answers carefully. No. Then he adds the harder truth. But it is part of why the thing that killed you existed. Vespera took learning architecture and turned it into adaptive monster logistics. Asterhall accepted transfer operations without understanding or without caring enough about the full risk. Roth cooperated. Malrek covered up the result. Different levels of guilt. Different consequences later. Joran accepts the answer. No melodrama. He steps toward one of the desks. Places his hand in the recessed print. The station activates. A memory flashes. Ancient barrier student. Failure. Correction. Then something strange happens. Joran's own barrier formula appears beside it. The chamber compares them. His modern adaptive barrier uses a different anchor structure. Better in one area. Worse in another. Corvin sees the opportunity immediately. This room is not merely lore. It is instructional equipment. Dangerous instructional equipment. Exactly the kind of thing Corvin cannot ignore. The station offers the ancient correction path. Joran tries it. His shield forms, then collapses. He frowns. Tries again. Corvin watches. The ancient method distributes impact through 3 anchor layers instead of 2. Joran's current barrier responds faster but carries more strain through the lower arm. Combine both. That is the tool. Foreshadow for later. Corvin redraws the formula. Modern adaptive curvature. Ancient trianchor distribution. Hybrid. Joran tries. The barrier forms, stronger. More importantly, its edges connect naturally with neighboring mana channels. Perfect for remedial convergence. There it is. The formation's future upgrade. Not a mysterious boost. A discovered mechanism. Corvin immediately stops the session. Joran looks annoyed. Why? Because the chamber is influencing your binding. Joran checks his silver barrier band. A 4th geometric segment has appeared. Evolution preparation. Too early to push harder. Corvin records everything. Ancient trianchor barrier. Compatible with group formation. Possible advanced evolution requirement. Good. Mira tests one station. Her ancient counterpart specialized in thermal gradients instead of fire output. She learns a method for passing heat through mana lines without visible flame. Useful. Tessa later finds a movement lesson based on momentum borrowing between linked casters. Very useful. Derek discovers terrain resonance. Ilya finds something even stranger. Ancient concealment did not hide bodies. It hid instructional intent. A student could begin casting while observers failed to recognize the spell's purpose until completion. Extremely dangerous. Corvin bans full testing immediately. Ilya looks offended. Good. Safety means saying no to interesting things sometimes. By dawn, the class returns upstairs with 3 conclusions. First, Corvin's necromancer awakening is only the vessel layer of a much older mechanism called instructional retention. Second, Vespera corrupted the same architecture to create adaptive specimen transport. Third, Chamber 3 can accelerate the dead students' education but also directly interact with their bindings, meaning reckless use could permanently alter them. Corvin changes the curriculum. Again, ancient techniques become elective research only. No student trains inside Chamber 3 alone. No retention core activation without Joran's barrier and Soren monitoring frequency. No direct binding modifications until Corvin understands the consequences. Mira calls these rules boring. Corvin adds 2 more. She stops commenting. The external situation deteriorates at the same time. Vespera responds to the Founder's exhibition failure by disappearing, not retreating, erasing. 3 transfer depots burn overnight. A bureau logistics officer dies in custody before interrogation. 2 royal investigators vanish on the road to the capital. And Professor Roth receives a sealed summons ordering him to testify before the Crown's Arcane Safety Commission. Corvin learns this through Bren. Then something unexpected happens. Roth refuses protective custody. Instead, he goes directly to Chancellor Malrek. Ilya watches the meeting through a blind spot hidden in the ceiling archive. Roth looks exhausted. Malrek looks worse. No triumphant villains. No smug conspiracy meeting. 2 administrators realizing their institution has become disposable to the people they protected. Roth throws a Vespera seal onto Malrek's desk. You said they would contain it. Malrek says nothing. You told me the transfer program kept dangerous specimens away from civilian zones. Still nothing. Roth leans forward. 32 children died. Interesting. Not enough to absolve him, but useful. Malrek finally speaks. And you signed the access corridors. Roth laughs bitterly. You signed the indemnity. There it is. Shared guilt. Then Roth says the line Corvin has been waiting for. Who gave you the original faculty key inventory? Malrek's face changes. Ilya almost misses it. Almost. Corvin does not. The broken instructor crests. Ancient network hardware. Malrek knows more about them. Not everything. Enough. Malrek opens a private drawer. Inside is a ledger older than Asterhall's current administration. He does not give it to Roth. He burns it. Immediately. No speech. No explanation, just action. Ilya watches every page curl. One survives long enough for her concealment-trained perception to catch a name stamped along the edge. Orison Foundation. New entity. Specific, not generic shadow organization. Corvin writes it down. Orison Foundation. Mara recognizes it. Barely. Her reaction is enough. Corvin turns. What? They funded early Vespera restoration projects. When? Nearly 80 years ago. Structure? Private endowment network. Universities, hospitals, magical research grants. Not a cult. Not an order, a foundation. Respectable. Old money. Infrastructure. Much harder to stab. Good. Corvin asks the obvious question. Still active? Mara nods. Very. There is the layer above Vespera. Not fully revealed as villain umbrella, the selected deeper reveal remains source of cheat code but organically connected. Corvin does not chase it yet. The current threat remains Vespera and Asterhall's compromised administration, but the target map expands. He adds Orison Foundation to the board, does not circle it. Not enough evidence. Then the class receives another problem. Families. The Royal Dungeon Office begins, allowing controlled meetings between the dead students and relatives. Some go well, some do not. Mira finally agrees to see her father. He enters expecting a ghost. He finds his daughter correcting another student's ignition posture. He stops at the door. Mira sees him. For the first time since returning, she has no sarcastic comment. Her father crosses the room, then stops because the ward line prevents physical contact. That is worse. He raises one hand. She raises hers from the other side. No speech. No dramatic confession. Just 2 palms separated by transparent magic. Corvin looks away, gives them privacy. Later, Mira trains harder, not recklessly, more carefully. That is growth. Soren's mother brings him the lunchbox he used to carry as a child. He cannot eat. She knows. She brings it anyway. He keeps it beside his signal desk. Derek still refuses visitors. Corvin does not force him. Joran's parents are dead. No one comes. Bren notices. The next evening, he leaves a cheap academy pastry on Joran's desk. Don't make it weird. Joran looks at the pastry. You know I can't eat. Then don't make it weird. He leaves. Joran keeps it for 3 days until Mira burns it by accident. The resulting argument lasts 20 minutes. The classroom feels alive. That matters more than any system message, and yet the system does change. Every stable relationship, every corrected technique, every student teaching another. Every time the class acts like people rather than summons, the registration bonds strengthen. Corvin notices the pattern. His necromancer class does not reward domination. It rewards educational continuity. If he treats the students like undead assets, growth slows. If they learn, teach, choose, and improve, it accelerates. That becomes another limit, a useful one. The class cannot be scaled through mindless control. Corvin approves. For once, the system has standards. 3 nights later, Joran's barrier band reacts again. Not evolution, pending state. The interface behind Corvin's eyes delivers a new notation. Advanced Revenant student meets knowledge threshold. Evolution incomplete. Faculty synchronization and autonomous instruction required. There it is, foreshadow. To evolve, Joran must not merely become stronger. He must teach within the network independently. Corvin writes the requirement down. That will matter. Part 9 is still far away. No shortcuts. Meanwhile, Corvin needs public leverage. The arena incident exposed Vesper hardware. The Chamber 3 discovery explains architecture. But neither proves who authorized Vault 9. Without that, the Academy can still isolate blame onto Roth. Corvin knows institutional survival behavior. One guilty administrator will be sacrificed, then everyone else will claim reform. Not enough. So he returns to the original massacre. Memory reconstruction. The dead class gathers around Soren's signal table. Every surviving fragment from Vault 9 is aligned. Mira's silver dust. Tessa's marked wall. Joran's hidden door. Soren's fourth tone. Derek's remembered floor vibration. Ilya's visual blind spot near the boss chamber. Corvin overlays them against Vespera's current transfer architecture. Pattern, one missing event. Someone activated an instructor-level clearance immediately before the class entered Vault 9. Only faculty keys can do that. Corvin checks his own records. His crest registered at the dungeon entrance. Normal. Roth's crest appears earlier, but Roth says he never certified the vault. Then whose faculty key issued the transfer clearance? Soren isolates the harmonic signature from the massacre memory. It is faint, almost destroyed. But Chamber 3 teaches him how old instructor filaments resonate. He compares. Not Roth. Not Corvin. Not Malrek. Unknown faculty signature. The class goes silent. Another instructor was present. Or another key. Corvin recalibrates again. The people he knows may still be secondary participants. Someone used a legacy instructor credential to activate the transfer system before his class arrived. That person is the immediate operational target. Mara checks old Vespera logs. One designation appears repeatedly around educational nodes. Custodian 7. No legal name. No full profile, but a function. Legacy Site Authorization Specialist. Specific. Useful. Corvin writes it beneath Orison. Custodian 7. Unlike Orison, he circles this one. Current target. The pressure rises. Vespera's visible structure may be retreating. Its legacy specialist is still active. And that person likely touched Vault 9. Corvin closes the attendance ledger. Then he looks at the classroom. 32 seats are now repaired. 16 students can occupy them stably. The others remain harder to summon. Not because their souls are weaker, because their unfinished pathways are more damaged. Some died instantly. Some suffered mana core rupture. Some were partially affected by the adaptive creature before death. The next stage requires Corvin to finish enrolling all 32. Not for power, for testimony. Every student carries part of the massacre. Every memory matters. His new class will not be complete until every seat is filled. So our necromancer changes the board one more time. At the top, he writes, Objective 1 complete enrollment. Below it, Objective 2 identify Custodian 7. And beneath that, Objective 3 keep Vespera from touching Chamber 3. No revenge speech, no promise to destroy the Academy, just assignments. Then Corvin hands Joran a piece of chalk. The dead barrier student looks confused. Why? Corvin points towards 6 newly registered students waiting near the back. You're teaching first period. Joran stares. The silver band around his forearm pulses. Evolution pending. Corvin walks past him. Adaptive barriers. Fundamentals. You aren't staying? I have another class. For the first time, Joran stands alone at the instructor board. 6 dead students look back at him. He glances toward Corvin. Our former professor is already leaving. No rescue. No hovering. Trust is also instruction. Joran turns toward the board, raises the chalk. and begins. Behind him, the ancient runes beneath Chamber 3 glow faintly in response, not because a necromancer issued a command, because one dead student has just become a teacher. Far across the capital, inside a Vespera safe archive scheduled for destruction, a dormant legacy terminal registers the same event. One line appears. Chamber 3. Autonomous instruction confirmed. A gloved hand closes over the terminal. The glove carries no Vespera emblem, only an old silver instructor filament wrapped around one finger. Custodian 7 reads the update, then removes Asterhall's file from the destruction queue. No mysterious laugh. No speech. Just a new operational order typed into the system. Recover instructor. Preserve class. And back beneath Asterhall, completely unaware that the person who opened Vault 9 has finally started moving toward him, Corvin Vale enters the lower chamber with Mara, Lysa, and Soren to begin dismantling the mechanism that made his students valuable in the first place. Asterhall Academy chooses the worst possible week to hold a public ethics hearing, not because the timing is inconvenient, because Custodian 7 arrives in the capital 2 days earlier. Corvin does not know that yet. He only knows Vespera has gone quiet. Too quiet. Transfer nodes stop responding. Known bureau contacts vanish. 3 archive sites are found empty before royal investigators reach them. Even Professor Roth disappears from his assigned residence for 6 hours and returns refusing to explain where he went. Everyone around Corvin interprets the silence differently. Bren thinks Vespera is running. Lysa thinks they are preparing legal countermeasures. Mara thinks they are burning infrastructure. Corvin thinks all 3 explanations are incomplete. Organizations do not suddenly stop protecting an asset unless something higher changes the priority. So he prepares for movement. Not an attack. Movement. There is a difference. The dead class now occupies nearly the entire underground lecture vault. 21 students are registered. 5 remain provisional. 6 still cannot sustain stable forms long enough for enrollment. Corvin spends most mornings working on those 6. Not because they are the strongest, because they are the most damaged. One of them is a quiet restoration student named Vina Arl. While alive, Vina specialized in biological repair magic. She was never considered exceptional. Her spells were slow. Her mana pool was average. Her combat scores were terrible. She also died trying to keep 3 classmates alive after the crawler entered Vault 9. Corvin remembers finding her beside them. Hands burned. Mana channels empty. Still casting. When he summons her now, the damage remains. Vina forms only from the waist upward. Her right arm flickers. Her voice breaks after a few sentences. Worst of all, every healing spell she attempts collapses halfway through because her post-mortem mana does not interact with living tissue correctly. She hates that. Corvin can tell. She never complains. That makes it worse, so he changes the target. Stop healing living tissue. Vina stares at him. Professor, repair mana structure. I was a restoration mage. You still are. She looks down at her unstable arm. Corvin points toward it. Start there. The class understands before she does. Vina's first patient becomes herself. Not flesh, binding damage. She studies the torn necromantic pathways around her shoulder, then attempts a tiny restorative weave. It fails. Again. Fails. Again. On the 8th attempt, one strand stabilizes. Her hand becomes solid for half a second. The interface behind Corvin's eyes reacts unresolved restoration pathway redirected, post-mortem structural repair recognized. There it is. The class has been treating binding damage as Corvin's problem. It is not. Vina can learn to repair the students themselves. Potentially, Corvin does not celebrate. He immediately limits the exercise. 1 repaired strand per session. No deeper intervention. No core work. Too dangerous. Vina looks frustrated. Good. Frustration means she wants another attempt. Tomorrow. Joran watches from the instructor board. He teaches independently now. Not perfectly. His first lesson is an absolute disaster. He over-explains barrier theory. Uses terms 3 students do not understand. Then gets annoyed when they misunderstand him. Corvin says nothing. By the 3rd lesson, Joran shortens the explanation. By the 5th, he demonstrates before speaking. By the 7th, he starts asking students where the barrier fails instead of telling them. That is the moment his evolution requirement changes. The silver geometric band around his forearm develops a 2nd layer. A system notation appears in Corvin's awareness, autonomous instruction, proficiency rising, faculty synchronization approaching threshold. Not complete. Good. No shortcuts. Mira starts teaching too, mostly by yelling, surprisingly effective. Tessa teaches movement by throwing objects at people until they stop moving predictably. Corvin bans chairs after an incident with Bren. Derek begins mapping the entire lower network and trains 2 Earth-sent students to split coverage instead of duplicating it. Soren builds a signal archive. Ilya develops concealment drills. Vina repairs minor binding fractures. The class stops depending on Corvin for every function, exactly as intended. That should reduce pressure. Instead, the outside world increases it. The Crown's Arcane Safety Commission announces a formal hearing into the Vault 9 massacre. Public, recorded, independent observers present. Families permitted to attend. Chancellor Malrek summoned. Professor Roth summoned. Corvin summoned. And, in a legal development nobody in the kingdom knows how to classify, Joran Pell is summoned as a post-mortem witness. Bren reads the notice 3 times. They subpoenaed a dead person. Joran takes the paper. Rude. Mira leans over his shoulder. Technically impressive. Corvin takes the notice away. This matters. The hearing creates the first legitimate avenue to put student testimony into the official record. It also creates the easiest possible location for anyone trying to silence witnesses. Mara agrees immediately. Vespera will watch. Corvin looks at her. Watch only? She does not answer. That is answer enough. He begins preparation, not testimony rehearsal. Corvin refuses to script the students. He asks each one to write what they remember independently. No discussion before submission, no shared reconstruction. Memory contamination would destroy credibility. Joran writes about the hidden door. Mira records the silver dust. Tessa describes Professor Roth near the marked wall. Soren documents the 4th tone. Vina remembers something new. A man. Not face. Hands. She saw someone standing near the boss chamber while trying to stabilize a dying classmate. Black gloves. 1 silver filament around the right index finger. Corvin goes still. Custodian 7. Or someone using the same legacy hardware. Vina never mentioned it before because she thought the detail irrelevant. Now it is not. Corvin asks one question. Did he cast? Vina closes her eyes. Yes. What? I don't know. Effect? She thinks. The monster stopped looking at him. Interesting. Not concealment. Target exclusion. Ancient pedagogy concealment could hide instructional intent. Ilya has been studying exactly that. Corvin makes the connection. Custodian 7 may have access to old chamber techniques. That means standard detection methods are unreliable. The person responsible for activating Vault 9 might walk into the hearing room without appearing threatening to anyone. Corvin changes security. Again, Ilya trains the dead class to recognize concealed intent rather than concealed bodies. Not easy. Her ancient technique works by causing observers to fail to assign significance to an action until the spell completes. A person reaches into a coat. Everyone sees it. Nobody interprets it as dangerous. Then the weapon appears. Terrifying. So Corvin builds a counter from classroom logic. Students no longer ask whether an action looks suspicious. They assign significance to all unclassified movement. Hands move. Track. Mana shifts. Track. Objects change position. Track. No judgment needed. Just observation. Bren calls it paranoid. Corvin calls it surviving. The hearing takes place inside the Royal Civic Rotunda. Large circular chamber. 300 seats. Commission table at the center. Public galleries above. 4 exits. 2 underground maintenance passages. 1 emergency spatial gate. Corvin inspects all of them the night before under royal authorization. That alone feels strange. 3 weeks ago, he was forbidden from entering Academy property. Now government inspectors ask him how to secure a witness room. Reputation moves quickly when institutions become afraid of being embarrassed. He dislikes it. Useful anyway. The dead students cannot all attend. Too much mana. Too much public pressure. Joran goes officially. Mira insists on going too. Corvin refuses. She argues. He refuses again. The 3rd time she starts, Corvin points toward the classroom board. You are teaching precision casting at noon. That ends it. She is furious, also secretly pleased. Good. Lysa attends as living witness. Mara does not. Her history with Vespera makes public appearance impossible. Instead, she monitors exterior movement through old bureau contacts. Bren sits in the gallery, mostly because no one successfully stops him. Corvin enters the rotunda wearing a plain black coat. No instructor robes, no crest, nothing dramatic. Joran walks beside him. Silver Academy insignia restored on his dead uniform. People stare. Of course they stare. Families recognize him. Faculty recognize him. Reporters almost break their necks trying to confirm he is real. Joran hates every second, Corvin notices. Focus on the commission. I am. You are watching the gallery. That's because they're watching me. Let them. Joran exhales. Through lungs that do not function. Habit again. They sit. Chancellor Malrek enters 5 minutes later. He looks smaller without Academy ceremony around him. Professor Roth enters under guard. No promotion robes. No authority. Just gray testimony clothing. He sees Corvin. Then Joran. His face tightens. Not fear. Shame. Useful distinction. The hearing begins. No dramatic opening. Names, dates, procedures, dungeon classifications, inspection chains. For nearly 2 hours, the Commission reconstructs how Vault 9 received certification, and the bureaucracy becomes damning all by itself. Roth admits he signed access infrastructure documents. Malrek admits approving Vespera cooperation agreements. The Academy's legal counsel attempts to separate those decisions from the specific transfer. Then the Commission produces a document recovered from the arena anchors. Transfer authorization. Vault 9. Adaptive specimen designation. Approval pathway routed through legacy educational access. Instructor key required. Malrek looks genuinely confused. Good. That means he may not be Custodian 7. Roth looks even worse. The chairwoman asks him whether he recognizes the access protocol. He does. Legacy faculty clearance. Whose? Roth looks toward Corvin, then away. Not mine. Professor Vale's? No. That matters. The room stirs. The official story fractures publicly. Corvin did not authorize the transfer. Roth did not authorize it. Malrek claims he did not even know legacy faculty clearance remained active. Then whose key? The Commission calls Joran. The dead student rises. Every sound in the gallery changes. Corvin stays seated. Joran walks to the testimony circle alone. That matters. Not summoned forward, not commanded. Alone. The truth ward activates around him. Gold light, then immediately turns silver. The clerks panic. Necromancy interferes with standard truth magic. Of course it does. The chairwoman pauses proceedings. Joran waits. No irritation. No fear. Corvin watches the ward. It is trying to identify heartbeat-linked deception patterns. Joran has no heartbeat. Useless metric. Corvin asks permission to adjust the ward. The legal counsel objects. The chairwoman allows it under observation. Corvin walks into the circle. He does not strengthen the spell. He changes what it measures. Memory consistency. Mana response under recall. Joran's necromantic pathway remains stable when recounting stored memory and shifts slightly when speculating. Not perfect lie detection. Better than pretending dead physiology is alive. The Commission accepts. Joran testifies. He describes entering Vault 9. He describes the hidden door. Professor Roth standing near it before the practical exercise. The crawler. The chains. The fourth tone. The black symbol. Then the moment before the massacre. The chairwoman asks the most important question. Did Professor Vale alter safety procedure? Joran looks directly at her. No. Silence. Did he instruct the class to enter a restricted area? No. Did he know the adaptive creature was present? No. There it is. 3 answers. 12 years of reputation destruction begin unraveling. Malrek closes his eyes. Roth stares at the table. Corvin feels nothing satisfying. Not yet. 32 students are still dead. Clearing his name is not the same as correcting the system. Then Joran adds something unasked. Professor Vale ordered us to retreat before the first full manifestation. Corvin looks up. He remembers. Of course he remembers. The creature blocked the exit seconds later. Joran continues. He stayed behind us. No dramatic speech. Just fact. That is worse for Asterhall than any accusation. Because their public narrative claimed Corvin led students deeper for reckless practical experience. A dead student just says the opposite under a royal memory ward. The gallery erupts. Families shout. Reporters move. Commission guards restore order. And inside that chaos, Corvin notices one person not reacting. Upper gallery, 3rd row, gray coat. Ordinary face. Right hand resting on the railing. Silver filament wrapped around the index finger. There, Custodian 7. No dramatic entrance. No mask, just a man watching. Corvin sees him because Vina told him what to look for. The man's left hand moves toward his coat. Nobody reacts. Exactly as predicted. Ilya's ancient concealment technique. Not hidden movement, hidden significance. Corvin stands immediately. The Commission chairwoman sees him. Security does not. Bad. Corvin points directly. 3rd row. Gray coat, left hand. Specific instruction breaks the perceptual failure. Several guards suddenly notice. The man smiles once. Not theatrically. Recognition. Then pulls out a thin metal disc. Corvin moves. Joran reacts faster. Barrier. The disc activates. 1 tone. 2. 3. Hidden 4th. Every old faculty filament inside the rotunda responds. There are dozens. Commission archives. Former academy crests. Historical display cases. Vespera built redundancy into institutions deeper than anyone realized. Black lines spread across the chamber floor. The hearing room becomes a transfer node. Talk about bad venue selection. People panic. Custodian 7 does not attack Corvin. He activates the room. That confirms the objective. Recover instructor. Preserve class. Not kill. The central testimony circle collapses into a black spatial seam. Joran throws a barrier over the commission table. Corvin gets hit by the first wave. His necromantic core convulses. The transfer system recognizes his instructor filament residue. Pulls. Hard. He slides 3 feet toward the seam. Stage 1. Take the hit. Roth grabs the edge of the table. Malrek falls. Lysa opens a spatial anchor from the witness section. It slows the pull. Not enough. Custodian 7 walks down the gallery steps calmly. No hurry. He is measuring. Corvin watches him. Right hand carries legacy filament. Left carries transfer control disc. No staff. No visible combat focus. He is not built like a duelist. He is built like an operator. Good. Different problem. Stage 2. Read. Joran expands defense around civilians. That leaves Corvin exposed. Correct choice. The dead student is teaching himself priorities now. Corvin approves even while being dragged toward a hole in reality. Custodian 7 reaches the lower floor. The commission guards finally attack. 3 spells. All miss. Not because he dodges, because their casters subconsciously delay at the moment of targeting. Intent concealment. Ilya's ancient research again. Corvin knows the counter. Do not target the man. Target his environment. He points at the railing above. Lysa, fold section 3. She understands. Spatial magic twists the gallery structure. Custodian 7 is forced to move because the floor under him literally changes location. Intent concealment cannot make gravity forget him. Good. Joran catches the movement. Barrier wall. Not around the operator. Across his path. Custodian 7 stops. For the first time, his expression changes. Tiny approval. Adaptive. He knows what they are. Corvin hears it. The man raises the disc. Transfer pressure doubles. Corvin's boots leave the floor. The seam pulls him toward darkness. Joran cannot abandon the civilians. Lysa is maintaining spatial stabilization. No Mira. No Tessa. No Derek. No Soren. Remedial convergence incomplete. That is deliberate. Custodian 7 chose a public hearing because most of the class would be absent. Smart. Corvin respects smart enemies. Then Bren throws a chair. Not magically, just throws it. The chair hits Custodian 7 in the shoulder. Everybody stares. Bren stares too. Apparently he did not plan that far. But it works. The concealment technique suppresses recognition of magical intent. A terrified teenager hurling furniture with no structured casting produces almost nothing to hide. Custodian 7 loses control of the disc for half a second. Half a second is enough. Corvin lands. The classroom network inside his core reaches outward, not to the dead class, to Bren. Living student, unregistered, but present in his instructional network for weeks. Homework, lessons, field coordination. The system recognizes him temporarily. Faculty authority stirs. Corvin feels Bren's movement error. Terrible shoulder rotation, embarrassing release angle, still useful. He corrects it. Next time, step through the throw. Bren screams from the gallery. Now? Yes. Now. Custodian 7 raises the disc again. Corvin forms Joran's adaptive barrier. Not around himself, around the transfer seam. It bends. Space pressure shifts. Lysa sees the change immediately. She anchors the bent edge. The seam stabilizes incorrectly. There it is. Same tactic as the arena. Poisoned correction. Custodian 7 notices. His eyes sharpen. He changes frequency manually, faster than Vespera's automated network. This man understands the old architecture. Stage 3. Fire. Corvin does not attack him directly. He attacks the lesson. Every transfer adjustment Custodian 7 makes becomes observable. Frequency change. Spatial compensation. Intent concealment. Faculty key response. Corvin learns. Joran learns through the bond. Lysa learns through spatial feedback. Even Bren contributes accidental chaos. The fight becomes educational, exactly where Corvin is strongest. Custodian 7 changes the fourth tone. Corvin corrects, changes anchor vector. Lysa corrects, uses concealment. Corvin calls movement aloud before significance can be suppressed. Right hand, 2 steps, disc rotating. Specific observation destroys ambiguity. The guards start following his calls. Now they can react too. Custodian 7's advantage collapses once the entire room stops interpreting and starts recording. He realizes it. Good. Then he makes the most dangerous move yet. He abandons the transfer. The seam snaps shut. All pressure disappears. Everyone stumbles. Custodian 7 throws the metal disc toward Corvin. Not weapon. Key. Corvin catches it automatically. Mistake. The disc recognizes his mana. A message strikes his mind through the ancient network. Instructor confirmed. 32-seat class detected. Recovery authorization accepted. Corvin's attendance ledger ignites inside his coat. Every enrolled student beneath Asterhall feels it. 21 dead students turn toward the same wall at once. Soren screams. Derek feels old channels waking. Mira's flame dies. Tessa nearly falls mid-step. Vina's repaired pathways crack. Custodian 7 was never trying to open a transfer seam here. He was authenticating Corvin. The public attack is a handshake. Corvin understands 1 second too late. The operator smiles faintly. Now the network knows you. Then he breaks the nearest emergency crystal, not to escape magically. To trigger mundane evacuation shutters, steel walls drop between sections. Smoke suppressant floods the lower chamber. Guards lose visibility. By the time Joran breaks through, Custodian 7 is gone. No teleportation. No impossible disappearance. Prepared route, probably maintenance passage. Corvin does not pursue. Wrong priority. The class is under attack remotely. He turns to Lysa. Open a corridor. Asterhall? Now. She does. The spatial jump nearly tears her exhausted channels. Corvin grabs Joran. Bren tries to follow. Corvin points at the commission. Stay. Bren actually listens. Miracle. They reach Chamber 3 in under 4 minutes. The underground lecture vault is chaos. Every desk glows. All registered names burn across the attendance ledger even before Corvin opens it. Dead students flicker between forms. Vina is on the floor repairing her own shoulder. Mira holds one student together with both hands. Derek has opened emergency stone supports around the instructor platform. Soren lies beneath the board with blood-like black mana leaking from his nose. Tessa is moving too fast between everyone. Joran enters and immediately starts stabilizing barriers. Corvin moves to the center. The old network has activated all 32 stations, even the empty ones. That is the problem. It is trying to complete the class, forcefully. 6 unstable students who are not ready for enrollment begin materializing without Corvin's summon. Half-formed, painfully. Wrong. The network sees capacity. It does not understand consent or binding stability. Ancient system, old logic. Potential is not lost while memory remains. Beautiful principle, terrible implementation. Corvin slams the transfer disk onto the instructor desk. Reads the signal. Custodian 7 granted recovery authorization. The root network is pulling all 32 student signatures into Chamber 3, probably preparing transfer. Recover instructor. Preserve class. Exactly what the order said. Corvin can disconnect. One way. Sever the attendance ledger from the old network. Myra identifies the emergency method. Burn the instructor filament. Destroy the access relationship. Corvin looks at his broken crest. Then, at the students. If he severs now, remedial convergence may vanish. Ancient training stations lost. Faculty authority potentially gone. Maybe even advanced stabilization. Power loss. Huge. Irrelevant. Student safety first. He reaches for the filament. Soren stops him. One hand catches Corvin's wrist. Weak. Shaking. Don't. Corvin looks down. Soren can barely speak. It isn't transfer. What is it? Promotion. Corvin freezes. Soren listens through the pain. The 32 pulses are changing, not class to location, student to student. The network is trying to synchronize everyone to the strongest registered state, Joran, advanced. Autonomous instructor. It is force promoting the class. That sounds useful. It is not. 6 unstable students will shatter if pushed into Joran's structure. Corvin understands instantly. Ancient chambers assumed living students with intact bodies. His class is post-mortem, different vessels. Same software. Catastrophic compatibility issue. Now the choice changes. Do not sever. Correct. Exactly what the class exists to do. Stage 1 already happened. They took the hit. Stage 2. Read the network. Corvin opens remedial convergence. Pain explodes through his core. 21 students. Too many. Noise everywhere. Vina's binding fractures. Mira's heat. Tessa's vector feed. Derek's terrain. Soren's signal. Ilya's perception. Joran's defense. 6 provisional students screaming through unfinished pathways. Corvin cannot process it. Then he remembers the priority channels from Part 4. Domains. Do not share everything. Share relevant correction. He restructures the classroom. Joran handles stability. Vina handles binding repair. Soren handles frequency. Derek handles chamber structure. Ilya handles legacy interface perception. Mira handles energy overflow. Tessa handles physical redistribution. 7 departments. Everyone else routes through them. Noise drops. The network becomes readable. Good. Stage 3. Fire. Corvin does not stop the promotion wave. He changes its destination. Instead of forcing every student toward Joran's advanced state, he builds individual thresholds. Registered students receive only what their bindings can hold. Provisional students receive stabilization, not promotion. The 6 unstable signatures receive one thing only: recognition. No forced summon. No forced form. Just seats reserved. The ancient system resists. It wants completion. 32. Perfect class. Corvin rejects the metric. A complete class is not 32 identical outcomes. It is 32 students allowed to progress at different rates. That is his correction. The entire chamber shudders. Old runes flicker. For one terrifying second, nothing happens. Then Joran does something Corvin did not order. He steps onto the instructor platform. Corvin looks at him. Joran. The dead student raises both hands. His silver barrier band unfolds. Not outward. Across the classroom, 32 small barrier anchors appear around 32 desks, one per student, separate, connected, individual protection inside collective structure, exactly the hybrid tri-anchor method from Chamber 3, foreshadow paying forward. Joran looks at Corvin. I've got the class. There it is. Autonomous instruction. Not theory, not practice. Real responsibility. The evolution threshold hits. The system speaks through Corvin like a struck bell. Advanced Revenant student has fulfilled autonomous instruction requirement. Faculty synchronization complete. Joran's form changes. Still no giant armor, no ridiculous transformation. His academy coat darkens from pale silver to deep charcoal lined with geometric light. The barrier band extends from one forearm across both shoulders like a translucent academic stole. Behind him appears a rotating array of 32 miniature shield sigils. Not weapons, seats. He becomes what his progression was always building toward. Senior Revenant Tutor. Evolution pending state completed early? No, not final companion evolution yet. This is preparation reaching its final pre-evolution form. The actual complete transformation remains ahead. The system labels it clearly faculty candidate stage achieved. Final designation unavailable until full class defense event. Good. Chekhov still has work, but Joran is strong enough now. He anchors every student separately. Vina repairs damaged pathways. Mira bleeds excess mana into empty conduit lines. Soren corrects the pulse timing. Derek shuts 2 unstable channels physically. Ilya identifies which network prompts belong to obsolete living student protocols. Tessa redistributes students into safe positions. Corvin coordinates. Remedial convergence changes. Not larger, cleaner. A new structure replaces the old version. Departmental convergence. Corrections no longer flood the class. They move through designated tutors. That is the upgraded technique, foreshadowed through group correction, built through specialization, refined through priority channels, now completed under pressure, exactly how power should grow. The forced promotion collapses. One station at a time goes dark. 21 registered students remain stable. 5 provisional students survive without pathway damage. The 6 incomplete signatures fade safely back into dormant enrollment. No one is lost. Stage 4. Consequence. Corvin gains no dramatic rank up. Instead, the system rewrites one line. Low-class necromancer. Then pauses. The designation cracks. New classification forms beneath it. Instructional necromancer unregistered faculty variant. Still not high rank. Still not recognized by official systems. Much more accurate. His active capacity rises from 21 to 24. More importantly, tutor channels reduce mana strain across the class. Joran can now stabilize 3 students independently. Vina can repair minor binding damage without Corvin present. Soren can operate old network signals through isolated buffers. The class becomes harder to collapse by targeting one teacher. Custodian 7 accidentally improves exactly what he intended to recover. That is satisfying. Briefly. Then Soren speaks. He got something. Corvin turns. What? The handshake. The dead signal specialist points toward the transfer disk. When he authenticated you, the old network transmitted our roster. Silence. All 32 names. Their states. Their specializations. Their current capacity. Custodian 7 now knows exactly what Corvin has, and likely which 6 students remain unstable. Pressure rises. That night, Myra confirms it. 3 Vespera remnant cells reactivate simultaneously. Not in the capital. Around it. North Road. Western Aqueduct. Old Royal Observatory. No attacks. Positioning. Then Orison Foundation sends Asterhall a formal legal notice demanding preservation of all legacy instructional artifacts connected to historically funded educational research. There it is. The respectable layer moving, not soldiers, lawyers, archivists, property claims, much harder to burn with Mira. Malrek receives the notice first. He reads it twice, then summons Corvin privately. Corvin almost refuses, then accepts. Useful. They meet inside the ruined Academy records chamber under Royal Dungeon supervision. No guards inside. Joran waits outside. Malrek looks terrible. Good. He deserves some discomfort. The Chancellor places 3 documents on the table. Orison grants. Old faculty, crest inventories. Asterhall Foundation records. Corvin scans them. The Academy inherited Chamber 3 83 years ago through an Orison-funded campus expansion. The old Eastern Wing was built deliberately over it. Faculty crests containing ancient filaments were distributed to certain instructors connected to dungeon education. Most recipients never knew. Malrek did. Not at first. Lauder. He discovered enough to understand the crest's accessed legacy training infrastructure. He did not investigate deeper because Orison funding kept 3 academy departments solvent. There it is, cowardice becoming complicity. Corvin looks at him. You knew the infrastructure was active. Partially. You approved Vespera access. Yes. You allowed adaptive specimen transfers beneath student facilities. Malrek closes his eyes. Yes. No excuses. Interesting. Corvin continues. And when they died? Malrek looks at him. That is the real crime. I protected the academy. Corvin's expression turns colder. No, Malrek waits. You protected the version of the academy that allowed them to die. The chancellor has nothing to say. Good. No philosophy needed. Specific failure. Specific consequence later. Then Malrek gives Corvin something unexpected. A name. Not Custodian 7's legal identity. On old personnel designation. Legacy Site Custodian 7 was assigned 26 years ago to an Orison-funded educational restoration project. Current operator listed under field name, Edris Ven. Ilya's head turns sharply outside the door. Corvin hears the movement through the network. Ven, same surname. Ilya Ven. Not proof of relation. Name protocol coincidence impossible to ignore. Corvin does not assume. He checks. Malrek slides over the personnel record. Edris Ven, age 51. Former adaptive pedagogy researcher. No listed children. 1 listed younger sister. Maris Ven. Ilya's mother. There it is. The room becomes very quiet. Not father reveal. Not forbidden cliché. Uncle. Specific. Relevant. And more importantly, operational. The man who activated Vault 9 is Ilya's maternal uncle. Corvin immediately checks the firewall in his own thinking. This is not the deeper reveal. That already happened through the source of the cheat code. This is pressure. Personal connection. Usable. Dangerous. Ilya enters without permission. Her face is pale. She sees the record. Reads it. No scream. No impossible. She recalibrates like a student Corvin trained. When did he join Vespera? Malrek answers. Long before your enrollment. Did he know I was in Vault 9? Silence. Malrek does not know. Corvin studies the original transfer authorization. Custodian 7 activated the node minutes before Corvin's class entered. Student roster attached. Ilya's name was on it. There. He knew. That changes the moral shape completely. Edris Ven did not merely risk strangers. He knowingly risked his niece. Why? Corvin does not guess. Ilya asks one more question. Is he coming here? Corvin answers. Yes. She nods. Then places the record on the table. No tears. No speech. Then concealment counter-training starts tonight. Good. That is how she processes it. Action. Corvin allows it. The pressure reaches its peak over the next 48 hours. Orison freezes several Academy research accounts. Vespera remnants take positions around old access nodes. Edris Ven disappears from every known address. Professor Roth agrees to full testimony in exchange for protective custody. Chancellor Malrek announces temporary suspension of Asterhall's dungeon program. Students panic about the Academy closing. Families demand resignations. Royal investigators prepare to seize Chamber 3. Corvin refuses access until they agree to student safety conditions. The argument lasts 6 hours. He wins 4 conditions. Good enough. Then the small event happens. Tiny. Almost nothing. At sunset on the second day, Vina walks into the classroom holding her own right hand. Solid. Completely stable. No flicker. She repaired the last outer binding fracture herself. The system gives no dramatic announcement, just one quiet notation. Self-repair competency recognized. Corvin looks at her hand, then at the class. Joran teaching. Mira correcting. Soren listening. Ilya training intent recognition. Derek mapping incoming routes. Tessa marking evacuation lanes. Vina healing the dead. There it is, the machine is ready. Not because everyone is strongest. Because everyone now has a function that someone else depends on. Corvin walks to the board. Erases complete enrollment. Not finished yet, but no longer the immediate objective. He writes one new assignment beneath Custodian 7's name. Let him enter. Bren reads it. His face drops. That sounds terrible. Corvin hands him a stack of evacuation maps. It will be. That's not reassuring. It isn't meant to be. The class gathers. No one cheers. No one asks whether Edris Ven will come. They already know. The transfer disk from the hearing emits one faint pulse. Then another. Soren looks up. North node. Active. Second pulse. Western aqueduct. Active. Third. Old observatory. Active. 3 Vespera remnant cells. Then a fourth signal arrives from directly beneath Asterhall. Chamber 3 answers. Custodian 7 is close. Joran's 32 shield sigils rotate once behind his shoulders. Vina closes her repaired hand. Ilya disappears from perception. Mira ignites a flame so narrow it looks like a blue needle. Derek presses both palms to the floor. Tessa tightens her boots. Soren starts counting pulses. Corvin closes the attendance ledger. The smallest smile touches his face and vanishes. Not excitement. Recognition. The next lesson has already begun. At 8:15 that night, Custodian 7 walks through Asterhall's front gate using his real face. No disguise. No forged student uniform. No dramatic infiltration through the roof. He carries an Orison Foundation warrant authorizing emergency inspection of legacy educational property. Honestly, that is worse. Because the guards let him in. Edris Ven crosses the Academy courtyard beside 3 Orison legal representatives, 2 Royal Archive observers, and a Vespera technical specialist officially classified as a historical systems consultant. Every document is valid. Every seal is authentic. Every person with authority to object has been buried beneath enough procedural language to suffocate. Corvin watches through Derek's terrain relay from beneath the eastern wing. Bren stands beside him with 3 evacuation maps. Can we arrest him? No. He activated Vault 9. We know that. So arrest him. We cannot prove intent yet. Bren stares. He literally attacked the hearing, through infrastructure registered to Orison. His legal team will call it emergency containment. That is insane. Yes. Glad we're clear. Corvin folds the first evacuation map. The law will not stop Edris tonight. Good. That was never the plan. See, Corvin already knows what Vespera does when confronted. It destroys records, moves specimens, terminates exposure. Edris is different. He preserves systems. At the Royal Civic Rotunda, he could have killed witnesses. Instead, he authenticated Corvin. At Chamber 3, his remote command could have shattered unstable students. Instead, it tried to synchronize them. Dangerously, incompetently, but consistently. Recover instructor, preserve class. Edris does not want the dead students erased. He wants them intact. That is exactly why Corvin allows him inside. A predator entering for prey can be baited. A researcher entering for data can be taught. Tonight, Professor Vale plans to give Custodian 7 the most expensive lesson of his career. Above ground, Edris reaches the Eastern Academic District. Chancellor Malrek waits outside the sealed wing with royal dungeon officers. He looks like a man attending his own sentencing. The lead Orison representative presents the warrant. All legacy instructional systems funded under the original Orison Academic Restoration Charter remain protected cultural research. Property. Malrek's jaw tightens. This site is under active criminal investigation. Property preservation does not interfere with investigation. It does when the property is evidence. The representative smiles politely. Then the commission may catalog it alongside our technical team. Beautiful, respectable, absolutely poisonous. Corvin listens through Tessa's air relay. Orison does not need secret armies. It has contracts written before most current officials were born. That is why the Foundation survived 80 years. Malrek looks toward Edris. They have met before. Corvin can tell immediately. Edris gives him a slight nod. Nothing friendly, nothing hostile. Recognition between 2 men carrying different pieces of the same old failure. Malrek speaks first. 32 children died. Edris's expression does not shift. 32 subjects survived informational termination. There it is. Malrek actually recoils. Good. The wording tells everyone exactly what kind of mind stands in front of them. Edris does not see resurrection. He sees retention success. Malrek's voice hardens. They were students. They remain students. That is unexpectedly close to Corvin's own position, for entirely different reasons. Edris continues. The question is whether this institution intends to destroy them through ignorance a second time. Corvin's eyes narrow. Interesting. He does not dismiss the possibility that Edris believes himself correct. That makes him more dangerous. Fanatics are predictable. Experts with coherent internal ethics are not. The Orison team proceeds underground under supervision, exactly as planned. They descend through the Eastern Service Corridor, past the abandoned storage sign, past Ilya's deliberately weakened concealment layer, past 2 inactive classrooms. Then they reach the old lecture vault. The dead class is waiting, not hidden. 21 registered students occupy repaired seats. 5 provisional students sit along the rear row inside Vina's stabilization field. 6 empty desks remain. At the center stands Corvin. No robe, no weapon. Attendance ledger closed beneath one hand. Joran stands to his right, senior revenant tutor candidate. 32 shield sigils faintly rotating behind his shoulders. Mira waits near the east aisle. Tessa leans against a pillar. Derek sits with both palms against the stone floor. Soren occupies the signal station. Ilya is nowhere visible. Vina stands beside the provisional students. Lysa waits near the old spatial anchor. Bren sits in the back because Corvin specifically told him not to stand somewhere stupid. For once, he listens. Edris enters. His eyes do not go to Corvin first. They go to the desks. 1, 2, 3. He counts. Corvin sees it. Of course he counts. 26 active signatures, including provisional forms. 6 absent. Edris notices those too. Then his gaze finds Ilya's empty seat. Something changes, barely. There. Personal. He knew she would be here. He did not expect not to see her. Corvin stores that. The Orison representative begins speaking. We are authorized to conduct a non-destructive systems review. Corvin raises one finger. Class is in session. The representative stops. Not because magic forces him. Because 26 dead teenagers turn toward him simultaneously. Awkward. Edris looks almost amused. You kept that habit. Corvin's attention sharpens. Have we met? No. Then what habit? Edris walks forward one step. Treating structure as authority. Interesting answer. Still evasive. Corvin does not chase it. He gestures toward an empty seat in the front row. Sit. The Orison lawyers look offended. Edris sits. Immediately. That surprises them more than anyone. Corvin turns toward the board. He writes 3 words. Vault 9 review. The room becomes still. Edris does not react. Good. The first phase begins. Not combat. Evidence. Corvin calls witnesses individually. No speeches. No accusations. Mira recounts silver dust near the boss chamber. Tessa describes the marked wall. Soren reproduces the 4-tone transfer sequence. Derek displays the tunnel geometry. Vina describes the gloved man beside the dying students. Joran describes Roth standing at the hidden door. Every account has already been independently recorded. Every timeline is projected onto the board. Then Corvin adds the transfer authorization recovered from the arena. Legacy faculty clearance. Timestamp. 4 minutes before his class entered. Edris watches. No denial. That matters. Corvin finally turns. Your key? Edris looks at the projected harmonic signature. Yes. No hesitation. Bren almost stands. Corvin glances toward him. He sits again. Miracle number 2. Corvin asks the next question. Did you authorize the adaptive specimen transfer into Vault 9? Yes. There it is. The room tightens. Mira's flame appears automatically. Vina closes her hand. Joran's shield sigils rotate. Ilya remains hidden. Corvin does not react. Did you know my class was scheduled? Yes. The answer lands harder. Even Malrek, watching from the entrance, goes white. Corvin keeps his voice level. Then why proceed? Edris folds his hands. Finally, the actual lesson. The specimen was not being transferred into Vault 9. Corvin says nothing. Edris looks toward Soren. Your reconstruction is incomplete. Soren's face hardens. Corvin asks. Destination, Chamber 3. Silence. That changes everything. Again. The creature that massacred the class was supposed to be moved beneath the classroom where Corvin now teaches. Not merely through Vault 9. Into the old educational chamber. Why? Edris continues only because Corvin asks specific questions. Good. No villain monologue. What was the purpose? Compatibility testing. Between adaptive biological retention and pedagogical retention. There it is. Vespera wanted to test whether monster adaptation could interface with the ancient educational network. Corvin looks toward the buried chamber. That explains why the specimen carried academy binding chains. Why the transfer architecture connected dungeon and classroom. Why the network responded so violently after the massacre. Edris continues. Vault 9 was the staging environment. The transfer should have completed before your practical group entered. Should have, yes. What failed? For the first time, Edris pauses. Tiny. Meaningful. I do not know. Corvin watches him carefully. True? Maybe. Edris continues. The 4th tone authorization executed correctly. The destination chamber responded. Then the transfer loop returned the specimen to the staging vault. Returned. Not stuck. Someone reversed it. Corvin's attention sharpens. Who? Unknown. Interesting. Edris activated the transfer. Someone else interfered. That does not absolve him. He still proceeded, knowing students would enter minutes later. Corvin asks exactly that. Why did you not evacuate the class? Edris looks directly at him. Because the failure occurred 11 seconds before entry. Silence. That is brutal. 11 seconds. Corvin remembers opening the vault. Students behind him. Normal readings. Then pressure. 11 seconds is plausible. Too short for formal evacuation. Not too short for emergency closure. What did you do? I initiated containment. Vina's expression changes. She remembers the man standing near the chamber. The monster stopped targeting you. Edris looks at her. Correct, so you protected yourself. No. He points toward the memory diagram. I redirected target acquisition toward the highest density mana signature. Everyone understands. The strongest mana source in the room. Corvin. Professor. Adult. The monster should have attacked him. Corvin remembers the first manifestation turning toward him, then changing direction. Toward the students. Something interrupted Edris's containment too. Another mismatch. This is no longer a simple villain confession. Good. Stories become dangerous when guilt remains simple, Corvin asks. Why did targeting shift? I do not know. Again. Could be true. Could be concealment. Ilya moves unseen along the back wall. Corvin feels her through the tutor network. She is watching Edris's hands. Good. Edris's right index finger still carries the silver filament. His left hand remains open on his knee. No hidden casting. No intent suppression active. Ilya sends one correction pulse. Truth likely. Not guaranteed. Corvin recalibrates. Edris is guilty of reckless experimentation, unauthorized transfer, and knowingly maintaining a system beneath active student facilities. But the actual massacre may contain another actor. That does not change tonight's objective. It changes the next one. Corvin writes on the board. Transfer failure, 11 seconds before entry. Then beneath it, target redirection failed. He circles both. Edris watches. You're still teaching through this. Corvin turns. What did you expect? Something almost human crosses Edris's face, then vanishes. I expected grief to make you less precise. That was your mistake. Good. No philosophy. Specific. The Orison representative interrupts. This examination exceeds the authorized scope. Corvin looks toward him. No. The man starts again. Corvin points at the dead students. They are the scope. That ends the conversation. Then Edris asks his first question. How many can self-correct binding damage? Vina stiffens. Corvin does not answer. How many can instruct autonomously? Joran's sigils rotate. No answer. How stable is departmental routing? Still nothing. Edris nods once. Better than expected. There it is. Research interest. Corvin closes the evidence folder. Now your turn. Edris looks at him. Corvin places the transfer disk from the hearing on the desk. You authenticated my class. Yes. Why? To prevent Vespera acquisition from terminating the cohort. The room changes. Mara, standing near the entrance, swears quietly. That means something. Corvin looks at her. She explains. Acquisition doesn't preserve subjects. Edris corrects. Not when retrieval cost exceeds projected value. Mira's flame brightens. Corvin ignores it. So you marked us for preservation. Yes. Without consent. Yes. No shame. Consistent ethics. Edris sees coercive preservation as preferable to destruction. That explains the forced promotion event. He believed synchronizing the class would stabilize them for recovery. Dangerous. Not malicious in his own mind. Corvin hates that more. At least hatred is easy when the other person enjoys suffering. Edris simply believes his model outranks theirs. Classic academic disease. Corvin asks the most important question. Why does Orison want Chamber 3? Edris's eyes move toward the floor. Because it is the only surviving chamber that produced autonomous retention. Produced? Before you? That word matters. Corvin waits. Edris continues. Other chambers preserved corrections. Chamber 3 generated independent instructional transfer. Joran understands. Students teaching students. Yes. Corvin looks toward the ancient floor. That is why this chamber scales differently. Not merely recording lessons, creating teachers. Orison wants the mechanism. Vespera wants adaptive retention. Corvin's class combines both. Perfect research asset. No wonder everyone suddenly cares. Then Edris says something unexpected. Orison does not know the chamber is producing post-mortem faculty. Corvin looks at him. Yet. There it is. Edris is not entirely aligned with Orison either. The respectable foundation wants infrastructure. Vespera wants adaptive systems. Edris wants preservation of the pedagogy itself. 3 overlapping agendas. Good. Messy. Real. Corvin asks. Why come under their warrant? Because it gets me through the door, Bren mutters. At least he's honest about that. Edris hears him, almost smiles. Then the next phase starts. Not because Corvin orders it, because the north transfer node activates. Soren turns sharply. Signal. Derek feels the stone. 2 teams moving underground. Mara checks her old Vespera receiver. Her expression darkens. Acquisition. There it is. Edris's head turns. For the first time tonight, he looks genuinely alarmed. Corvin watches. Yours? No. Good. Proof through reaction. The Western Aqueduct activates next. Then the Old Observatory. 3 cells. Exactly the positions detected earlier. They were not Edris's support. They were waiting for him to authenticate the class and enter Chamber 3. Then they move. Vespera Acquisition plans to take everyone at once. Corvin's setup pays off. Part 2 began with baiting Roth through a fake tunnel manifest. Now the larger version completes. For weeks, Corvin lets Vespera believe Chamber 3 remains accessible through legacy routes. He allows transfer signatures to stay active. He refuses to destroy the network. He lets Edris mark the class for preservation. Why? Because organizations reveal their deepest infrastructure only when a valuable asset is concentrated in one recoverable location. Tonight, the entire dead class appears to be exactly that. One classroom, one instructor, one chamber, one perfect prize. A convincing target because it is mostly true. The trap is not a fake class. The trap is making Vespera think this is where the class can be contained. Corvin turns toward the board. Below "Let him enter," he writes one final word. Now. The entire classroom moves. No confusion. Weeks of assignments become action. Tessa vanishes into the west corridor. Derek splits terrain teams into 3 underground branches. Soren activates signal buffers. Mira leads precision casters toward conduit junctions. Ilya's concealment students erase evacuation intent from civilian routes. Vina moves provisional students into protected binding stations. Joran steps onto the instructor platform. 32 shield sigils expand. Living seminar students are already gone. Bren distributed the maps hours ago under the excuse of fire safety practice. Every escape lane was prepared in Part 2 and refined through the later seminars. Setup. Payoff. Vespera enters an academy that already knows how to evacuate without looking like it is evacuating. Beautiful. The first acquisition team breaches from the north. 6 operators. Anti-undead tuning weapons. Transfer restraints. No uniforms. No legal paperwork. Finally, something simple. Joran meets them. Stage 1. Their tuning weapons hit his barrier. The frequency is designed to destabilize registered dead. His shield fractures immediately. 3 students behind him flicker. The operators advance. They know the old version of the class, not the new one. Joran does not counter yet. He observes. The tuning weapons cycle through 4 frequencies. 1 for binding disruption. 1 for memory suppression. 1 for movement interference. 1 for instructor severance. Soren hears all 4 through departmental convergence, routes them. Stage 2. Read. Mira receives the frequency map. Derek receives timing. Tessa receives safe movement windows. Vina receives damage profile. Ilya receives targeting logic. The first volley teaches the entire class. Bad decision. Vespera fires again. Johan's barrier changes. Ancient tri-anchor geometry distributes the disruptive frequency across separate shield sigils instead of one shared surface. Binding impact drops by almost half. The operators hesitate. Correction. Second volley. Vina repairs pathway damage while it happens. Mira cuts the resonance prongs off one weapon with a blue-white thread. Tessa redirects another operator into Derek's raised stone partition. Ilya hides Joran's next barrier shape until it is already closed around 3 attackers. Stage 3. Fire. No one kills them. Not yet. Corvin needs data. The first team becomes contained inside separate barrier cells. Joran's specialty exactly. The western cell gets farther. They use Living Academy credentials stolen from suspended staff. Doors open automatically. Corvin expected that. Bren's Living Student Network handles it. Not with combat. With inconvenience. Study desks block 2 corridors. Practice wards are activated in the wrong rooms. A supposedly broken elevator is deliberately stopped between floors. One acquisition operator spends 4 entire minutes trapped behind a first-year alchemy safety shutter because Bren copied the emergency lock protocol from public training. Our boy finally weaponizes homework. Beautiful. Tessa reaches them before they reach Chamber 3. The third Vespera cell uses the old observatory transfer route. Most dangerous. They bypass Academy architecture entirely. Edris sees the signal. That node should be dead. Corvin looks at him. Apparently your colleagues disagree. They're not my colleagues. Professional distinction noted. Edris almost looks offended. Good. The observatory route opens directly beneath the lower chamber. Black spatial seams appear between ancient desks. 3 acquisition specialists step through. Then something else. A machine. Tall. Humanoid only because transport equipment prefers vertical frames. 32 restraint arms fold against its back. 1 for each student. Not subtle. Mira sees it through the network. That's insulting. Corvin agrees. The machine activates. A pulse hits all enrolled students simultaneously. Hard. Every dead form flickers. Even Joran staggers. Corvin's core tears with pain. This device is not tuned to individuals. It targets the class registry. Edris swears. First time. Corvin hears it. You know it? Roster cage. Function? Separates instructional links before transfer. There it is. If it succeeds, departmental convergence collapses. Students become isolated, easier to capture. The machine extends 4 arms. Black chains made of harmonic light fire toward Joran, Vina, Soren, and Corvin. Stage 1. Receive the hit. Corvin lets one chain wrap his forearm. Pain. Immediate. The attendance ledger feels farther away. Joran's shield network dims. Vina's repair channel weakens. Soren loses 2 frequencies. The Vespera operators advance. They think the class is coming apart. Good. Stage 2. Read. Corvin watches the restraint pattern. The cage does not sever every connection independently. Too expensive. It identifies tutor channels and disconnects hubs. Exactly why it targets Joran, Vina, Soren, Corvin first. Departmental architecture created identifiable leaders. Strength becomes vulnerability. Good design has trade-offs. Corvin recalibrates. The obvious solution is to strengthen tutor hubs. Wrong. Then the cage learns them better. He needs the opposite. No hubs. For one moment, Corvin looks at Joran. The dead tutor understands before the order arrives. He releases instructor authority. Completely. 32 shield sigils vanish. The classroom network collapses. The roster cage pauses. No tutor hierarchy. No targets. Every Vespera operator looks confused. Edris does too. Corvin says one word. Peer mode. There it is. Something tested in miniature during the earliest group correction drills. Students correcting students directly. Messy, noisy, limited, but no central structure. The very weakness Corvin fixed earlier becomes useful now. Departmental convergence dissolves into raw remedial convergence. Corrections flood everywhere, chaotic, painful. But the cage cannot identify leadership. The restraint chains fall slack. Stage 3. Fire. Tessa moves first. No assigned mobility channel. She reads Joran's position directly. Joran feels Mira's heat directly. Mira feels Derek's terrain. Soren feels everyone and nearly screams from overload. Vina repairs whoever appears loudest in the network. Ilya suppresses the significance of the cage's own target reacquisition. For 8 seconds, the entire class operates without hierarchy. Ugly, brutal. Exactly enough. Mira slices the first restraint arm. Derek shifts the platform beneath the cage. Tessa kicks the machine into Joran's temporary barrier. Soren finds its central rhythm. 3 pulses. Pause, not 4. Different architecture. He sends it to everyone. Corvin reaches the machine, places one hand against its control plate. Does not attack, teaches it bad data, using the poisoned correction method from the arena. The cage expects tutor hubs. Corvin feeds it 32 equal signatures. It recalculates. Fails. Recalculates again. Mira cuts another arm. Derek grounds its transfer field. Ilya hides the emergency reset prompt from its own operator interface. That is still terrifying. The operator slams commands into a panel that apparently forgets why half its buttons matter. Then Joran retakes authority. Not full. Gradually. 1 shield sigil. Then 4. Then 8. Tutor channels rebuild after the cage commits to peer topology. The machine is now solving yesterday's class. Stage 4. Consequence. Joran closes 32 miniature barriers around 32 restraint arms. Mira sends controlled heat through them. Every arm melts at the joints. The roster cage collapses. Intact core, intact memory, evidence secured. More importantly, the class learns a fallback formation, peer mode remedial convergence, unstable, extremely costly, but impossible to dismantle simply by targeting tutors. Another upgrade earned through being hit. Vespera acquisition retreats, or tries. That is when Corvin's trap actually closes. The 3 cells entered through separate legacy routes. They expect those routes to remain available. Derek has been mapping them for weeks. Tonight, he does not collapse them. He redirects them. Small terrain changes. Old transfer plates shifted. One conduit reopened. Another blocked. Every retreat route now leads to the same place, the central demonstration arena. Empty. Royal dungeon officers wait there. So do 300 recording crystals. Malrek arranged that part, his first useful institutional decision in a while. The first Vespera cell exits beneath the arena and finds itself surrounded. Second follows. Third appears minutes later dragging 1 injured operator. No civilians. No students. No escape. The royal officers arrest 22 acquisition personnel in 1 sweep. And because the transfer routes remain intact, their entry logs expose 6 hidden Vespera nodes around the capital. There it is. The trap from the early arc detonates at organizational scale. Why does it work? Because Corvin never destroyed the tunnels after discovering them. He spent weeks teaching Vespera that the old educational network was still their safest path into Asterhall. They believed the infrastructure because it was theirs. They believed the class was concentrated because it really was. They believed tutor hierarchy could be severed because earlier data showed it could. Every assumption was once true. Corvin simply kept learning faster. The classroom goes quiet after the last signal disappears. No cheering. Everyone is exhausted. Soren is flat on the floor. Tessa lies beside a broken desk, staring at the ceiling. Mira's right hand is burned from overcompression. Vina repairs Joran's cracked shoulder sigil. Derek has stone dust covering half his face. Ilya finally becomes visible. Bren appears at the entrance holding a practice baton and looking disappointed he never got to use it. Corvin sits against the instructor desk. Blood runs from the chain wound around his forearm. Edris remains in the front row. He never tried to escape. Interesting. Joran sees him. Barrier forms. Corvin raises a hand. Wait, the class does. Edris looks around at the students. Not specimens. Not data points. Teachers. Specialists. People who just rewrote his recovery architecture in real time. Something in his expression changes. Not repentance. Recognition. Important difference. You surpassed the chamber. Corvin looks at him. No. Edris waits. They did. Corvin points at the class. That lands because Edris's entire worldview centers on preserved pedagogy, and the proof stands around him, autonomous, unowned. The old chamber could store corrections. Vespera could transport adaptations. But neither produced this deliberately. Students choosing to teach each other, correct each other, protect each other. The missing mechanism is agency. Corvin understood that before Edris did. That is why his system grows when students learn freely and stagnates under domination, not magical morality, architecture. The retention network performs better when cognition remains autonomous. Control reduces informational diversity. Choice creates more correction pathways. There it is, a hidden mechanical law. Corvin does not explain it philosophically. He proves it with results. Edris watches Vina repair Mira. Mira complain. Tessa laugh. Joran corrects Soren's posture even while Soren is lying on the floor. The old researcher looks almost offended by how obvious it becomes. Corvin asks, Vault 9. Edris looks back. We already discussed it. No. Corvin places the recovered roster cage core on the desk, 11 seconds before entry. Transfer reversal. Edris's expression tightens. Yes. Target redirection failure. Yes. Both corrections disrupted after your authorization. Yes. Same pattern. Now Edris sees where this goes. Someone altered the system using adaptive responses, not random mechanical failure. 2 separate safeguards were counter-corrected. Someone wanted the specimen to remain active in Vault 9, and wanted it targeting students. That means the massacre was not simply reckless experimentation gone wrong. Someone exploited the experiment. The class goes silent. Corvin asks, Who knew the schedule? Edris answers slowly. Roth. Malrek? Yes. Vespera Logistics? Yes. Orison? A pause. One oversight office. Specific. Name. Edris does not answer immediately. That tells Corvin everything. There. A layer Edris fears more than acquisition. Corvin waits. No threat. No torture. Just silence. Edris finally says it. Orison Scholastic Continuity Board. Not generic. A concrete structure. 5. Trustees. Controls foundation funding for academies linked to legacy chambers. Approves historical site restoration. Receives performance reports from Vespera Research. One of those trustees received Vault 9's schedule. Corvin writes the name of the board. Not individuals yet. Evidence first. Edris continues. The board ordered me to proceed despite schedule proximity. There it is. Higher culpability. Not because they intended massacre necessarily, because they valued compatibility data more than safety margin. Then Corvin asks, Who could alter your containment commands? Edris looks toward the transfer disk. Any root-authorized continuity trustee. The room goes still. So the possible saboteur sits inside a 5-person Orison board. Specific pool. Much better than faceless conspiracy. The Part 5 reveal opens a larger question, and this one will not be resolved tonight. Future seed material already forming, but the current arc still has Edris. Corvin turns toward Ilya. She has stayed silent through almost everything. Now she steps forward. Visible. Edris looks at her. For the first time, all his composure disappears. Not dramatically. His shoulders simply lower. Ilya. She does not answer the familial greeting. Good. Her voice stays controlled. You knew my class schedule. Yes. You proceeded. Yes. Did you know I was assigned to Vale's group? Yes. There it is. No excuse. Ilya looks at him for a long time. Everyone waits. She does not cry, does not ask whether he cared. That answer cannot undo anything. Instead, she asks the question that matters to her. Why were 11 seconds enough for the experiment but not enough for me? Edris has no immediate response. Good. Specific crime. Specific consequence. Eventually, he says. They weren't. Ilya's face does not change. Edris continues. I chose incorrectly. Not forgiveness. Not redemption. Admission. Ilya steps closer, then removes the silver filament from his index finger. He lets her. That matters. She places it on Corvin's desk. Then you don't get to choose for this class again. Clean. No philosophy. No dramatic screaming. Just revoked authority. Corvin approves. Edris looks at the filament. Then at her. He nods once. That is all. Royal officers arrive below minutes later. Edris does not resist arrest. Orison's lawyers absolutely do. They begin arguing jurisdiction before the restraints even close. Beautiful consistency. By morning, the capital wakes to the largest magical research scandal in decades. 22 Vespera acquisition agents detained. 6 hidden transport nodes exposed. A roster cage system seized intact. Custodian 7 identified as Edris Ven. Legacy educational infrastructure confirmed beneath Asterhall. Orison Foundation formally named in the investigation. The Academy cannot suppress this one. Too many royal recordings, too many witnesses, too many agencies already holding copies. Asterhall's public facade cracks wide open. But the most important change happens underground. The dead class now has 26 stable students. The forced synchronization and Vina's repair work leave 5 provisional students strong enough to register. Only one remains unstable. 1. The final desk. Corvin looks at the name. Nessa Oral, 16. Rune theory. Lowest combat score in the class. Died first. Her memory pathway is almost completely fragmented. He has never maintained her form longer than 40 seconds. Every time he summons her, she remembers only pieces. A desk. Mira laughing. A formula. The smell of stone. Then pain. No coherent testimony. No stable spell work. No visible specialization. By every academy metric, Nessa was the least promising student among the 32, which makes her exactly the person Corvin refuses to abandon. The rest of the academy wants headlines. Corvin goes back to class. That afternoon, he places Nessa's file on the desk. Joran stands beside him. You want help? No. The dead tutor nods. Starts to leave. Corvin adds. Stay nearby. Joran pauses. Small distinction. Then sits in the back. Corvin summons Nessa. Her form appears badly. Half transparent. One eye missing. Hands flickering. She looks at Corvin. Recognition comes slowly. Professor? Yes. Did I? She cannot finish. Corvin does not make her. He places a simple rune tile on the desk. Not combat. Not memory reconstruction. A first-year stabilization exercise. Nessa looks down. Her fingers shake. I know this. Show me. She draws the first line. Wrong. Second. Wrong. Third collapses. Her form flickers. Corvin waits. Again. She tries. Fails. Again. The rest of the class quietly gathers at the edges of the room. No one interrupts. Nessa tries 12 times, then 20. Her summon approaches the limit. Corvin sees the pathway starting to tear. He should stop. Then Joran notices something. Professor. Corvin looks. Joran points toward Nessa's rune. She's not repeating the same mistake. True. Every attempt fails differently, not random, exploratory. Nessa's fragmented memory cannot recall the correct formula, so she is reconstructing it from first principles. That is different. Corvin changes the lesson. He removes the model answer. Nessa looks up. No reference. Why? Because you're not remembering. Her face tightens. Corvin taps the blank tile. You're learning. There it is. The entire class understands. Dead students retain lessons. Nessa retained almost nothing, which means her potential is not tied to preserved memory in the same way. She can build new understanding from nearly zero. Not a weakness. A different pathway. Corvin gives her the purpose of the rune instead of the design. Stabilize ambient mana across 3 points. No formula. Nessa tries. Failure. Again. Then she invents a triangular pattern nobody in the room recognizes. Mana stabilizes. Weakly. But it works. The system reacts like thunder. Not because the spell is strong, because it is new. A message burns across Corvin's mind. Student has generated original correction without retained template. Adaptive innovation pathway detected. Everyone freezes. Nessa looks at the glowing rune. What did I do? Corvin's expression changes. Tiny. Pride. Something worth keeping. The attendance ledger opens by itself. 32nd name. Nessa Oral. Status shifts. Registered. Every desk lights. Full class. 32. For the first time since Vault 9, every seat has a student connected to it, not simultaneously physical, but enrolled, complete. The ancient chamber below reacts. 1 pulse. Then 32. Joran's shield sigils turn. Vina's repair marks brighten. Soren hears the network. Ilya's concealment field shivers. Mira's flame bends toward the instructor platform. Tessa lands mid-step. Derek feels the entire foundation resonate. And Corvin receives a system message he has never seen before. Full roster restored. Incomplete potential preserved. Faculty conditions satisfied. A second line appears. Class evolution available. Not individual. Class. Corvin closes the ledger immediately. Mira stares. You're not opening it? No. Why? Because we just finished today's lesson. She looks personally betrayed. Corvin walks toward the board. Tomorrow. No reckless power activation after the hardest enrollment yet. Safety first. The class groans. Alive enough to complain. Perfect. That evening, Corvin gets exactly 3 hours of quiet before the outside world returns. Royal notices arrive. Orison petitions. Asterhall restructuring proposals. Requests for interviews. Guild contracts. Necromancer licensing inquiries. One religious court wants to determine whether the students qualify as legally deceased. Bren reads that one. That sounds uncomfortable. Joran looks at him. I was at my funeral. Yeah, but legally. Joran throws chalk. Bren dodges. Corvin confiscates the rest. Meanwhile, Malrek prepares a formal resignation offer. Roth submits full Vespra access records. Mara begins identifying the 6 newly exposed transport nodes. Lysa receives a royal protection designation. And Edras, now held in an isolated anti-transfer facility, sends one permitted message to Corvin. Not apology, not warning. One line, the continuity board will move before the Crown finishes cataloging Chamber 3. Specific. Useful. Corvin places the message beside the 5-trustee board record. There it is. Part 5's reveal remains open. The source of Corvin's class is understood. The people trying to own that source are not. Yet, pressure from the current villain structure is broken. Pressure from the larger system has only started. But before that comes the final confrontation of this arc. Corvin knows because Edris's arrest does not stop the old network. At midnight, Chamber 3 activates again. Not violently, deliberately. 32 student stations illuminate. The instructor platform rises. A new layer of runes appears around the classroom formation. Soren studies the signal. Not hostile, not remote. Local. The chamber is responding to full enrollment. Joran's silver tutor mantle reacts. Vina's repaired pathways glow. Nessa's original rune appears among the ancient symbols. The system finally presents the class evolution condition. Corvin reads it once, then twice. 32 enrolled students. 7 autonomous specialization channels. 1 unresolved faculty defense requirement. Joran's pending evolution condition appears alongside it. Final designation requires full class defense event. Corvin looks around. The students look back. Mira smiles. Tessa cracks her knuckles. Bren groans from the doorway. Please tell me full class defense event is metaphorical. Soren listens toward the north. His face goes pale. It is not. 3 kilometers beyond Asterhall, every exposed Vespra transfer node activates at the same time. Not acquisition, not Idras. Root authorization. 5 separate command signatures. The Scholastic Continuity Board. They are not sending operators. They are activating the entire surviving legacy network. Chamber 3 responds. The floor trembles. Lysa feels spatial pressure expanding beyond the academy. Derek maps it. 6 transfer corridors. 12, 18, more. Old educational sites across the capital are connecting. The board is trying to seize Chamber 3 remotely before royal authorities can lock it down. If successful, they do not need to capture the students one at a time. They can transfer the entire chamber. Class. Instructor. All of it. Corvin reads the system condition again. Full class defense event. There it is. Not coincidence. The final preparation stage. Part 9 is coming, but not tonight. Tonight is for sharpening. Corvin turns toward the class. Evacuation protocol. Everyone moves instantly. Living personnel out. Non-combat students into stabilized seats. Tutors assigned. Conduits mapped. Transfer frequencies logged. No dramatic speech. No panic. 32 students prepare exactly as they have been taught. Then Corvin walks to the ancient instructor platform. Places the attendance ledger at its center. Looks at Joran. Tomorrow, you're going to defend every seat. Joran's 32 sigils brighten. All of them? All of them. He swallows out of habit. That's impossible. Corvin picks up a piece of chalk. Writes the first correction formula on the board. No. Then beneath it. It is currently incorrect. Joran stares. Slowly smiles. The rest of the class gathers. Outside, 5 continuity trustees begin pulling every legal, magical, and infrastructural lever they possess to reclaim the system beneath Asterhall. Inside, the dead class spends the night doing something far more dangerous. They study exactly how the seizure works. By 4 in the morning, the dead class has discovered exactly how the Scholastic Continuity Board plans to steal an entire classroom. That is the good news. The bad news is that the method is brilliant. 5 root-authorized trustees are using surviving legacy sites across the capital as external anchors. Each anchor pulls on one part of Chamber 3's instructional network, instead of trying to seize the whole structure at once. One anchor targets student memory, one targets faculty authority, one targets physical chamber coordinates, one targets transfer continuity, and the last one targets the retention core beneath the instructor platform. Separate functions. Separate legal ownership claims. Separate magical routes. If Corvin blocks only one, the other 4 compensate. If he destroys an anchor, the network reroutes. If he severs Chamber 3 entirely, the dead students lose access to the very architecture, stabilizing several of their advanced pathways. Elegant, expensive, completely ruthless. Corvin studies the 5 synchronization maps projected across the board. No panic, no pointless anger. Just recalculation. Around him, the classroom is unusually quiet. 32 names now exist in the attendance ledger. 27 students can maintain physical form at least briefly. 5 remain too unstable for extended combat. Joran stands near the instructor platform with 32 shield sigils rotating behind his shoulders. Vina moves between the weakest students, checking binding integrity one by one. Soren sits beside 3 tuned crystals and listens to root network pulses. Derek has both palms against the stone floor. Ilya maintains a perception blind spot around the entire vault entrance. Mira works with a metal strip and a flame so thin it barely gives off light. Tessa repeatedly runs the same 12-step movement route between desks. Nessa sits alone in the front row, staring at a blank rune tile. Nobody is training randomly. Every action has a purpose. This is part 8, the quiet before the ugliest exam of their lives. And Corvin spends it doing what he always does before a difficult practical. He checks everyone's work. First, Joran. The barrier tutor has spent hours testing the hybrid defense discovered inside Chamber 3. His modern adaptive shield responds quickly. The ancient trianchor method distributes strain. Combined, they create something far more useful than raw durability. Individualized protection. 32 students can sit inside one larger defensive network without sharing the same failure point. If one barrier breaks, the others stay intact. That is essential. The continuity board's memory anchor will try to synchronize the class into one informational object. Corvin needs them connected enough to learn together, but separate enough to remain people. Joran forms the network. 32 small shield sigils bloom around the room. Corvin throws a weak mana pulse toward desk 12. Only desk 12 reacts. Good. Second pulse. Desk 20. Separate response. Then Corvin attacks both simultaneously. Joran overcorrects. The entire left side of the formation tightens unnecessarily. Wrong. Corvin taps the board. You're still defending the class as one object. Joran exhales. They're connected. Connected is not identical. Joran looks toward the desks. That line matters. He tries again. This time, he does not think of 32 shields. He thinks of 32 students, different mana densities, different specializations, different tolerances, different positions. Vina needs softer stabilization because repair magic becomes unstable under rigid barriers. Tessa needs room to accelerate. Mira needs heat release. Soren needs vibration access. Ilya needs perception channels open. Nessa needs almost no preset structure because fixed patterns interfere with her adaptive innovation. Joran rebuilds. The shield sigils change shape, not uniform anymore. Each one fits the person occupying the seat. Corvin attacks 3, then 6, then 12. No cascade. Better. The system gives no notification. Good. Not every correct lesson needs fireworks. Next, Vina. Her task is harder. During the coming seizure, the board will attack binding architecture through root authorization. That means the students may suffer pathway tears faster than Corvin can stabilize them. Vina cannot heal everyone, not simultaneously, so Corvin stops asking her to. Instead, she develops a triage method, not medical triage. Structural triage. She identifies which fractures threaten identity, which threaten spell access, and which are merely painful. Only the first category receives immediate repair. The second gets temporary clamps. The third waits. Cruel, efficient, exactly what battlefield restoration requires. Vina hates the method. Corvin knows. Again, she looks at 3 practice bindings laid across the table. 1 memory thread break, 1 mana output tear, 1 superficial spectral fissure. She repairs the wrong one first. Corvin resets them. Again. Second attempt. Better. Third. Correct order. Corvin says nothing. Vina looks at him. That's it? Do it 10 more times. She groans. Dead or alive, students remain students. Good. Soren comes next. His challenge is frequency overload. 5 trustees. 5 anchor systems. Dozens of legacy relay nodes. If he listens to all of them directly, his consciousness will drown in signal noise. So Corvin modifies the signal archive. Instead of hearing each pulse as raw sound, Soren assigns them categories. Memory. Faculty. Location. Continuity. Retention. 5 tones. Everything else becomes background. It takes 20 attempts before he stops flinching at irrelevant harmonics. By the 30th, he can identify which anchor changes without opening his eyes. Corvin swaps 2 frequencies secretly. Soren catches it. Good. Then Nessa raises her hand. Not because she has a question, because she has been listening to the exercise. What if they stop using the same categories? Corvin turns. Soren does too. Nessa points toward the 5 labels. They know the old system better than us. True. If they change the mapping, we're back to noise. Also true. Corvin walks to her desk. What do you suggest? Nessa looks uncomfortable. Everyone is looking now. She hates that. Corvin waits. Eventually, she turns the rune tile around. Instead of 5 fixed symbols, she has drawn 1 adaptive pattern. A central mark changes based on whichever signal creates the largest effect on the classroom. No predefined category. Effect-based prioritization. Soren studies it. His expression shifts. That could work. Corvin looks at Nessa. Test it. No praise. Not yet. She and Soren spend the next hour rebuilding the signal filter. By sunrise, Soren no longer tracks what the board says it is targeting. He tracks what is actually changing. Much better. One student's original idea just improves a specialist's entire channel. The class grows because someone who remembers almost nothing is not trapped by old assumptions. That matters. Then there is Mira. Her job sounds simple. Cut transfer conduits. It is not simple. If she severs them too early, the board reroutes. Too late, the classroom shifts spatially and students die. So Corvin makes her practice partial severance. She must weaken a conduit to exactly the point where it still appears operational to the root network, but cannot carry full transfer load. 3% too deep and it fails. 3% too shallow and the board retains control. Mira hates precision exercises, which is why she needs them. Her first cut burns through completely. Corvin replaces the strip. Second is too shallow. Third, too deep. By the 7th, she gets within acceptable range. By the 15th, perfect. Tessa watches from the wall. Do you ever get tired of doing the same thing? Mira does not look up. Do you ever get tired of hitting walls? No. Then there you go. Tessa considers that. Fair. Derek spends most of the morning below them. He maps physical stresses through the chamber. The location anchor is the most straightforward attack. The board intends to move Chamber 3 by changing its spatial registration while reinforcing the surrounding stone as a transferable shell. Basically, they are trying to turn the classroom into cargo. Derek's answer is not to hold the room in place. Too much force. Instead, he separates the chamber from the Academy Foundation in controlled segments. Counterintuitive, but smart. If the board expects one rigid structure, Derek gives them multiple independent plates. They can pull. Nothing moves together. Corvin tests the method with Lysa. She applies spatial pressure. The floor flexes in sections. Desk rows remain stable. Good. Lysa smiles. That is disgusting. Derek looks confused. In a good way. He nods. Acceptable. Ilya's preparation is the strangest. The continuity board uses ownership logic through the ancient network. Authorized trustees do not merely command systems. The system is trained to interpret their directives as legitimate. Ilya cannot hide the class physically from root access, but she may be able to hide the significance of specific responses. Same technique she learned earlier, not concealing action, concealing intent. Corvin gives her one rule: never hide the students from the network. That risks making them appear missing and triggering recovery escalation. Instead, hide which responses matter. If Joran's barrier change is crucial, make it look like harmless diagnostic variation. If Vina performs emergency repair, make the network classify it as ordinary stability noise. If Corvin changes faculty routing, disguise it as standard synchronization. Ilya sits cross-legged on a desk, eyes closed. Her form flickers with every attempt. Corvin repeatedly sends fake network queries. She responds. Some look suspicious, some do not. He marks failures. No reassurance, no shortcuts. Eventually, the difference becomes nearly impossible to feel. Lysa observes from the side. That's terrifying. Ilya opens one eye. Thank you. It wasn't a compliment. Still taking it. There is the first small laugh of the morning. Needed. Not because the situation is funny, because people cannot remain at maximum tension forever without becoming stupid. Corvin allows it. Then Tessa's turn. Mobility sounds irrelevant in a stationary classroom. It is not. If transfer anchors begin shifting the chamber in partial spatial increments, the safest location inside the room will change every second. Tessa has to move people between shield zones without breaking Joran's individual barriers or Vina's repair links. Originally, she would simply move everyone herself. Impossible. Too many students. So she creates paths, momentum corridors, short bursts of controlled wind connecting desks. A weak student steps into one and gets carried safely 3 meters. No full acceleration, no impact. Like moving walkways made of air. Simple. Brilliant. Her first attempt launches Bren into a wall. Corvin bans Bren from testing. Again. Tessa corrects the angle. Second attempt moves a practice dummy cleanly. Third moves 2. Fourth crosses Joran's active barrier without disrupting it. Good. By noon, every department possesses one refined mechanism. Nothing new appears from nowhere. Every tool comes from something already learned. Joran's individualized trianchor network. Vina's structural triage. Soren and Nessa's effect-based signal filter. Mira's partial severance. Derek's segmented foundation. Ilya's concealed significance. Tessa's momentum corridors. Lysa's short-range spatial anchors. Departmental convergence. Peer mode fallback. Everything already exists. Now they sharpen it. That is exactly what Corvin wants. Then the room changes. Not magically, emotionally. Because Soren's mother arrives. She is not supposed to. Royal security escorts her only as far as the eastern wing. She carries the same old lunchbox. Corvin considers sending her away, then checks the clock. 3 hours before full route synchronization, he lets her in. Soren sees her. His signal crystals go quiet. His mother does not run toward him. She learned from the last meeting. Too much emotion destabilizes his form. Instead, she sits at the nearest desk, opens the lunchbox. Inside are rice cakes dusted with sesame. Soren cannot eat, she knows. Still, the smell fills the room. Warm grain, toasted sesame. Something ordinary, something completely out of place beneath an academy preparing for magical seizure. Soren sits across from her. No barrier between them this time. Vina quietly monitors his binding. His mother pushes the lunchbox closer. I made too many. Soren looks at the food. You always say that, because you always ate them. A tiny smile. That is all. No grand speech, no crying confession. Soren reaches into the box. His fingers pass through the first rice cake. He tries again, still cannot hold it. Then Vina adjusts one tiny structural thread in his fingertips. Temporary density. Soren picks up the rice cake. Everyone nearby stops moving. He cannot digest it, cannot taste properly. But he holds it. His mother sees. Her eyes fill. She does not cry. Good. Soren puts the rice cake back. Still too much sesame. She laughs. That sound hits harder than any dramatic farewell. Corvin looks away. Gives them 10 minutes. Across the room, Joran watches. No family visiting him. Bren notices again. This time he does not bring food. He brings a stack of old academy barrier exam sheets. Drops them on Joran's desk. I need help with these. Joran looks at him. You already passed barrier theory. Barely. You're a duelist. Still, Joran knows exactly what Bren is doing. He does not call it out. Question 4 is wrong. Bren sits. Show me. So Joran teaches. There. Bonding through action. No sentimentality. No speeches. Just someone giving a dead student a reason to keep being a tutor even when nobody related by blood is waiting for him. Mira sits near Vina while the restoration student wraps a temporary mana brace around her burned hand. You know I can still cast. That isn't the point. It feels fine. You said that before your second-degree pathway burn. Mira goes quiet. Vina tightens the brace. Mira winces. You're enjoying this. A little. Good. Tessa helps Derek replace broken floor markers. They barely speak. Every few seconds, she kicks a piece of chalk toward him. He catches it without looking because Earth Sense tracks the impact. Small game. Useful coordination. Ilya works alone near the back. Corvin notices. Of course he notices. Edris's arrest sits heavier on her than she admits. Her uncle knowingly proceeded with an operation that risked her life. He also helped expose the deeper system behind her death. Messy, no clean emotional category. Corvin does not ask how she feels. He places the silver instructor filament taken from Edris on her desk. She looks at it. Why? You understand concealment better than anyone here. That's his authorization key. Was. She studies Corvin. You want me to use it? No. He slides a small containment box beside it. I want you to decide where it goes after this. That surprises her. Corvin walks away. Choice. The exact mechanism Edris never respected. Ilya sits with the filament for a long time. then places it inside the containment box and locks it. Not destroyed, not used. Evidence. Her decision. Good. The quiet ends at 2 in the afternoon. The continuity board makes its final preparation, not magical first. Political. All 5 trustees file emergency claims asserting Chamber 3 is protected under Orison's historical continuity charter. They demand transfer of the site to a neutral research facility. At the same time, private letters arrive at 3 royal ministries warning that uncontrolled post-mortem education could destabilize inheritance law, magical licensing, and military recruitment. Smart. Very smart. The board is not merely trying to seize one classroom. It is building social fear around the idea that dead students can continue progressing. Because if the public accepts Corvin's class as people, ownership becomes impossible. If society sees them as dangerous, magical anomalies, seizure becomes easier. The legal assault is part of the transfer mechanism. Different battlefield. Corvin reads the documents, then hands them to Malrek. The Chancellor stands across from him inside the upper records room. No ceremonial robes now, just plain faculty gray. His resignation remains unsigned. Corvin has not told him whether to sign, not his decision. Malrek reads Orison's letters. His face hardens. They'll destroy the academy to recover the chamber. Probably, they funded half of it, then stop treating funding as ownership. Malrek looks at him. Corvin says nothing else. The Chancellor understands. This is his assignment. Not fighting. Institutional correction. For years, Malrek protected Asterhall's reputation instead of its students. Now he has one chance to reverse the priority, not redeem himself. Act correctly once. Malrek walks directly to the Royal Commission. Before sunset, Asterhall voluntarily relinquishes all Orison-linked funding agreements and transfers legacy property claims into public evidentiary custody. Financial disaster. Immediate. The Academy loses nearly a third of its endowment access. 3 planned buildings freeze. 2 elite research programs close overnight. Malrek signs anyway. That matters, because the Continuity Board's legal ownership route collapses. 1 anchor gone. Not magical anchor. Social one. Still important. Roth makes his move too. From protective custody, he releases every maintenance authorization he ever signed for Vespera. No plea deal conditions, no redactions. 34 documents. Some incriminate him directly. He releases them anyway. Again. Not redemption, evidence. The Academy's internal cover dissolves. The board can no longer claim Vespera access was isolated misconduct. The whole infrastructure becomes part of the official record. Another route closed. Corvin receives the news at dusk. No celebration. He updates the board. Legal claim disrupted. Public denial collapsed. Then the last external piece arrives. Myra enters carrying a paper envelope. Actual paper. No enchantment, no mana seal, safer. Inside is a list of 5 names. The Scholastic Continuity Board. Trustee Marrow Dane. Trustee Celia Forst. Trustee Hadron Pell. Trustee Isel Mar. Trustee Othric Dane. 5. All alive. All politically protected. All connected to legacy academic funding. Mara points at 1. Hadron Pell. Joran sees the surname. Everyone does. Joran's expression changes. Corvin immediately checks the record. No assumption. Hadron is Joran's distant paternal relative. Not father, not close family. A great uncle, one who controlled the scholarship fund that placed Joran at Asterhall. That adds another ugly layer. The board did not merely risk random students. At least 2 had family connections to people inside the system. Ilya through Edras. Joran through Hadron. Corvin looks at Mara. Did they select the class? No evidence. Good. Important. Do not overstate. The class roster may still have been coincidental. But the people making risk decisions were insulated enough to proceed even when their own relatives were present. That says everything about institutional arrogance. Joran reads Hadron's name. No emotional explosion. He simply asks, which anchor is his? Mara checks the old access registry. Memory, of course. The relative connected to Joran controls the system, trying to redefine dead students as retained informational property. Corvin files that away for Part 10, specific guilt, specific consequence. The board finishes synchronization at 7:40. Soren hears it. 5 major signatures align. The classroom lights dim. Chamber 3 begins humming beneath them. Corvin checks every student. No speeches, names, status. Positions, Joran ready, Vina ready, Soren ready, Mira ready, Tessa ready, Derek ready, Ilya ready, Nessa ready, Lysa ready. Bren is not staying. He objects. Of course. Corvin points toward the evacuation route. No. Bren looks furious. You included my movement data in the network. Because it was useful. I've been training here. Yes. I fought at the hearing. You threw furniture. It worked. Accidentally. Still, Corvin looks at him, then gives the real reason. You are living. Bren goes silent. Corvin continues. If the chamber destabilizes, the dead students have binding recovery options. You have organs. Fair. Painfully fair. Bren hates it. Then what do I do? Corvin hands him the external relay ledger. Keep the living students out. Record every transfer change. If the academy evacuates incorrectly, fix it. Bren looks down. That is not a lesser job. He knows. Eventually he nods. Fine. Then he points at Corvin. Don't die. Corvin raises an eyebrow. Excellent instruction. Bren leaves. No hug. No dramatic goodbye. Good. Lysa stays because her spatial anchors are essential. Myra stays in the upper relay room, not the chamber. Malrek stays above with royal investigators. Roth remains in custody. Edrus remains detained. Everyone has a position. The class closes its doors. Then, for the final quiet moment before the seizure, Corvin does something nobody expects. He takes out a kettle. Mira stares. You're making tea? No, he hands it to her. You're making tea. Her face drops. Why? Because your last attempt was criminal. Tessa laughs. Vina covers her mouth. Even Soren smiles. Mira looks personally attacked. Corvin places a proper brewing guide beside the kettle. Correct it. She looks at the guide. Then at him. Then starts. Specific water temperature. Controlled heat. No flame touching metal directly. Measured steeping time. Precision casting applied to something completely ordinary. Her first batch tastes terrible. Second is less terrible. Third actually works. Everyone gets a cup. The dead students cannot drink normally. Some can hold the cups. Some can smell faintly. Some feel only heat through stabilized hands. Corvin drinks his. Not bad, Mira watches. Well, he considers. Passable. She looks outraged. Everyone laughs. Quietly. For 30 seconds, this is just a classroom. No Vespera. No Orison. No royal commissions. No dead status. No system. Just a professor insulting tea while students complain. That is enough. Then Soren's cup vibrates. One pulse. The room goes silent. Second. Third. Fourth. Fifth. All anchors aligned. Corvin sets the cup down. No announcement needed. Students place theirs aside. Joran steps onto the instructor platform. Vina takes the restoration station. Soren connects the signal filters. Nessa lays her adaptive rune beside him. Mira unwraps her braced hand. Tessa steps into the first momentum corridor. Derek lowers both palms to the floor. Ilya's form fades. Lysa opens 3 spatial stabilizers. The 32 desks illuminate. Corvin walks to the board. One final diagram remains. The skill that started in Part 3. Adaptive barrier redirection. Then expanded through remedial convergence. Then refined through priority channels. Then rebuilt as departmental convergence. Then given peer mode fallback. Now Corvin completes the last piece. He draws a circular route around the class. Not shield. Not attack. Correction loop. Any hostile change entering Chamber 3 will be observed by at least one department. That department creates a correction. The correction does not merely defend locally. It returns through the root network disguised as legitimate system feedback. The board will learn from the class, badly. Poisoned correction method at full scale. But there is a danger. If they send false corrections too aggressively, the root network may detect sabotage. So Nessa's adaptive innovation pathway becomes essential. She will generate responses the ancient system has never seen. Not obviously false, genuinely new. The board cannot classify them quickly. Soren routes them. Ilya hides their significance. Joran protects everyone while the loop forms. This is the climax mechanism. Foreshadowed. Tested. Refined. Now ready. Corvin places the chalk down. Joran looks at the diagram. What's it called? Corvin hates naming techniques. Everyone knows. Tessa smiles. Come on. Mira joins in. It needs a name. Soren looks exhausted already. Please make it short. Corvin looks at the board. A classroom where every mistake becomes shared improvement. A system that gets harder to control the more it learns. A group of dead students refusing to remain unfinished. He writes 2 words. Final revision. Mira nods. Actually decent. High praise. Then the first anchor attacks. Memory. Hadron Pell's signature enters Chamber 3 through the old retention core. Every student experiences the same pull. Not physical. Informational. Memories begin lifting out of individual pathways and aligning towards central storage. Joran sees his first barrier lesson. Mira sees her ignition failures. Tessa sees every movement drill. Ilya sees old concealment formulas. Vina sees classmates dying under her hands. Nessa sees almost nothing. That becomes her advantage. The memory anchor expects preserved lessons. Nessa's pathway contains gaps. Original learning. Unmapped structure. The system hesitates around her. Soren sees the effect spike. Nessa. She already understands. She draws a new rune. No template. Purpose only. Separate memory ownership while preserving shared correction. Impossible under the old chamber model. That is exactly why it works. Her rune spreads through final revision. Joran individualizes the shields around each student's memory stream. Ilya hides the importance of the separation. The root network reads the response as successful retention stabilization. Hadron's anchor accepts it, then propagates the correction. Across the entire legacy network, every active chamber now receives a new rule. Shared learning does not require shared ownership. Corvin sees the implication immediately. The board just helped distribute the principle that undermines their property claim. Beautiful. Second anchor, faculty. Celia Vorst. Root command targets Corvin's instructor authority. The system tries to classify him as removable central faculty. Old architecture assumes one teacher. Take the teacher. Class becomes manageable. That was true weeks ago. Not anymore. Joran steps forward. So do Mira, Soren, Vina, Derek, Ilya, Tessa. 7 tutor channels. Faculty authority spreads. Not equal. Not complete, but distributed. The board's anchor pulls at Corvin. He lets it. That shocks everyone. His connection weakens. The class remains functional. Joran teaches defense. Vina repairs. Soren routes. Mira controls energy. Derek stabilizes structure. Ilya masks intent. Tessa moves people. Corvin becomes less central by choice. Celia's system receives contradictory data. Instructor authority removed. Instruction continues. Impossible under old assumptions. Nessa draws again. New correction. Faculty is a function, not a single node. The ancient network accepts. Root authority shudders. Another old rule changes. Third anchor. Location. Merodane. Spatial coordinates tighten around chamber 3. The entire room lurches. Stone groans. Lysa nearly falls. Derek reacts. Segmented foundation. The board pulls one chamber. Instead, 32 structural plates resist independently. Not with greater force. With incompatible coordinates. One room becomes many registered support sections. Lysa anchors each to different local geometry. The transfer system cannot move them as one object. Mero compensates. Increases spatial binding. Tessa activates momentum corridors. Students shift between plates as safe zones change. No one remains tied to a single location. Derek's floor segmentation improves with every pull. The board is teaching him where the structural pressure lands. Bad decision. Fourth anchor. Continuity. Isel Mar. This one is ugly. It targets the relationship between corrections, not memories, not bodies. The class's ability to learn together. Departmental convergence fragments. Soren loses Mira. Joran loses Vina. Tessa loses Derek. Everyone becomes informationally isolated. Exactly what Vespera's roster cage attempted. But now at root level. Peer mode. Corvin triggers it. No tutors. No hierarchy. Raw student-to-student correction. Pain. Noise. Chaos. But still connection. Isel tightens the continuity filter. Peer links disappear too. One by one. Nessa looks toward Corvin. This is the problem they did not solve. A root trustee can redefine what counts as legitimate instructional continuity. If she declares dead student communication invalid, the ancient system itself rejects their links. Corvin receives Joran's last correction pulse before the channel closes. Not a spell, a lesson. Connected is not identical. Corvin looks around the room. They have been treating the old network as the thing connecting them. It is not. It helps. But the students communicate physically, verbally, visually, through sound, through movement, through choices. Instruction existed before magic. Obvious, almost embarrassingly obvious. Corvin grabs a piece of chalk, throws it at Joran. The continuity filter cannot block that. Joran catches it, looks at Corvin, understands, writes on his desk. Left anchor weak, Mira sees, changes flame position. Tessa sees Mira, adjusts movement. Derek feels Tessa land. Moves stone. Vina watches Derek strain, repairs the nearest student. Soren cannot hear network corrections, so he watches. Ilya cannot receive tutor data, so she uses hand signals. The class keeps teaching. Without the system, without magic links, without ancient infrastructure, just students and observation. Isel's anchor registers continued instructional improvement with zero recognized continuity pathway. Contradiction. Nessa smiles. First time tonight. She draws one tiny rune, meaning learning does not require authorized connection. The root network cannot classify it. Final revision catches the contradiction, feeds it back. Isel's anchor destabilizes, not destroyed, confused. Good enough. Then the fifth anchor activates, retention. Othric Dane, the most dangerous. The cracked core beneath the chamber opens. Black light floods upward. Every lesson ever stored inside Chamber 3 becomes available at once. Thousands of ancient student attempts, failures, corrections, teachers, methods, not knowledge offered freely. Forced integration. The board wants to overwrite Corvin's class with archived retention patterns stable enough for transfer. Make them compatible, standardize them, turn unique students into safe informational packages. Joran's individualized shields buckle. Vina's triage queue explodes. Soren collapses under signal density. Ilya loses concealment. Mira's flame destabilizes. Tessa's corridors twist. Derek feels the foundation becoming one rigid shell again. This is stage 1 of the final battle. The class gets hit. Hard. Ancient memories pour into them. Joran sees barrier methods from dead civilizations. Mira sees thermal techniques beyond modern magic. Tessa experiences movement systems that treat gravity as optional, tempting, powerful, dangerous. Take them and become stronger instantly. Also lose themselves. Corvin recognizes the trap, not malicious temptation. Compatibility. The board thinks standardization is preservation. Same mistake Edris made. Corvin's voice cuts across the room. Do not learn anything. That sounds insane in a classroom. Exactly right. Students resist. Mira actually laughs through gritted teeth. Never thought you'd say that. Enjoy it once. Ancient knowledge keeps pouring. Joran's shield cracks. Then the board sends full seizure authority. All 5 anchors synchronize. Memory, faculty, location, continuity, retention. The classroom begins moving, not physically at first. Its registration shifts away from Asterhall. Royal wards above scream. Lysa's spatial anchors fracture. Derek loses 2 floor plates. Vina's left arm destabilizes. Soren goes silent. Too much. Corvin feels his core approaching collapse. Stage 2. Read. Do not fight each anchor separately anymore. What do all 5 assume? Memory can be owned. Faculty can be centralized. Location can define possession. Continuity can be authorized. Retention can be standardized. Same root assumption. The board believes preservation requires control, mechanically, not philosophically. Their network architecture is built around ownership identifiers. Every anchor asks one question before acting. Who owns this data? Who owns this teacher? Who owns this chamber? Who owns this connection? Who owns this retained potential? Corvin sees it. The weakness. The class has already produced the opposite model. Autonomous learners, distributed teachers, individual barriers, peer correction, original innovation, choice, not morality, decentralization. No single ownership key can describe them accurately anymore. That is the attack. Stage 3. Fire. Corvin steps onto the instructor platform, not to claim authority, to surrender exclusive authority. He opens the attendance ledger. 32 names. Then tears out the front ownership page. The Academy-issued section listing instructor and institutional affiliation. Rips it cleanly. Everyone stares. The ancient chamber reacts violently. Corvin places the torn page into Mira's flame. She understands. Burns it. Not the roster. Not the students. The institutional ownership layer. Asterhall disappears from the ledger. Corvin's sole instructor field disappears too. The system screams. Root anchors lose classification. Corvin then takes Edris's contained filament from Ilya's box. Looks at her. Her decision. Ilya watches him, then nods. Use it. Corvin inserts the filament into the ancient instructor slot, not as owner, as second faculty authorization. Joran steps forward, places one hand over it. The chamber recognizes him. Senior Revenant Tutor Candidate. Faculty candidate. The system hesitates. Corvin withdraws his own crest filament. For 1 second, Joran becomes primary faculty. Then Mira adds her specialization mark. Vina adds hers. Soren, Derek, Ilya, Tessa, 7 channels. Distributed faculty. The board's faculty anchor fails first. Celia Vorst loses exclusive target. Memory anchor follows. Joran opens 32 individualized shields. Nessa inserts her original rune between them. Shared correction. Separate memory. Hadron Pell's control fractures. Location anchor strains. Derek breaks the final rigid plate. Lysa spatially registers each desk independently inside Asterhall's lower structure. No single transferable chamber. Marrow loses the room. Continuity anchor tries to reassert authorized links. The students ignore it. They communicate through peer mode, hand signs, physical cues, sound, movement, then slowly rebuild magical links from inside outward. Not root authorized, locally generated. Isel loses continuity control. Only retention remains. Othric pushes harder. Ancient knowledge floods the class. Corvin cannot block it forever, so he changes the rule. Choose one. Joran looks at him. Everyone understands. Do not accept the archive wholesale. Each student chooses one lesson. 1. Their choice. Joran selects an ancient barrier anchor. Mira chooses thermal gradient isolation. Tessa chooses momentum borrowing. Derek chooses structural resonance. Soren chooses harmonic filtering. Ilya chooses hidden intent mapping. Vina chooses pathway stitching. Nessa does something different. She chooses nothing. Of course. Then creates a new rune from what everyone else chose. Original synthesis. The class absorbs only selected knowledge. No standardization, no overwrite. Retention becomes elective. The ancient network records it. The root core tries to reconcile. Cannot. Final revision activates fully. Every correction generated through the battle returns to the legacy network disguised as successful adaptive stabilization. 1. Shared learning without shared ownership. 2. Faculty as distributed function. 3. Location as independent nodes. 4. Continuity without root authorization. 5. Retention by consent and selection. 5 poisoned corrections, not lies, better models. That is why the system accepts them. The continuity board loses not because Corvin hacks the network, because the network learns a version of itself they cannot control. Across the capital, old legacy terminals rewrite. Property fields fail. Instructor ownership flags split. Chamber coordinates decentralize. Retention archives require local learner confirmation. Root authority collapses from absolute command into advisory access. Somewhere inside 5 different protected residences, 5 trustees realize the same thing at nearly the same time. Their keys still work, but the network no longer obeys them automatically. Stage 4. Consequence. The seizure stops. Chamber 3 slams back into local registration. Lysa's spatial anchors stabilize. Derek's floor plates settle. Soren gasps. Vina catches Mira's collapsing arm. Tessa drops to both feet. Ilya becomes visible. Nessa's rune burns bright across the instructor platform, and Joran does not fall. His 32 shield sigils remain active. All of them. Every desk protected. Every student separate. Every link intact. The system recognizes the condition. Full class defense event completed. Faculty synchronization achieved. Autonomous instruction confirmed. Individualized retention protected. The notification reaches Corvin with the weight of a cathedral bell. Joran Pell completes evolution. No armor explodes outward. No giant spectral knight appears. The change is quieter, more appropriate. His charcoal academy coat becomes fully solid. Silver geometric lines settle along the sleeves. The translucent academic stole across his shoulders transforms into a long mantle made from layered barrier equations. 32 shield sigils no longer rotate behind him. They embed into the mantle itself, portable, adaptive, always available. And above his restored academy insignia appears a new symbol. Not Asterhall's sun, not Vespera's broken circle. A simple open book surrounded by one curved shield. The system names him, Revenant Lecturer Keeper of the 32 seats. Joran stares at the new insignia. Mira actually whistles. Tessa grins. Bren is not here to make it weird. Tragic. Then Joran's evolution propagates through final revision, not as raw power. As stability, every student receives an individualized protection layer tied to their own learning state. The weakest 5 provisional forms stabilize. Vina's repair burden drops. Soren's signal noise clears. Nessa's original rune stops flickering, and Corvin's class capacity changes. Not from 32 to some ridiculous number. Still, 32. Permanent. Hard limit. That matters. The class does not become an army. It becomes complete. Corvin feels something else. His own classification changes again. Instructional Necromancer Unregistered Faculty Variant. The words dissolve. New designation. Postmortem Faculty Necromancer. Exclusive class function recognized preserves interrupted student potential through autonomous educational binding. Not stronger in conventional rank. Unique. Exactly right. Then the system presents one new ability. Not an attack. Faculty recall. Corvin can temporarily manifest one corrected lesson from any enrolled student at full instructional comprehension, but only if that student willingly opens the pathway. Consent built into the mechanic. Good. Power with a limit that matches the theme. He tests nothing. Not now. Everyone is exhausted. The board is not finished either. Soren's eyes snap open. Incoming. Corvin looks toward him. Which anchor? All 5. Again? No. Different. Not seizure. One concentrated transfer. Physical. 5 trustees are sending something through the only route pathway still capable of full transport, the retention core. A figure begins forming inside the lower chamber. Not a monster. Human. One man, then another, then 3 more. The continuity board comes personally. That is unexpected. Smart. And stupid. Their remote authority is broken, so they enter the site they believe they still legally own. 5 elderly and middle-aged mages step into Chamber 3 wearing formal Orison robes reinforced with legacy filaments. Trusty Marrodane, Celia Vorst, Hadran Pell, Uzela Mar, Othric Dane, no armies. They do not need one. Each carries root-level artifacts. The final confrontation becomes immediate. Corvin looks at the class, exhausted, many injured. No time to recover. Perfectly unfair. The board sees that too. Hadron's eyes land on Joran. Recognition, no warmth. Boy. Joran's expression goes flat. There it is. Personal. Celia looks at Corvin. You have altered protected infrastructure. Corvin almost laughs. Almost. Othric looks around at the students. This system cannot remain uncontrolled. There. Same belief. Corvin does not debate. No speeches. The board raises their artifacts. Stage 1 again. The memory trustee attacks first. Hadron sends a wave through Joran's lineage-bound educational record. Scholarship contracts, family sponsorship, academy access. He tries to establish historical authority over Joran specifically. The barrier lecturer staggers. That is dirty. Not magical domination. Institutional metadata weaponized. Joran's admission to Asterhall came through Hadran's fund. The old system still treats sponsorship as educational stake. Corvin had not considered that. Good. Unexpected variable. Joran's mantle flickers. Hadron steps closer. Your education exists because of my family. Specific insult. Useful for later. Joran says nothing. Corvin recalculates. The board has individual hooks. Celia targets Corvin's revoked instructor license. Marrow targets Lysa's spatial certification. Izel targets seminar records. Othric targets the retention core. They weaponize paperwork encoded into magic. Ridiculous. Effective. Mira's dead status lacks legal ownership record, so Celia classifies her as unlicensed summoned material. Her form destabilizes. Vina becomes an unregistered magical construct. Tessa becomes contraband post-mortem entity. Every student is attacked through institutional categories. This is their real combat specialty, not spells. Definitions. The board built systems. They fight by deciding what things are allowed to be. Corvin sees the pattern immediately. Stage 2. Read. Every attack requires an existing institutional label. Student, instructor, sponsored scholar, licensed mage, research specimen, property, witness. They need categories. Nessa has almost none. Because her memory pathway rebuilt from scratch, her legal record exists. Her magical pattern does not match. Othric's classification spell slides off her. He looks confused. Good, Corvin points toward her. Nessa, she knows. Original correction, no template. She draws one rune on the floor. Not classifiable under Asterhall standards. Not Vespera, not old pedagogy. New. The board's artifacts hesitate. Corvin smiles faintly. There it is. The skill foreshadowed when she enrolled last. Innovation as anti-classification. He opens faculty recall, looks toward Nessa. She understands the mechanic intuitively, opens her pathway willingly. Corvin receives full comprehension of the original adaptive rune, not her mana. Her lesson, he casts. For the first time, Corvin uses a student's corrected technique at full instructional understanding. The rune expands across the classroom, not attack. Reclassification, null space. Anything inside is evaluated by current function rather than historical label. Joran is not sponsored scholar. He is defending students. Mira is not a legal undead. She is controlling energy. Vina is repairing bindings. Tessa is moving people. Corvin is coordinating instruction. The board's ownership-based spells collapse. Stage 3. Fire. Mira cuts the legacy filaments from Celia's artifact. Tessa redirects Marrow away from Lysa's anchor. Derek raises stone between Ysel and the seminar archive. Ilya hides the functional importance of the retention core from Othric's targeting spell. Soren reads every artifact pulse. Vina keeps the class stable. Joran expands his evolved mantle. 32 personalized shields. Nessa updates the null space rune every time the board changes classification, and Corvin uses faculty recall a second time. Joran willingly opens his pathway. Full adaptive barrier comprehension floods Corvin. He forms one massive curved shield beneath the retention core, not to block Othric's spell, redirect it. Same skill from Part 3, barrier redirection, first used against Roth's lightning. Now at final scale, Othric's root command strikes. Corvin bends it. The command routes through final revision, back into the board's own legacy artifacts. Their authority keys begin evaluating themselves under current function, not trustees, attackers. Unauthorized hostile access. The network changes status. One by one, root artifacts lock. Hadron's first. Then Celia. Marrow. Ysel. Othric last. He realizes what happened. Too late. Their own system revokes active control because they entered a protected instructional space and used root authority against autonomous enrolled learners. Beautiful. The oldest bureaucratic cell phone imaginable. Joran closes barriers around all 5. Separate cells. No shared escape. The board is defeated. Not dead. That matters. They are more valuable alive. Evidence. Testimony. Specific punishment later. Hadron strikes Joran's barrier. You ungrateful boy. Joran looks at him. Corvin hears the line. Istores it. Part 10. Celia glares at Corvin. You were stripped of authority for a reason. Stored. Marrow turns toward Lysa. Students do not decide the use of institutional assets. Stored. Ysel looks at the class. Without continuity governance, this knowledge will decay. Stored. Othric looks at Nessa. Unstructured learning is waste. Stored. 5 specific beliefs. 5 specific crimes. 5 future judgments. Corvin does not answer any of them now. The climax is over when royal investigators arrive through Lysa's stabilized corridor. This time, no one escapes. No Orison legal team can erase 5 trustees caught physically inside protected evidence using root artifacts. Malrek enters behind the officers, sees the board contained by a dead student's barriers. He looks at Corvin. Corvin looks back. Nothing needs saying. The institution above is finished in its old form. Then Joran's mantle flickers. Corvin turns immediately. Too much. Evolution complete does not mean unlimited. Vina catches his arm. Sit. Joran blinks. Vina repeats. Sit. He sits. Good. New hierarchy. The healer outranks everyone when they are injured. Mira laughs. Then winces because her own hand is worse. Vina glares. Mira sits too. Tessa lies flat on the floor voluntarily. Derek leans against a desk. Soren closes his eyes. Ilya appears beside the containment box. Nessa keeps staring at the fading nullspace rune like she cannot believe she made it. Lysa slumps onto a bench. Corvin remains standing. Barely. His core feels carved hollow. Joran looks up. Professor. Corvin turns. The dead lecturer points toward the instructor chair. Sit. Corvin raises an eyebrow. The class watches. Apparently mutiny. Educationally justified. Corvin sits. The room relaxes. Tiny. Then the attendance ledger opens. No alert. No new level. Just 32 names. All present. All stable. For the first time, the status column contains no provisional marks. Every student is registered. 7 tutor specializations active. 1 evolved lecturer. 1 innovation pathway. 1 post-mortem restoration pathway. 1 complete class. Corvin looks at the list. His expression finally changes. Not much. Enough. 32 students died in Vault 9. He could not prevent it. He cannot reverse it. He cannot pretend this is resurrection. They are dead. That truth remains. But dead is no longer the same thing as unfinished. That is the emotional center. No speech. Corvin simply takes the old class roster from before the massacre. The paper still lists every student under status. Active. He places it beside the new attendance ledger, then crosses out the old status heading. Writes, continuing. Jorn sees, Mira see, no one commence. They do not need to. Above them, royal officers march 5 continuity trustees out through Asterhall's eastern halls. Students line the corridors. Parents wait outside. Reporters shout. Orison's lawyers fail to stop the arrests. Vespera remnant cells begin surrendering once the root network stops, recognizing old authority. Asterhall's governing council dissolves before midnight. Malrek signs his resignation at last. Roth remains under investigation. Edris requests permission to testify. Myra receives notice that the Crown wants her as a technical witness. Lysa's suspension is voided. Bren somehow gets interviewed despite being told not to speak to anyone. Of course. And deep beneath all of that noise, the dead class does not celebrate. They repair desks, replace broken conduits, rebind cracked channels. Vina forces everyone to rest in rotation. Mira complains. Tessa sleeps on the floor out of habit even though she does not need sleep. Soren's mother sends another lunchbox. Derek finishes mapping the now independent chamber. Ilya locks Edris's filament into evidence storage. Nessa redraws her original rune from memory. Joran stands at the board after his mantle stabilizes. He looks different now. Not older, not more alive, more complete. Corvin watches him write the next lesson title, Basic Defense Individual Anchors. Joran turns towards 6 students. Lower anchors first. Corvin almost corrects him. Stops. Joran catches the hesitation. You were going to say something. No, that is terrifying. Mira laughs from across the room. The class begins. And for the first time, Corvin does not stand at the front. He sits in the back row and watches one of his dead students teach. 3 weeks after the continuity board is arrested, Asterhall Academy removes Corvin Vale's name from the disciplinary registry. The clerk responsible asks whether he wants the original record destroyed. Corvin says no. That surprises everyone. He takes the document instead. The page still contains every accusation: reckless certification, unauthorized dungeon exposure, gross instructional negligence, 32 student deaths. At the bottom sits the academy seal that ended his career. Corvin folds the paper once and puts it inside the new classroom archive. Not because the accusations deserve preservation, because institutions become very creative about remembering themselves kindly after surviving a scandal. This version stays. So does the correction. See, the Royal Arcane Safety Commission does not simply declare Corvin innocent. It reconstructs exactly what happened. That matters more. Training Vault 9 was never safe on the morning of the massacre. An adaptive Vespera specimen had been routed through the dungeon under a legacy educational transfer authorization. Custodian 7, Edros Ven, executed the transfer 11 seconds before Corvin's class reached the entrance. The process failed. Containment failed immediately afterward. Then a second root-level command redirected the specimen away from Corvin and toward the student group. That final command remains unresolved. But one fact does not. Corvin did not cause the massacre. He tried to stop it. Joran Pell's testimony becomes part of the permanent royal record. So does Vina's. So does Soren's reconstructed transfer sequence. For the first time, the 32 students are not described as victims in somebody else's report. Their own memories become evidence. That changes everything. The commission restores Corvin's magical instruction license. Asterhall offers to restore his professorial title. He refuses. Not angrily. Not dramatically. He simply slides the document back across the table. Chancellor Malrek's replacement looks confused. You have been fully exonerated. I know. Then why refuse reinstatement? Corvin looks through the chamber window. Outside, workers are removing Orison Foundation plaques from academy buildings. Because that position no longer exists. And he is right. The old dungeon faculty is gone. The original governing council has been dissolved. Every training vault connected to legacy transfer infrastructure is closed indefinitely. Half the Academy's elite research program is frozen pending review. Asterhall survives. But the version of Asterhall that sacrificed students to protect its reputation does not. Good. Corvin does accept one document. A charter. Independent instructional authority over Chamber 3 and the students voluntarily registered through its post-mortem network. The Crown's lawyers spend 18 days arguing over what to call the institution. Necromantic school sounds illegal. Memorial Academy sounds insulting. Posthumous Educational Continuation Center sounds like something designed specifically to make teenagers stop reading. Bren suggests dead class. Everyone ignores him, mostly. In the end, the charter uses the least offensive description available, the Vale Continuation Faculty. Mira hates it. Tessa says it sounds like an insurance company. Corvin leaves the paperwork unchanged. Names matter less than function. The classroom remains where it started, beneath the eastern wing. Same repaired desks, same broken walls, same terrible ventilation. The difference is that the entrance is no longer hidden. A new stairwell connects Chamber 3 to the Academy courtyard. Students pass through royal wards before entering. Living students attend approved theory sessions. Dead students teach specialization workshops. Researchers observe only with explicit class permission. No one touches the retention core without 7 signatures. Corvin's, Joran's, Vena's, Soren's, Ilya's, 1 royal safety officer, and 1 elected student representative. Bren wins the first election despite Corvin strongly suspecting the campaign slogan "Free Chalk" influenced the result. Painful. Democracy survives anyway. The legal status of the dead students takes longer. Religious courts argue they are deceased souls. Necromancer guilds argue they are advanced summons. Inheritance courts desperately hope everyone will stop asking whether dead teenagers can own property. The commission eventually creates a temporary classification: continuing persons, not alive, not property, sapient post-mortem individuals retaining legal identity for education, testimony, personal possessions, and consent. Imperfect, but enough. Joran reads the ruling twice, then asks whether this means he still owes library fines. Bren tells him yes. Joran calls the legal system corrupt. Fair. The families respond differently. Some visit constantly. Some cannot handle it. Some refuse to come. Some need time. Corvin does not force reconciliation. Death did not erase old problems. It just made avoiding them harder. Mira's father begins attending her precision demonstrations from the back row. He never interrupts. She pretends not to notice. Every session, he leaves a small packet of cinnamon candy on her desk. She cannot properly eat it. She keeps every packet anyway. Soren's mother brings rice cakes every 5th day. Still too much sesame. Apparently this crime will continue forever. Tessa's older brother stops shaving his beard because she insulted the new version too. Derek eventually agrees to see his younger sister. The meeting lasts 7 minutes. They spend 5 of those silently repairing a cracked model tower she once made for him. That is enough. Vina receives letters from the families of the 3 students she tried to save in Vault 9. She does not read them immediately. Corvin stores them in her desk. Her choice. Nessa receives no visitors the first month. So she spends her time inventing runes everyone else says should not work. Several do not. 2 explode. One causes every spoon inside the faculty lounge to point north for 6 hours. The 4th becomes useful. Corvin considers that an acceptable ratio. Joran settles into his evolved role faster than anyone expects. The Revenant lecturer no longer needs Corvin present to maintain his instructional mantle. 32 individualized shield sigils remain available whenever the class gathers. More importantly, students begin going to him before going to Corvin. The first time it happens, Joran looks almost offended. A provisional seminar student approaches with a barrier problem. Joran explains it. The student thanks him. Leaves. Joran turns toward Corvin. He didn't ask you. No. That feels strange. Good. Joran frowns. Good? Corvin picks up the attendance ledger. It means the class no longer collapses when one teacher leaves the room. There it is. Not praise. Something better. Trust. Joran goes back to teaching. The Scholastic Continuity Board receives less comfortable endings. Not execution. Too easy. They get consequences tied directly to what they tried to control. Hadron Pell claimed Joran's education existed because his family paid for it. The commission responds by dissolving every scholarship contract that gives Orison donors governance rights over recipients. Hadron's educational trust survives only after being transferred to independent student control. He spends the rest of the proceedings watching the same scholarship students he considered institutional investments vote him out of their fund. Joran attends the final hearing. Hadron looks through the containment ward. Your education exists because of my family. Same words. Same arrogance. Joran places a copy of the Independent Scholarship Charter on the table. No, nothing else. He leaves. Celia Vorse told Corvin he had been stripped of authority for a reason. Her specialty was faculty licensing. She used certification records to decide who counted as a legitimate instructor and who could be removed from institutional systems. The Crown permanently revokes her authority to issue, review, or influence magical licenses. She is not imprisoned indefinitely. That would let her call herself a political victim. Instead, she receives a lifetime prohibition from educational administration. She can study, she can publish under review, she can never again decide whether someone else is allowed to teach. Specific, clean. Marrow Dane argued students do not decide the use of institutional assets. His property division controlled 3 research campuses and 11 legacy laboratories. Everyone is transferred into public evidentiary trusts. Student and staff councils gain mandatory approval rights over future research use. Marrow watches his signature disappear from buildings he treated like private extensions of himself. No dramatic punishment. Just 0 ownership, painful enough. Ysel Mar claimed knowledge would decay without continuity governance. Her entire career centered on centralizing archives beneath Orison control. The Commission releases the non-dangerous portions of those archives to every accredited magical school in the kingdom. Copies. Thousands of them. No single institution can bury the information again. The woman who built power by controlling continuity gets to watch continuity become impossible to monopolize. Then there is Othric Dane. Unstructured learning is waste. Nessa remembers the sentence. Everyone does. Othric directed the retention division responsible for converting adaptive education architecture into standardized specimen learning systems. His punishment becomes the most technically brutal. He loses access to every retention system permanently. Then the Commission orders him to spend 6 years documenting Vespera's experiments in ordinary ink under supervised testimony. No memory crystals, no adaptive archives, no intelligent indexing. Paper, page after page, every procedure, every transfer, every subject, every failure. Nessa visits once. Othric sees her through the interview ward. You are wasting a rare pathway. She puts one of her original rune designs against the glass. It is the same anti-classification structure that helped defeat the board. No. Then she walks away. She does not need him to understand. Professor Roth receives his own judgment. He admits signing infrastructure access. He admits hiding knowledge of Vespera tunnels. He admits participating in the cover-up after the massacre. He did not authorize the fatal transfer. That does not absolve him. His teaching license is permanently revoked. His pension is redirected into a victim family fund. He receives a custodial sentence reduced only because his release documents exposed 6 transfer nodes and helped dismantle acquisition. Before sentencing, he asks to speak to Corvin. Corvin agrees. Roth looks older than he did in the review chamber. You could have killed me. Yes. You wanted the records. Yes. Roth almost smiles bitterly. Always the teacher. Corvin does not respond. Roth looks down. Then says the sentence from the disciplinary chamber again. You should be grateful this remained an internal matter. Corvin remembers every word. This time, he slides the public commission report across the table. It didn't. That is all. Malric's ending is different. He resigns. No reduced title, no honorary position, no comfortable advisory office. He sells part of his private estate to cover the academy programs lost when Orison funding disappears. Not enough to repair everything. Enough to keep basic student housing open for the year. Some people call that redemption. Corvin does not. One correct decision does not erase 32 graves, but it is still a correct decision. That distinction matters. Edras Ven receives the strangest outcome. His testimony proves essential in reconstructing the old adaptive pedagogy program. It also proves his direct responsibility for authorizing the illegal Vault 9 experiment. He accepts a long custodial sentence under anti-transfer confinement. No Vespera technology. No legacy filaments. No research access. Ilya visits once before he is moved. They sit across from each other. No touching. No family performance. Edras asks about her concealment work. She does not answer. Instead, she places the containment record for his silver instructor filament on the table. It will remain sealed as evidence. He reads the document. I thought preserving the system mattered more than preserving its conditions. Ilya looks at him. The conditions were people. He nods. Too late. Still true. She leaves. No forgiveness. No revenge. Just boundary. By the beginning of the new term, Asterhall has changed enough that returning students barely recognize it. Dungeon practicals require independent safety observers. No external specimen enters academy property under private contract. Faculty funding sources are public. Students can refuse experimental participation without academic penalty. Every legacy chamber discovered beneath the campus receives external review. Slow, bureaucratic. Probably annoying. Good. Safety usually is. Corvin remains in Chamber 3. His official title in royal documents is Director of Continuation Instruction. Nobody calls him that. Living students call him Professor Vale. The dead class still calls him Professor. Bren occasionally calls him Grave, Professor when he wants chalk thrown at him. The first new semester lecture begins with all 32 seats occupied through rotating manifestation. Joran stands near the board. Mira is arguing with a living pyromancy student. Tessa has already broken one chair despite the explicit chair rules. Derek repairs the floor before Corvin can ask. Soren's lunchbox sits beside the signal desk. Ilya has hidden 3 exam papers and refuses to admit it. Vina is checking Nessa's pathways. Nessa is drawing something absolutely unauthorized. Corvin opens the attendance ledger. 32 names. No missing entries. No unfinished registration. He reaches the bottom. Then adds one new column. Not rank. Not status. Next lesson. Every student gets one, because the class does not need an ending. It needs curriculum. For several weeks, that is enough. Then Soren finds the correction that should not exist. He is reviewing the archived Vault 9 transfer sequence when one root-level response appears between Edras's failed containment command and the creature's target shift. Not one of the 5 board signatures. Different harmonic architecture. Older. The signal does not originate from Orison headquarters. It comes through another educational chamber. Corvin brings out the registry recovered during the first activation beneath Asterhall. Most chamber names remain dead. One does not. Lornhaven Collegium. Chamber 8. Status. Active. The same site once listed beneath the corrupted designation, Second Faculty. There it is. The unresolved question from Vault 9 finally gains direction. Someone did not merely sabotage Edras's containment from inside Orison. A second educational node interacted with the transfer, 11 seconds before Corvin's students entered. Corvin places the new signal beside the original massacre timeline. No conclusions. Facts first. Soren begins rebuilding the harmonic route. Nessa copies the unfamiliar correction structure. Ilya marks the location on a northern map. Nobody calls it an emergency. The current fight is finished. This is the next investigation. 2 days later, nearly 400 miles north, Lornhaven Collegium opens its winter term beneath heavy mountain snow. Its oldest lecture building has been closed for 47 years. That morning, one sealed classroom unlocks itself. A woman in a dark green instructor coat enters alone. No students wait inside. Only 24 empty desks and one ancient faculty console. She places her hand against it. Asterhall's updated retention rules appear. Shared learning without shared ownership. Distributed faculty. Voluntary retention. The woman reads all 3 corrections, then stops at one name embedded in the source trace. Corvin Vale. She removes her glove. Around her wrist sits an old instructor filament woven into a living spell. No Vespera mark, no Orison seal. The console identifies her only by a designation. Second faculty. She does not smile. She simply opens an attendance book that already contains 24 names. Back at Asterhall, Corvin receives Lornhaven's winter academic map through the Royal Archive. He circles the sealed northern lecture building. Joran sees the mark. We're going? Eventually. That sounds like yes. Corvin closes the map. Then he assigns Joran 2 weeks of substitute lectures, gives Soren the Vault 9 signal archive, and tells Nessa to stop experimenting on the faculty spoons. Preparation. Not departure yet. The class has earned time to stabilize. But the next destination is clear. For now, the 32 seats beneath Asterhall are occupied, protected, and still learning. And on Corvin Vale's desk, beside the attendance ledger that brought his class back together, a northern map remains open to Chamber 8.